Why, hello there. So, recently the channel crossed 69 subscribers, which I think is pretty cool. So, as a sign of thanks, I'm putting up the 2.5D platformer course that I made about 2 years ago in Unreal Engine for free in its entirety on YouTube. Now, I didn't have an actually good microphone, so the audio quality isn't great. And if you like my teaching style, which is slow and steady, I'm going to leave discount codes for the updated course in the description. You can get it on Gumroad if that's your thing. You like to download videos. You can get it on Udemy if that's your preferred learning platform. And if you have a Skillshare subscription, you can actually watch the fully updated course in the link below. So I'm going to put all those there. Besides that, I hope you enjoy it and learn a lot as you're getting into Unreal Engine. Okay, welcome to the introductory video of the Unreal Engine Ultimate Game Development course. Remember, to make sure that you get the max out of this course, take it from the beginning to the end, study and execute every single step. I'm not making this so that you can learn to create a single level, okay? This is to get you to the point where you can sit down and develop a full game, put it on the Epic Game Store, put it on the Steam Store, put it on Xbox, Switch, PlayStation, and it's there. It's for making full games like a professional. So, now that we have that out of the way, get the basic stuff ready. There are three fundamental things you're going to need to get started with this course. For starters, of course, download, go to Epic, make sure that you download the latest Unreal Engine. It doesn't matter the features that we're going to use and the methodology of game development we're going to use is all based off stuff that you can do with even Unreal Engine 4, right? But the reason why I would recommend getting at least 5.2 is because of a little plugin. Now, let's go into the marketplace. Now you'll notice in the marketplace there's only a single plugin you're going to need, and this is going to simplify your game development, and it's called HyperZD. There we are, right at the top. This is the one you're going to need. I seriously recommend it. It's going to make everything else simple. Just get it, okay? Just get it. Get it right now. Beside that, you're done. So number one, Unreal Engine. Number one, Unreal Engine. Number two, get HyperZD. Get it installed on your engine. And once you're done with that, we can get started. Start up by opening up your Unreal Engine. You should be seeing this. This is the second, these are the first two things. Unreal Engine, HyperZD. Once you have that, you're ready to go. But now I start off by showing you some secret technology, okay? Game developers don't want you to see this, okay? Other tutorial makers on like different platforms, Udemy, YouTube, Teachable, wherever you're getting this, they don't want you to see this. This is the most overpowered tool you're going to use in your game development, and it's this simple, okay? Are you ready? It's this blank page, pen and paper. I am going to be using Adobe Illustrator in order to do the drawing. But the secret is this, right? This is what I'm going to teach you. This is the most important thing in game development. Okay, I've written the text. Let me increase the size because I'm using a 4K sized, thing. That's too small. Let's go up 400. Here, planning. Planning is going to be the secret sauce that I'm going to teach you how to use in order to actually finish your game and put it on stores. This is it, because planning is OP. Okay, now let's size this frame up just right. Planning is OP. Never forget that. No matter what you remember, planning is OP. And planning is the real secret sauce to actually finishing and publishing your game. Okay? I'm telling you, do you want to get venture capital? Remember this, planning is OP. Or you want to finish a game in your summer break? Remember this, planning is OP. Or you need to finish your game development on the side while you're working your day job, okay? Planning is OP. Planning is the true end game secret source of actually finishing games that you set out to develop. So, yes, now you have your Unreal Engine, that's good. You've set up your paper ZD, blah, 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 blah. Cool. This is all good, but this is going to be the secret sauce. Planning is overpowered. Okay, say it with me. Planning is overpowered, because I have been there while the company I'm working with raises $350,000 in venture capital. You know what? They were not the most talented people, but you know what? Planning is OP. I've talked before I decided to set this up. I sat down and I spoke to 6 different indie game developers, from people who are making $10,000 every 5 months with their game to even higher numbers than that, some of which I won't disclose now. The secret sauce was this, planning. So make sure you have your Adobe Illustrator on the side. And before we lay a finger, before we start a new project, and no, 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 no. We're going to start with this. Now that you have your Unreal Engine installed, it has to be there, it has to be ready. So the moment we're done planning, we start developing. Your paper ZD installed in Engine, that has to be there. The moment planning is done, we get started. Get either Adobe Illustrator, you can use Paint, you can use pen and paper, but this is the most important step. You have this down, let's go to the next bit of the lessons. All right, let's get back into things now. Back as I said in the exact last video, planning is OP. Now, I don't want to eye blast you, so let's make a couple of changes to this. I personally prefer having a black background and white text. So I will change the background up so that, let's see. No, fuck off. No, 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 no. I want the text to be white. Perfect. And then in the background, I want this to be black. Excellent. Now we can get started. As I was saying, planning is OP. So let's get overpowered as game developers. We're going to start out by creating a pretty simple plan for our game now. We're going to start with the most basic potato kind of game that everyone can make, and go through the development process step by step, so that we will be able to build it the way we want. You will be able to build a game the exact way you want. Planning is OP. That's cool. We know this. Okay, we know this. That's cool. Let's disappear. Okay, there are many ways to plan out a game. Okay, but personally, I like to plan out in a way I call frame by frame. Okay, so basically we're going to go layer by layer, thinking about what makes a really good game, and then build it out from there. So let's think, what makes a really cool game, right? So I'm like, okay, so I want my game to have a couple of things. For starters, Okay, basic game that we're going to make. Let's eyeball this. Let's see. For starters, you want it to be what? I need this to be in big text. I want you to be able to see everything. Perfect, yeah. For starters, it's going to be a platformer. That's cool. I'm going to keep it simple. That's cool. That's cool. That's perfectly fine. And then it's going to have some combat, some basic combat. Okay, that's cool. And then lastly, what else do I need? It's a platformer with combat. Ooh, we'll have a boss. That's sweet. Okay, so we know these are the three things we want. We want it to be like a platformer with some combat and a boss. Because it's you getting into your first game, okay? So keep it simple. And 2D platformers are amazing as a learning tool. Let's let's set this aside. Now, okay, so we know it's going to be a platformer with some combat and a boss. And I'm like, okay, so how do I get started planning this out? Do I start with something simple and like simple? Like, do I go in? Do I immediately jump in and open up Unreal Engine and let's get No, 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 forget that. It's the planning that's OP. So let's create another layer. Now we have this and say, okay, cool. Now we are going to go step by step in the player journey. Okay, literally step by step. What is the player going to be doing? Okay, what is going to be happening in this game? What exactly is going to be happening in this game? And I'm going to put it into two little columns. So for starters, let's see. Okay, for starters, the first thing that every player sees is going to be my cool logo. Ooh, nice. So the first thing is they'll see like your cool game development logo. Nice. Then they're going to see a very short, they're going to see the main menu. Okay, it's called the main menu. Okay, and the main menu is going to let people what? Pick levels, exit, play, continue. Cool. There'll be a main menu. And number three is going to be levels. Okay, cool. These are like three super simple things. Oh, wait up, wait up. Oh, yeah. Credits. Okay, you have to credit yourself. You have to be there and be like, I'm the one that made this game. Look at my name in the credits. Awesome. Now, this is what we're going to have. So, as we're having that, we want it to be a platformer with combat and a boss. Cool. So number one, these are now the levels, right? So number one, we're going to have, let's see, you're going to learn to jump. Okay, that's your first level. Literally, your first level, you want your main player to just have a level whereby they need to learn to jump. That's cool. What happens in the next level? Second, they're going to learn, they're going to deal with obstacles, right? We'll create some kind of cool obstacle that the player needs to deal with. Next, we're going to introduce them to combat. They're going to fight against another character. Okay, let's call it level one. No, let's call it combat learning. Okay, next, okay, they're going to, let's call it combat. Let's call this LV1. It's actually difficult. It's going to be actually hard. And then we'll introduce a new enemy. It's going to be cool, okay? A new enemy. In fact, let's change this up. Let's not call it combat. So let's say melee enemy. Nice. The first thing they fight is going to be a melee enemy. Okay, so then a combat level 1. Then here we'll say, what do they need? Ranged enemy. They'll fight a ranged enemy after that. And number 2, combat challenge. That's it. They'll have, so level 1, learn to jump. Cool. Level 2, obstacle. Number 3, oh, a melee enemy. Cool. Next, they'll do combat, like a combat level. Then you'll have like a range. And actually, I think in between the melee enemy, let's put let's put like a simple puzzle platform. Yeah, let's put like a puzzle. It would be like a puzzle, a simple puzzle. Let's call it a simple puzzle. Cool, a simple puzzle. That would be the 4th level. Let me make this smaller, a little bit smaller. 250 is like super large. Let's go with 200. Boom. Okay. Then we have learn to jump, an obstacle, melee enemy, simple puzzle, combat, like a combat. Let's call it a combat challenge. No, let's call it combat challenge 1. Then you get into a ranged enemy. Then you have combat challenge. Actually, let's do this. Let's do platform plus combat challenge, right? 2. That's going to be cool. So it's a platforming challenge and a combat challenge. We'll try and make something a bit more difficult. And then, hold up, wait a minute. Need to make this even smaller to fit all the stuff that's going to be there. And you're thinking, okay, so what will I do after that? I've shown a platformer, a combat challenge. Then you know what we're going to do? We're going to have a cool off level. We're going to have a level which slows the game down. So then, story and narrative level, okay? It's just a story and narrative level just to get you warmed up, giving you a little bit of story of what's happening in the world. You're going to learn a little bit about how to create like simple cutscenes and dialogue with the player as they play around. Story and narrative plus easy platforming, because you need to give the player something to do while they're listening to your in-game dialogue stuff. Okay, don't let the player sit, because you're an indie dev and indie devs enjoy profit when they make their games fun to play. Okay, make your game fun to play. Then after that, what are we going to have? I'm thinking for the last one we'll have final boss. Yeah, it's going to be a boss character. Okay, it's going to have a boss. It's going to actually, yeah, let's call it final boss. I mean, it's if this is your game and there are 10 levels, you know, the 10th level shouldn't have the final boss, but for this is going to have the boss. And then 10, we'll call it teaser, right? The last level is going to be teaser plus credits. Okay, boom, we're done. We're done. This is literally it. And actually, let's do this. Oh, levels and exit. Oh, yeah, exit. Yes. So this is what we need to do. There's going to be a logo. Ooh, snap. Wait, we're missing something. Something's missing. Wait. I think that levels should be there. Sweet. Then after levels, there'll be options. Nice. I like options. Options are always good. So it'll be options. So we know that there's going to be like a cool logo intro thing. There'll be like one page for that. There'll be a main menu. Then there'll be levels. And we figured out the levels. Like level 1 is going to be learning to jump. Then we'll have a second level which has some obstacles. Not obstacles. Level 3, you get introduced to a melee enemy. That's going to be cool. Then level 4, you'll have a simple puzzle. Then 5, a simple combat challenge. 6 introduces a ranged enemy. 7 is a platforming and combat challenge, which is going to be cool. And then we let the players cool off and have a story and narrative level, and then final boss level, then teaser and credits. It's like saying, ooh, you've just gotten like a sample of the cool game we're making, and boom, all of this is going to be wrapped up in a nice tight package and put out there. Let's go to the next step. Now what we're going to do is we're going to plan out each and every one of these levels before we touch a single line of code, before we draw anything. we're going to plan all this out in like a really simple and clean way. Okay, nice. I'm glad you're following to this point. Let's move forward. Now, to continue our game development planning, now we have a reasonable overview of what we are going to be creating, our little vertical slice. Let's go over to the first thing. You're thinking, huh, cool. Let's start with the quick intro and main menu and plan out how it's going to look, right? So either on another piece of paper or on another layer, you can plan it out and see how it is, right? And I'll call this, let's say, the main menu page, right? Because that's really what it is, the main menu. So on the main menu page, I personally like it when the main menu is simple. So I like something like this, where everything is off to the left. Now, you can design the menu how you want. It's just up to you to design. But I want to have, let's say, new game. Let me change the color, because text tends to be black at default. So I'll say, hey, new game, cool. Then it should have options, nice. Exit, nice. And since this is more of a development build, we can have level select. Now, as you're learning, these three options are going to allow you to basically do whatever you want. New game, you can press that in order to create a new game. Level select is going to let you select a level, and options will let you change a few things, but we're only going to set it up to change resolution and screen size. That's going to come in a bit later. But now we know this is how our main menu is going to look. That's it. That's the first thing off the table from our plan. So we know we're going to have a logo, an intro, a main menu call, then level select, suite, options, and exit. Cool. This right here is good enough. A lot of cool games have a menu like that. Now, as far as the title of the game, I'm going to call the game Stick It Out, Stick It to the Man, whatever. Okay, let's call it Stick It Out. You can call it whatever you want, okay? Don't copy everything to the last T from here. Make it something that you like. Ooh, Stick It Out, cool, Myriad Pro. I have a couple. Ah, I have a couple of other fonts that I like. Yeah, it's going to be fine. And you know what? I'm even going to change the color of this one to red, to a nice bright red, to make it stand out even more than it already does. Swap this to 300. Okay, this is fine. I think this works as a this works as a basic design of how our main menu is going to look. These are going to be the options. Well, what do you think? I think this is fine. You can make it however you want. Just for a bit of style, I don't recommend focusing on style in the early days, but just to bring out my design sensitivities and sensibilities, I want this to look a bit different than it currently is. Okay, so I'll copy all of these. I want them to be staggered out a bit, have them equally spaced there, have them like that, boom, and then I think the color I want, let me have it red, nice. So this is going to be the menu of the game. This, I'll line it up. I started out in design, so I love things to look a certain way. This is super simple. This is how our main menu is going to look, with a couple of different touches once we get into Unreal Engine, but this is going to be it. So let's go back. So according to our plan, oh snap, let me call this planning. is OP. Okay, just to keep it there. Planning is OP. And then I'm thinking, so this is let's call it the overview, right? So we know we wanted this initially. This was a quick explainer. Cool, I'll keep that there for now. But this is the important one. Then this, I'll just call it plan. You can change up the words to whoever you want. The most important thing is setting out a simple plan. So we know we've now finished planning for the main menu and how it's going to look. That's reasonably fine. This is going to be the main menu, no problem. I like this. Now let's think, what else should we do? What else should we think about? I think that we should decide on how we have new game. New game is going to link directly. This right over here, if we clicked it, it's going to link directly to the first level of the game. So let's ask ourselves, how will the level select look? Okay, let's come out here and design how the level select is going to look. I like to just copy paste for consistency, but you can do it however you want. So here I'll call this level select, and the levels for the level select I want it to look a bit different. So I'll get this and I'll think, how am I going to design it? I think I want it to be like this: level 1 with a dash and a space, then level 2 with a dash and a space, then level 3 with a dash, oh snap, with a dash and a space, and the same thing here, level 4 with a dash and a space. Let me delete all the text below here. This is a pretty simple level select screen, right? So if I get this, no, if I come into this text, I'll select all of this. Now, what are the changes? So this will be level 5, 5, 5, 5, not 5, 6, just 5, okay. Down, level 7, that's cool. Ooh, level 8. Okay, so this isn't fitting. So we have 2 more spaces. Okay, sure. I'll just copy that and put it over here. Yeah, they need to line up perfectly. Okay. I know it's just the design in the last, yeah, but I like things to look reasonably good. Okay, so this is the level 9. Ooh, cool. And then level 10. Level 10 is going to have our boss. That's going to be awesome. Okay. Now, I think what would make this really cool is that there'll be a little image on this side of each one of these texts. Now, I think let's drop these levels down a bit. Nice. Now, each level is going to have a little picture. Ooh, nice. So with every level you select, there's going to be a tiny picture next to it that you're going to be able to use in order to do your no, it's not doing anything. It's more of like a cool visual touch. So the players are going to look and see, oh, there's a level, and then there's like a little picture. There's so many ways to do this. We might even decide to make the pictures bigger later on, but that's fine. This is good enough as a level selecting thing. Now, I'm thinking, what will we need? What else? Something is missing. Ooh, yes, I know what's missing. We'll have a big button that takes us back to the main menu. What do you think, right? At the end of our level selection, there's a button that takes us back to the main menu. Good. So we have now planned out 2 of our user interface pages. This is going to be the main page, right? That people will see when they get into your game. Excellent. Next, we decided, oh, new game, that takes us to the first level, so we don't need to think about that. But we need to think about the level select. So we've come here, and now this is how the level select is going to look. You can design it to look any way you want. You can design it so that there is a wheel whereby there are different images depending on which one you select. Don't worry about making changes, okay? This is just guiding you on the planning, but the planning should be to how you want it. You can line it up here, you can line it up here. Do it how you want, but at least plan. Now, let's look back a bit. So we've figured this out, right? The level select. Now, oh, look at this. We have options. Hmm, hmm. Options. What should we do for the options? Well, let's make a page, right? Let's make up a page for options. Now, using this kind of similar design language, this is level select, right? And then this, we'll call it options. Options. What are our options going to look like? Well, for starters, we only need to make a couple of basic changes when it comes to options. Options is going to show a couple of things. I think for starters, we are going to have, under options, we are going to have controls and just a general text showing controls. Then we're going to have sound level, just the general sound level, the volume level of the entire game. Actually, we should just call it volume. Nice, let's call it volume. And then here we're going to have two very important options. So we'll pull out number one. Let's see, window, right? And under window, we'll give the player a couple of different options. Under volume, there really won't be any options. And under controls, for this, there are not going to be any options, okay? None. There are not going to be any options. And just to keep the user interface kind of clean, please go away. Kind of clean. This is going to be first. This is going to be here. So we'll keep the going back to the main menu thing going on and similar. And then, ooh, where are you? Let's do this. So for volume, we are going to set it up. Hold on, oh, this window is extending way too much. You're interrupting me. Stop that. So for volume, there are going to be some bars that someone can click on and select the volume that they want. We'll set it up just like that. So you'll have some options on volume. Let me make this yellow so that not everything is white. And then for window, okay, we are going to give people a couple of different options, right? And we're not going to decide on resolution, okay? No changes. Let's keep it really simple. So you're going to be able to select, right? You're going to be able to select full screen, right? You'll be able to select windowed, and you'll be able to select full screen windowed. You know what that is, right? It's like when the thing takes up the entire screen, but it's not like actually full screen. We'll get to that. But these are really simple options. If someone sees in your game, they won't be stressed out about it, and we don't need to get super complex about changing this texture, changing it. We don't need that, right? Now, to spice it up a bit, we can also add in something else that I think will be useful to you when you start doing your games. We're going to add a resolution selector. Oh, snap. Oh man, this is so, no, just the joys of using After Effects. Okay, then we'll also add, let's see, resolution. Sweet. So now you can also select resolution. Where are you going to select resolution from? It will be a drop down. Let me just put in some text here so that we'll know that, ooh, there's a drop down here. Cool. Bring this to the fro. I'm going to change its color to black, so that we'll go see that, right? And I'll call this drop down just to remind us later on when we're designing it in Unreal Engine, and give people a couple of different options of resolutions to select from, like the basics of 720p, 1080p. So the moment someone comes in, they'll have a drop down and they'll be able to select a couple of different resolutions. The basics, just for planning sake, let's see, 1080p and 720p and 480p, right? We'll keep it that way. That keeps it really, really simple. Nice. That basically covers a couple of things. Let's go back and see what we've created so far. We started out with a general plan and we knew this is everything that's going into our main menu. There'll be a nice logo, a nice intro logo theme going on. There's going to be a main menu. There's going to be levels, options, and exit. So we have fully designed the main menu. This is how it looks, how it's going to look. We have fully designed the level select, going from level 1 to level 10. It's going to be how it looks, cool. And we've fully designed a couple of basic options that you are going to have access to when it comes to the game. This is nice. This is appropriate. Now, let's move forward and get into making some decisions about our actual levels. Okay, next up, level design. Let's go. Getting started with level design is a beautiful and steady process. The first level, all we want is for the player to learn to jump. They are getting into the movement, into moving through things. So the first level is going to have an easy way for the player to get loaded into the level, a bit of challenges, something simple. We'll get into obstacles more in the second level. The first, just a simple place for him to start, some basic platforming and exiting, loading to the next level. So let's create a new layer that is going to be called level 1. Nice. Now, do whatever you need to do on whatever medium you're using for the planning. So, let's think about this for a bit, right? So, well, we'll uh, we'll come in and just make a simple rectangle, right? Let's call this the ground. I want to change its color because I don't want white to be the ground. So let's say, oh, what's a good color for the ground? Let's make it brown. Brown is a good ground color. What's this? Is it orangish? Nah. Let's go something like this. So anything in our level design that is like this is going to be representing the ground that the player is going to stand on. Now, let's think. What else do I want? Well, I want the player. Okay, so this, let's color the player blue. I like blue. Blue is a nice, relaxing color. So this is where the player is going to be once the game starts. Nice, not bad. So we have a ground and we have the player. Hmm, hmm, What else? Ooh, I want something that is going to be what the player uses to exit the level. So let me put that over here. Let's put it over here. I think its color is going to be red. Is red go? Is red okay? Let's make it yellow. This is to exit the level. Okay. Nice. So we have exiting the level, which is this. We have the player's starting point. We'll load them into the level from here. Not bad. I think this is good enough as a start. But wait a minute. This is where we are teaching the player how to jump. So we will need, at the bare minimum, something the player needs to jump on. So let's keep it spicy. We can do something like this. Nice. And then when we are planning the ground, let's put some space here so that if the player messes up a jump, they are dead. They're done for. I think this works as a simple, fast level. Keep in mind, the plan is just a plan. It doesn't go into details of what the distance is going to be between here and there. Now, actually, what we could do is we'll start by teaching the player this with this block. Then we'll teach the player how to jump over a simple gap. There doesn't need to be a double jump. Can just, and then at the end, the player has to jump. We'll set up the jump height so that they make it, but for here, they don't have to be as accurate. They can jump from here and still make it. They can jump from like way over here and still make it, but this one's going to be a bit more difficult. The player is going to need to jump right near the edge. Not too close, don't make it pixel perfect, but just around here. I think that's going to be a good fast level. Now, let's get into one small piece of the planning. Notice that I called that layer level 1, so I'll call this level 0. We'll get more into this when we go into actually developing the game in Unreal Engine. But level 0, sometimes called the developer room or the developer map, is where you're going to be creating each component that you're going to be using in your game. It's kind of like the key to a map, because when you're working on your game, you're not going to create the player, code it each and every single level. You'll simply drag the player and drop the player object into your scene and it's going to work. Even this, the end of the level, you won't be coding this consistently, you'll do it once. So to simplify that, now that we've designed the basics of our first level, there are three things we have. We have a player character, so we'll need to have a player character object. We have the ground, so we need to have something that specifies what the ground is all about. And then we have going to next level, end of the level trigger. So let's work on that, right? I'll simply copy these over. Now, we like to call it, the simplified version is called a key. So we have the player character, that's nice. This is the ground, that's nice. And this is end of level. That's cool. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Now, all we have to do is make some statements. So I'll say player character. Let's, of course, I have to make the text white. As I said, I don't like eye blasting people. I'm a big believer in dark mode on everything. Everything should have a dark mode. A white background in like any app or anything should be illegal. So we have player character, cool. This is the ground. So we'll know with our plan that anything that's that color is the ground. And then we'll call this, let's call it the level trigger. Nice. So with this, our key is done. Done, done, done. Ooh, that's a capital H. No, no, no. It has to be perfect. Player character. Good. So this is our key for now. Level 0. Come on. Now let's look at level 1. This looks good enough. I think that that is good enough to teach the player how to jump. Now, Let's go into level 2. Level 2 is obstacles. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Whenever I'm planning, I usually don't like to start from scratch. I simply copy everything. Or if you're drawing, you don't need to do that. But if you're working in an application, it's way easier to just copy everything over. Now we know that level 2, its purpose is learning obstacles. Okay. So let's think. Hold up. I think. Oh snap! No, I think I want to put up the level names like somewhere like here, like at the bottom. Nope, that's too close to the bottom. There, yeah. So we'll say 01, learn to jump, because that's the purpose of this level. That's cool. Now for level 2, level 2 is all about obstacles. So I'm just going to call it obstacles. Now I think, what are some cool and difficult challenges the player is probably going to need to navigate, right? So I'm thinking, well, in the first level I did, the player starts here and then he kind of needs to navigate his way here. This is the goal. How do I put obstacles in between? So I'm thinking, okay, how about something that goes up and down and kills the player if it lands on him? So like a spiky thing. Ooh, that's cool. Whenever I'm designing these, I keep it simple. I just rotate something like that, put it here. Let's make that smaller. I want smaller spikes. Spikes that everyone can look at and be like, yo, that's cool spikes. Okay. Nice. Perfect. So every single, okay, we're like, okay, cool. That's nice. Now, I think the color of this is, it's going to be red. Okay, it's going to be red. The reason why it's going to be red is because it's going to be like something that comes up and down. So, in terms of obstacles, I'll start off by having the player deal with one that goes up and down. Okay, it smashes them if they are not careful. Okay, it's going to be cool. They die if they go under this and they get crushed. They die. So I'll start with something as simple as that, right? But the player gets the opportunity to. It always starts with an easy puzzle. Oh my goodness, why can't I click this? Nice, an easy puzzle. Then after that, once the player has learned how to handle obstacles like that, I'll set up another one, something really simple. Except here, the player needs to time it and time the positioning of the object, so that they have to jump at an exact moment to get to here. And I'll make this even smaller so that it's harder than the previous level. Right? Now, there, we have a level 2. So, our first level is just the player learning how to jump. Just this. They come into the level, they have to jump over this, jump over that. All these are a bit of a more difficult jump. Be more precise. They do that jump. And then for the second layer, they have to deal with a bit more dangerous obstacles. Now, anytime the player touches this, they're dead. So it goes up and down, up and down. And they get to that. Actually, let's spice it up even a bit more. Nice. Instead of having a gap there, there's going to be this. So he has to actually jump. He or she, depending on how you want your character to be, has to actually jump over that to get to there. I think as starter basic levels, this is fine. This is adequate. Cool. Go back to the plan again. So we've had learning to jump, some obstacles, and a melee enemy. And in obstacles, we created something different. This kind of thing. I'm going to call it, I don't know what to call it. What does it do? Spike trap. Okay, I'll call it spike trap. So now we have something new and we'll add it to the key. Come here, let's call it spike trap. Nice, 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 nice. Now we have to go and create a level 3. Cool, cool, cool. So I'll come over here, same thing as before. I'll copy everything from here and put it here, but this is different. This is level 3. Melee enemy. Let me go back and double check. I don't want to change the names on let's see, main menu, the plan. Yes, number 3, this is the one, a melee enemy. In what kind of situation do I want the player to find themselves needing to fight a melee enemy? Let's think. Well, for starters, we could always start off with a simple trap. That's cool. And then here, we don't need them to jump because we want them to only learn one thing. We could simply do this, put like a trap above here, that's fine. But then in between here and there, we can put something they need to jump on, or something they need to jump up. Cool. Something simple, right? And on this thing, there is going to be a melee enemy. Ooh, what color would I pick for the melee enemy? What color are you going to be? I think the melee enemy is going to be purple. So everything that is a purple dude is going to be the melee enemy. And the melee enemy is simple. Once you as the player come over here, it can move towards you and attack you. That's really all the melee enemy does. It can move towards you and attack you. It's going to be the thing. So that's the general plan of how it's going to be right now. I want to spice this up and make it a bit more interesting. There'll be that. There'll be another deadly trap here. And do I want another here? Nah, that's too much. We'll just be introducing the player to this guy over here, our melee enemy. Now, we'll be adding this back here to the key. Oh, snap. Doo-doo-doo. So that's the player character. This melee enemy. Sweet. So our plan so far has 3 levels down. Let's keep moving. So back at the plan. So this was learning to jump. This was a simple obstacle, a melee enemy, and then, oh, look at that, a simple puzzle. Simple puzzles are always cool. Let's think about how we can create a level with a nice, fun, simple puzzle. It's going to be level 4. So we'll, as usual, it's always just simpler and faster to move like this. I'll copy over everything from here, copy it over to here, except change the name from melee enemy to simple puzzle. Now, I don't want you to feel like you have to copy everything exactly the way that I'm doing it. You don't have to. In reality, you design and make your game the way you want. I'm just going through the design process. So if you want these here, you can do it. You want a moving trap here, you can do it. You can do it however you want. Make changes, make adjustments, follow through just to learn the fundamentals. You don't need to copy everything exact. As long as you're able to create it once we go into Unreal Engine, because I'll be showing you how to create each and every single one of these. Now, for the simple puzzle, we're going to make it simple, like really simple. We are going to set it up so that the player is in a situation where they cannot get to this. So this is way up here, right? And the player can't jump to it. It's just not possible. The player cannot. They cannot jump to it. However, the player is going to have access to a movable block, a simple movable block. Okay, back from taking a little bit of a break to drink some tea, back to the level design. Now, a simple block. Let me think, what's like a cool color for a simple block that the player can move? I guess green is good. A dark green, something the player can move up and down, in and around. And just to prevent it from falling off the map, mm, we can do this to prevent it from like falling off the map. Heck, in fact, just for safety, for safety and sanity, no, well, this will be fine. This will be fine. It will be like this, so it can fall off. Then there will be a single melee enemy here, and boom. So we can get rid of this though. I think having anything else here is useless. So the player comes in. There's actually, let's spice it up. There'll be two melee enemies and a block you have to move. So once you're done killing these two, you have to move the block and jump here. However, let's spice this up. You're going to have to time your jump so that this thing's going to be moving like this. This thing, just make sure you have to time your jump so that you will be able to avoid that obstacle. This is a really simple puzzle, okay? It's not too complicated. It's good. It works. Feel free to design this use only the basic elements we're going to create. You're going to learn how to create. I'm going to teach you how to create, but keep it simple. It's the first puzzle of the game. Keep it simple. It's basically a platforming puzzle. Now, go back to level 0 and add this in, and we'll call it a movable block. Sweet. This is the movable block that can be moved. It is the block that can be moved. Good. Now that that's done, let's move on to level 5. Now, according to our plan, level 5 is Combat Challenge 1, meaning it is our first combat challenge. Perfect. Now is where things get properly spicy. We have to create something where the player has to kill a certain number of enemies quickly. In order to survive, it has to be a bit more difficult. That's okay. Now, come up to here. Of course, as usual, starting with what you had before as a baseline. Copy that over. Oh, nope. Let's copy. That's perfect. We'll do this. Hold on. What? No, I want you. Planning pains. Okay. Just ignore me. That's Adobe Illustrator things. Me and Illustrator have a love-hate relationship. Okay, let's do this thing. Now, for let me double check. I believe that we are now on level. Let's go back to the plan. Level 5. Level 5. This is the combat challenge. It has to be built off everything we've taught the player so far. So no adding in anything that the player hasn't faced before. It is just what the player has been through thus far. So I'll start by adding that in. And then I will have these. So it basically starts off with violence. Oh, no, 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 I don't like that. Let's do this. I'm going to attach a little bit of that. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Then, ooh, there we are. Perfect. I want this one to be a bit wider. Nice. And there'll be one of these here. There'll be another one of these here. And then this will be here. Now, it will be a pretty basic combat challenge where you're going to have enemies who are attacking you. Once we get to the AI, we'll figure out how the AI is going to be working. Boom. So you come here, these ones are going to be moving up and down, and you get to fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies for level 5. And this is going to be going up and down as well, making it kind of hard for you to stay alive. It's going to be fun. And that's a basic combat challenge. Let's move on. Now, level 6 introduces something new, a ranged enemy. Now, when I'm planning out a ranged enemy, I like to keep it simple. Ranged enemies are always better when you face them when they have an advantage over you, preferably a distance advantage. So, let's figure this out. Ooh, level 6. Perfect. 06. A ranged enemy. Perfect. And I'm now thinking, well, for starters, we will think, oh, what's a cool color for a ranged enemy? I guess since purple is kind of already taken, I think our ranged enemy should be black. No, that would be terrible. We wouldn't be able to see it. No, it's going to be hot pink. Nope, looks too similar. Brownish. Brown isn't too bad. It works, but we are running out of colors. But that's fine. So it's going to be this shade of brown. The ranged enemy is simply going to be, we'll start it up. Let's spice it up. You know, your character has been starting from there for the entire game. Now he gets to start from a higher elevation. This time he is going to need to manage a slight this probably is going to be going up and down. That's fine. It's going to be danger. Then there's a platform here. It needs to be in a place that the player can see. Okay, no putting platforms, no leaps of faith. A leap of faith is basically like if this platform was down here and the player screen was just like here, so the player wouldn't know what to do. No, make it visible. So if the screen is like about here, the player should be able to see that. Now our ranged enemy is going to be alone, because when you're introducing an enemy, you want them to be sort of alone so you can need to figure out how to get to them. I don't want you to be able to reach them from here. I want them to be, I want you to need to kind of struggle to get to them. So the ranged enemy is going to be like way over there. Then you have to jump over to here and you're like, oh snap, how do we? Then you have to jump down to like here, which is cool. And the ranged enemy should be able to shoot through floors. That's probably going to be important. And maybe here. And yeah, you need to jump a bit to get to him. Maybe here and here. And I guess we'll put the door out somewhere like here. So you have to kill the ranged enemy to get to the door. Perfect. So this is a simple, clean introduction to a ranged enemy. They can attack you from here. I guess no, let's not make them be able to shoot through floors. I guess I could just put a second ranged enemy here. That's also shooting at you. That should be good enough. Need to add in a couple more platforms, make this a bit tighter, so you have to use your brain. Bring this down a bit more. Put this down here, so you'll have to time it or you'll get hit by them. Yeah, it will be about this. This is a reasonable plan. Now, this is a really simple introduction to the ranged enemy that we're going to create, and they'll be attacking you with stuff from range, and you have to come get in close to attack and kill them. It's going to be great. Not bad. Now we only have a few more levels to plan out. Simple levels. Next is platform plus combat challenge 2. Nice. Platform plus combat challenge 2. Let me even copy that. I like how that sounds. Copy that. Come over here. Select a new layer. Level 7. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, good. So we'll get everything that was before and come into level 7 and put that there. Ooh, I like this a lot. Planning is okay. Okay, this is going to be it. This is going to be our level 7. We need another combat challenge and we need some platforming. So I like the idea of starting the player from up there. So this time we'll spice it up. Now the end of the level is going to be there. One sec. I think something's missing. Let's go back to our level 0. Ooh, snap. The ranged enemy is missing. No. That can't be missing. Let's put this here. We created a ranged enemy. So it's going to be here and we'll call it the ranged enemy. Perfect. You can reorganize this however you want, as long as we know everything we need to create is here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We'll come back level 7. I think I want to add a couple of melee enemies to this. That would be awesome. I want to have a couple. Okay, so there'll be ranged enemies, there'll be melee enemies, plus platforming. So I'm going to need some of those moving platforms to give the player a bit more of the challenge. Okay, this is my current idea. I know I want the end of the level to be down here. It's going to be kind of John Wick style. Okay, lots of different stuff that's happening, lots of different layers. It's going to keep getting more and more claustrophobic as you move down. but the early 2 steps, no, not 2 steps, there'll be 4 steps. So nice. It's going to be a bigger level. We can actually just come over here and just reduce the size of everything a bit. So it's going to, well, apart from this, the text I want to be large. So this is going to be a bit of a bigger level. We're going to do more. Since we've built up all these different assets, let's do more with it. So you start from here. Actually, last level you started from like a mid. So you will start, my dear sir, you'll start from here. Then there will be a spiky trap, like right from the get-go in the level. There'll be a cool spiky trap that just starts coming toward the player. So it's like, it's basically saying, dude, move or die. Nice. Now, what else? Ooh, nice. Let's put in front of the player. Nope, no. Let's bring that here. Let's put this here. Then we'll add in another spiky trap here. Going to be deadly to everyone. And then we'll put here a melee enemy. No, let's put it here. That works. That works. No. Let's put the melee enemy here. We'll put it in the next level. Like the next level. Not the next level, but the next level that, you know what I mean? Okay, so there'll be one melee enemy here, one ranged enemy here. In fact, let's put two melee enemies here. So it's a bit more of a combat challenge. This is nice. Then we'll put one of these here as well. And there won't be any here. Perfect. Then once the player goes through that, there are going to be two more levels, super claustrophobic levels. So you get to come, the player starts from way up here. They have to move and dodge these really quickly. Then they come here. There are two enemies. You're going to need to fight them. Ooh, you kill those two guys. You kill the ranged guy. You have to decide, if you try killing these guys before this guy, they're probably going to murder you. These guys will run up to you and kill you if you... No, the ranged enemy will kill you first before the melee. All this stuff is going to change based off how we decide the programming, the attack intervals are. Don't worry about it too much. So he's going to come down here and then come down here. But immediately he comes here, when he's here, he's going to notice that this is here and it's coming to close the gap. It's going to move way slower than the others, but it will still kill, but way slower. This goes way too slow. So you have a limited amount of time to come here, kill these two guys, then come here. Then when you're here, I think when you're here, it's going to just be a home stretch. Home stretch. There'll be like a melee enemy here. You have to just punch through. Then another one here, just like simple melee enemies. Then there'll be a ranged guy here. So there's always that decision making that you as a player are going to have to do. Are you going to like kill the ranged guy first for coming in? If you try running into the ranged guy at the wrong time, you won't be able to exit and jump. So there's a bit of a puzzle aspect to it. I think this isn't bad. This works as a platform and combat challenge too. To me, it works, it fits. I like it a lot. This is a good plan. Now what's left? Nice. Now we have a story. Sorry, just readjusting the chair. A story and narrative level with easy platforming. I'll probably even take out the easy platforming. I'll just do a story and narrative level. So let's create that. So, boom. Level. 8. Now we have da 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 da. Level 8 story and narrative level. Nice. Now here we are going to have something way simpler. There are not going to be any enemies, none of that, none of it. Okay, none, zero. We can have the player start from way up here, which is fine, and we will have, let's add something to spice it up, to make it different than the others, you know. We'll add one of those movable bits that we are going to program, and the player, you will start off standing on one. Yes, the player will start off standing on one, and it will just drop right down. Then here I'm going to change this one's color to be green. And you know what? Green is cool. It's a relaxing color. And this is going to be our NPC. It's going to be an NPC. You just walk to the NPC and you talk to the NPC. It's going to be a really simple narrative based level. Okay, narrative based. It's not doing anything else, just pure narrative. Now, I seriously need to stop doing that. I keep trying to paste while I've not made it visible. That's ranged enemy. Then this is just NPC. It's a simple object. It's just something the player can come to and have a conversation with. That's all it is. Cool. What's next? We'll come back to the plan. Look at this. Final boss. Damn. Damn. Now the last level is going to be a boss level. Okay, it's going to be a boss level. There's going to be a final boss you are going to need to destroy. Nice. So let's call it level 9. Not bad. I'm going to use this since it's the one thing that has all the different elements as our base. So 09 final boss. That's what the boss is. Now the final boss can be so many different things. In fact, if you really understand how the planning is once we go into the programming and coding of these enemies, you are going to be able to make a pretty dope final boss the way you like it. But for now, let's think simple. Simple is always good. So let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of all that. Nice. I'm going to, let me just double check something. I want to make sure that this fits perfectly. It has to fit exactly. I want it to fit perfectly. Okay. Okay, that's now exact. Yeah, now that's exact. That's perfect. I don't want things sticking too much to one side or another. We need to make some adjustments, but that's doable. Now it's the final boss time. The final boss. There is going to be no level trigger. However, we'll leave this in there somewhere. Let's say there. And I'll put these aside briefly and think, okay, so we have the player and we are going to have a final boss character. So let's put all these other things aside. The final boss has to be a combination of multiple different things. So we'll have these that will be able to terminate the player. They go up and down. It's going to be cool. Right, hold on. Let's line these up perfectly line them up. Cool. Now we'll have our final boss character. Let me think of a color. What's like a cool color? Well, we've not used deep blue. Deep blue is kind of not working for me. Yellow. I don't think we've used yellow. Let me go back and look at the key. We only used yellow for the lever trigger. It's perfect. Let's turn that off. So after NPC, let me bring this down here. So yellow is going to be the final boss. The final boss. Boom. Yellow is striking. It stands out. Now, we know that we're going to have a final boss. We only need to think of its mechanics. So, the way that the final boss is going to actually work is it's going to be a combination of different types of enemies. Number one, it spawns melee enemies, right? So that's what it's going to do. It spawns melee enemies. Number two, also I think I need to make this text smaller because like I want to type stuff and I want to be able to see it. Okay, so that's what's going to make it a final boss. It spawns melee enemies. Number two, it spawns ranged enemies, which is cool. And number three, it has a melee attack. Number four, it has a ranged attack. It has a slow melee attack, and then it has a slow melee attack. Actually, I think it just needs to have a slow melee attack, then it has a fast ranged attack. That's fine. So it's always going to cycle between these three. It will either spawn a melee enemy, spawn a ranged enemy, or or it attacks you with a slow melee attack, or a fast ranged attack. I think that's everything our boss is going to need. I like that a lot. According to me, this is a good plan. Now, immediately the boss dies, the next level is triggered. Triggers next level on death. That's it. Triggers next level on death. Boom! And then after final boss, what's the next thing? What's last? We're done with the planning, by the way. This is it. The planning is done. After that, let's see, blah, 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 plan, teaser, and credits. This is basically a cutscene level. So let's call this level 10. copy everything over from here, put everything here, and this is basically teaser and then credits. Let's move this here. Call this credits. So what we'll have is something simple. It will be continued, and then number 2, some credits. So, oh, what else will it have? No, it will have some story voice over. This is a plan. This is a pretty reasonable plan, okay? So let's start it over from the beginning. Hold on. No, hold on. This guy is dead. Lie down. Lie flat on your back. You're dead. I killed you, okay? I beat the final boss. I'm so cool. I'm the I'm the what's the name of that thing again? The person who is the main I'm the main character. I'm the main character. I'm blue guy. I'm the main character. Alright, let's start from the beginning. Number 1, being eye blasted sucks. So black backgrounds. It's the way. Do it how you like. Next, damn, there's a rainstorm. Anyway, planning is OP. Everything we have done now has set us up for success when we actually go into the game development. Going through a tutorial to learn how to jump is not enough. It's not what's going to lead you to success. You have to learn to properly plan. Everything I've showed you so far is an example, and you're going to see how important it is to the end product once we open up Unreal. And for all the beginners out there, don't you feel like a game developer? You've not even touched any code. How cool is that? Don't forget this. Planning is OP. The basic overview is that it's going to be a platformer with combat and a final boss. That was the general overview. The general plan is that you're going to have your logo, a main menu, the ability to select levels, a few options, and exit the game on the main menu. And then you will have 10 simple levels. Technically 9, but let's call them 10. 1, learning to jump. A simple level teaching the player how to jump. Another level strictly for obstacles, which is teaching the player how to manage different obstacles. A melee enemy, an introduction, a simple puzzle, a combat challenge, introducing a ranged enemy, platforming and combat, round 2, story and narrative, a peaceful level with no combat or fighting, just being able to listen to an NPC. A final boss, that's a combination of everything that you have learned up to that point, all the different elements, and then teaser and credits, just to wrap it all up. We've started off by planning out a simple menu. I've called the game Stick It Out. It's going to be stick designed. You can call it whatever you want, okay? It's your game. Create something cool. Now then, it's going to have new game, level select, options, and exit. We're keeping it simple. In the level select, there's basically levels 1 through 10 that you can click and then be able to select. In options, there's going to be full screen windowed, and full screen. Resolution, you will be able to select different resolutions, and simple volume selection for the game, okay? Nothing too complex. Keep it simple. We started with a general key. Everything here are all the different elements you're going to need to create for the game. A player character, he can move, run and jump, and attack. That's all you need. A ground, basically it holds objects off of gravity, right? The level trigger is the thing that you collide on that takes you to the next level. A spike trap, basically to kill the player and give some challenge. Melee enemy, self-explanatory. A movable block will use for one puzzle. Ranged enemy, basically self-explanatory. They attack you, but like from far, because they are cowards, but they still want to win, so they are ranged. An NPC for the story, and then a final boss that has bits of different mechanics. The first level, learn to jump. This is it. A simple learning to jump level. A second level, that is a simple obstacle level that teaches the player. By the way, there is spiky stuff that can kill you and squish you. Next, a simple melee enemy. Super simple. You have to jump over a bit of spikes. Okay, don't worry, this is going to be spaced well in the final game. And then you attack and kill him, and then you're out. Then you do a simple puzzle, two enemies, and then you have to move this block. Okay, it's going to be really cool and direct and simple. Then you will get into a simple combat challenge, basically learning how to attack many melee enemies. You get in their range, you attack them, swat swat, kill these guys, boom, wait for that to come down, go to the next level. It's going to be cool. And then for the sixth level that we've planned out, it's a ranged enemy. Basically, you're introducing the player to enemies that attack you from a distance. So they get used to that and know, oh, this is the ranged enemy. Then we go into a bit of a platform timed combat challenge. The trick about this is if you try to kill the melee guys, you will be shot in the back with an arrow from this guy and die. So it's all about teaching the player how to select what is important to kill fast. Simple, clean, nice. And then a couple of moving red, I don't know what color I'll code them in, but we'll see when we get there. Obstacles that you have to move quick to avoid and actually survive and finish the level. Level 8 is all about story and narrative. You get brought down to the ground from this platform to here, and then you walk over to an NPC and you can interact with them. They'll tell you, oh, there's like an evil final boss, don't enter that room. And you're like, no, I'm going to kill the final boss. You go here. Now, from there, the last one, we have a final boss. There are going to be some obstacles here. It can spawn a melee enemy, it can spawn a ranged enemy, it has a slow melee attack, a fast ranged attack, and triggers next level on death. I mean, if you want to spice it up, we can simply say has 3 phases. So basically, every time you bring its health down to a certain level, okay, so let's say yeah, we can make it have 3 phases if that's what you want, just to spice it up. Whatever. I may delete this once we actually get into the design because that's a bit more complex. But let's see how it goes. Let's see what you can do. Once the final boss is done, you basically get a bit of narrative, some voiceover, and end credits. It's going to be fun. Let's throw this out. This is unneeded. And the end of credits. Actually, I think what's going to be cooler will actually this is cool. This is a good idea. I guess this is why planning is OP. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this guy is going to come in here after you defeat it, and there'll be some text chat voiceover stuff. Let's see how that goes. Nice. So that's the end of the basic and general planning. Now we're actually going to open up Unreal Engine. At long last, we can get started. So in order to proceed, just open up your Unreal Engine and you should be seeing this, and let's get started on everything next. All right, so congratulations on ending phase 1, getting done with the planning phase. If you've reached this level in the learning series, please drop in a comment saying that planning is OP because planning is overpowered. From here on out, we are going into Unreal Engine and starting to really develop out the game. I only have a couple of simple recommendations before you go there. Make sure that you are happy with all the levels that you have designed, right? From the last to the first. It has to make you happy. I've given you the building blocks. Feel free to move them around in different ways. Just make sure to use the fundamentals that we set up on our basic key page. Okay, use those fundamentals: a player character, ground, a level trigger, a spike trap, melee enemy, movable block, ranged enemy, to design your levels. And once you have that down pat, you're going to get into some solid game development. That aside, for anyone who's bought the course early, that is before the 23rd of October 2023. You're going to have to wait 3 days for the rest of the video, but in that time, you can send a message to me, HyperDev, and I'll make sure to respond to everything that you ask. Everyone who's bought it after, just go direct to phase 2, which is going to be setting up the scaffolding of the game. We'll get into what that means in the next video. See you then. Okay, the first thing we're doing next is to start up Unreal Engine. Now, once you start up Unreal Engine, you'll be given access to a lot of different starting projects you can have to begin with. The best way to learn is to start with a blank project, and when you're selecting the project details, always select Blueprint. Blueprint, or blueprints in general, are the main reason to use Unreal Engine 5 because you can use them to develop your game using only basic logic and not needing to learn a full programming language. Let's get started. So, I am going to select a folder. I have my folder already selected. Since I am teaching, I have a folder called courses, and I've called this one 2.5D platformer like a pro. That's going to be the folder. You can select whichever folder you want on whichever hard drive you want. Although I recommend storing on an SSD, even an HDD will be fine. Target platform, you can set it for desktop for now. Quality preset, it doesn't matter, but I can simply put it on maximum. I recommend the same for you. Starter content, I recommend skipping this. We don't need a lot of clutter in our initial project because we are getting into this like a professional game designer. So we need a blank canvas. Ray tracing. Ray tracing is a good feature for getting good looking graphics, but we will not be including this into our project. We do not need the added complexity. We shall keep it simple and the scope tight. Now you can decide on whichever name you want, but I'll go back to the plan. And if I remember correctly, when we were deciding on what the game would be called, I said this game project is going to be called Stick It Out. So I will select project and I'll call the project Stick It Out. That is going to be the name of this specific project, and hit create. Now Unreal Engine has opened up, and now this is what you're going to see when you get started. You're going to see that main window. You're going to see another window which contains the different items that you can select. On the left is an option to place actors. And this is a very important area. The content browser, which shows you from your main folder the different folders we are going to use for our different components for the game. Now, this right here is a beautiful scene. If you click into the window with right click, you now have control over the world camera. This shows you everything in the game, and then using WASD you can move. It's a flying camera, so I can fly under this, I can fly over, and I can look around. Then using Z, I can widen my field of view. That's a bit too wide. And using C, I can narrow my field of view depending on what I want to look at. It's a good camera. This is a great way to navigate. But we have a challenge. This is a nice landscape. There's a sky, there's a skybox, there's a sun, but we need something a bit more basic to get started. So we will not be using this. Instead, under the content browser, I would right click and create a new folder. And in this new folder, I would name it levels. Perfect. And inside of levels, we are going to save our first level. Now, our first level is just going to be the place where we are going to create the elements, the components of our game. So under File, I'll simply select New Level. Now, it gives a couple of options. We can create an empty open world, an empty level, or a basic level. I recommend a basic level. Create, and voila. Now, this is nice. We don't have anything in the distance. We don't have a big landscape. We simply have one big floor object, and we have a skybox and a sun. That's good enough to start. So let's go to the center of the world, 0, 0, 0. That's here. You can tell where in the world it is based off here, the location in the world. And at 0, 0, 0 is where we are going to start developing the actual game. Now, since we have our level set up, let's quickly double check. I will go into File and I'll make sure that everything gets saved. So I will save current level as under the folder of levels, and I'm going to call it, this is how I usually call the first level in all of the games that I work on. I will call it 0, 0, 0 because I like to name them. I'll call it the developer level. This is the secret level in every game where all the experimentation and the crafting of the basic systems is done that players don't get access to. Let's save our developer level. Perfect. So every time we open up Unreal Engine, come in and double click developer level. Now, remember about that plugin called PaperZD? Now, we need to quickly check and see if that plugin is properly working. You'll go into plugins over here under the edit, and you'll get this window, and we just need to check if PaperZD is connected. I'll type in ZD, and look, PaperZD, and it says animation graph and notify support for 2D development. This is what we need, so I'll double click that, and it says, oh, you must restart Unreal Editor for the changes to take effect. That's so that the engine can boot up with this plugin within it, and I'll say, yep, restart now. All right, Unreal Engine has just restarted from putting in the plugin. If we do a quick check, I type in ZD again, notice that's ticked off. Perfect. So that means that now it is fully installed and we can begin on creating our first component. Now, when we look back at the plan, at level 0, which is our developer level, we need to create first and foremost the player character. That's good. So we'll close this. We don't need any other plugins. Yeah, notice when Unreal Engine started, it started by taking us here, back to this basic level template, but we'll just go straight into levels and double click on our developer level, and we're back here. Now, to create the player character, we will need to create another folder. This is just for organization. We'll create a new folder, not within levels, it should be outside of levels. So under content, we'll create a new folder and we'll create this folder and call it blueprints. Blueprints are basically objects that hold data like modules. Let's start off with this as a simple example. I'll come here and I'll look around, and I have so many options. You can basically click paper ZD and go into animation sequence. Okay, cool. But what do we need? So I'll create a blueprint class, and it's going to be a character class. And I'll call this character player. Notice it has created for us this little object here. It acts as a file that contains all the information about a specific object, and you can manipulate that with blueprints. Let's see how that looks. Drag this into the world. Perfect. Look at that. This is our player character. It starts out as a basic wireframe. As far as where it is, I like to start off by putting it at the center of the world. So I'll come into location and I'll put it at 0 on the x-axis. I'll put it at 0 on the y-axis. So right now our player, that wireframe, is in the center of the world. Good, 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 good. If we come into the game right now and we press play, play is up here. Notice that all we have is a lot of the user element, the UI, the user interfaces are gone, but it's still just us and the flying camera. That's our level in its current state. What we want to do is make it so that when we press play, we take control of the player character. That's this. So on the right, if you scroll down, you will see auto possess player on pawn. Pawn, basically, if you know chess, pawn is one of the characters that you control. So you'll come and say auto possess player, and you'll come and you'll click player 0 because there's only one player in the entire game. So you simply want the player, whoever comes into the game, to take control of this one blueprint class. Now, when you press play, look at that. Now we are in this position right here. I press WASD, nothing happens. I press anything on the keyboard or anywhere, nothing happens. This is good. Press escape to come out. Notice that it basically put us right here in the middle of the player. So that one element is ticked off. Now, anytime we load the level, we take control of the player. But if I come back to my plan, this is the player character. In the first level, all the player character needs to do is go from left to right. So you want to start off with some basic, simple movement. That's what the player character needs to do. So on the plan, I usually always create another data sheet, and I'll come here, another page, and I'll think, okay, what does the player character needs to do? Well, for starters, for that first level at least, the player character needs to be able to move left and right, and the player character needs to be able to jump. Those are the only things the character needs for now. So now that this is understood to be what we need, how do we get that into the game? Cool. We'll come in, and since we are still developing the game, it would be nice if when you clicked play, you were able to see something, not an invisible wireframe. So under blueprints, double click on the player. Now, this is where Unreal Engine gets into its strong point. Notice when we created the player character, it created a mesh, this capsule component by itself, and it comes with a few things. For one, it starts with character movement built in, so you don't need to code in any of the character movement. And you can come here on the right after clicking character movement here under components, and you can see there is max jump height, walkable floor angle, friction, all those little details. Instead of programming them, you can come in and just select what you want, and boom, it's all there. Let's have an example of that. So since we have the player character here, I want to get character movement working. That means getting the character to move left and right. That means adding in some controls that we will be pressing in order to move the character to access this. So everything that we need to do is really, really simple to get that. But let's have something we can look at. So under the capsule component, I want to add something new. So I'll click on add. I don't want to be seeing some invisible mesh, because an invisible mesh isn't much of anything to look at. So let's create a simple paper sprite. Now with this sprite, we're going to need to add some assets in order to be able to see. Whenever you're developing your game, have a couple of development assets ready to go. And by development assets, I mean these are not meant to be the final assets in the game. They are simply meant to be what you use in order to be able to see what is going on and make some decisions. So I want to add in something, and I'll create a new folder, and I'll call this folder sprites. And not even sprites, I'll call them development sprites. We'll eventually get to when we're putting in the full sprites that are going to be used in the game. So I have sent a folder with a couple of different sprites based off how the planning went. So under go back on a different window, like the Explorer, and I'll come here and go into, let's see, where is this? I feel like I've lost my way. Apologies for that minor fumble. I have a lot of different windows on my monitors, so I got a bit lost, but let's get back into it. So notice here there is baseline, and then here it is, stick it out. I'll double click that and go into content. Content is where everything is saved, and under content you can see, yes, blueprint and this, and then development sprites. So I'll go into development sprites and I'll paste all the different developer sprites that we're going to be using. And these development sprites are based off the initial plan that we made for the game. So if you go back to the plan and at level 0, these are the components that we made for our game. So these basic color codes, right? Basic colored rectangles are all we need in the early stages of development. Don't make the mistake of going into art very early. Now that these are all set up in the development sprites folder, we can go back into Unreal Engine. So in Unreal Engine, we are going to just refresh this. Now, under development sprites, we're going to just import a few things. So we'll click add, we'll click import. And now that that's properly refreshed, we'll go into import, development sprites, and we'll import all of these in. Click open, boom, and Unreal Engine is importing all the sprites in, which is good. Now that it's imported them, well, Unreal Engine has these here as textures. If we go into blueprints and click on the player, notice this thing has a player sprite object. So it's ready. 9 file changes, import. Okay, it's doing its thing. It's ready to receive any single asset as a paper sprite. Under sprites, can basically go in and say, oh, source sprite, but when you click down, there's nothing, there's no sprite. So what we have to do is we have to change the settings on these so that it's able to accept them. So I'll click all of them, I'll left click, go into sprite actions, and then apply paper 2D texture settings for start. Once that's in, we also come back in and create sprite. So now there are sprites are basically any textures or 2D maps that we can use. Now we are able to use all of those. So when we go back into our blueprints, double click on the player, click on player sprite, and we click on this drop down. Oh, look, we now have all these sprites. Now the one I want is the player sprite, the blue one. Boom, that's the one we want. Now look at that. It's massive, it's gigantic. Let's bring that down to size to fit in with our capsule collider. So we'll go into scale. I'll lock the scale so that causes all of these to scale at the same rate, and I'll scale it down. Okay. Now that I've scaled that down, it's now too small, from too big to too small. So I'll slowly increase that. So it seems that at about, we'll come back, but I just want you to see how it looks in editor. Let's see. Now, if you look, this is how it looks in the world right now. Right? So let's make sure that the sprite fits in with the collider. So back to here. So we'll go up again. Okay, this works well. Now I will unlock the scale. So it seems that at around 0.04, okay, that's close. I'll dial it in a bit more at 0.0, let's say 37. Okay, almost there. 0.035 of scale. Not yet. Let's say 0.30, right? Yeah, perfect. Now it fits nicely within the capsule container for the width. How about the height? For the height, it fits basically perfectly as well. So this is good. These are good settings. So now when we look at our player object, Hmm, cool. Now we have our player object in the world. Very, very similar to how we planned for it. So for the first level again, what it needs to be able to do is to move left and right and to jump. So we'll need some basic controls working for it. And if we press play right, press play, press play right now, notice I'm pressing buttons and nothing happens. That's because there are no inputs set up and no movement set up. We'll fix that. We'll come into the content browser and create another folder. This folder, call it, I like to call it inputs. And no, it shouldn't be under blueprints. It should totally, I do not like folders within folders. I prefer each folder to be by itself and on its own. Inputs. Perfect. Now, under inputs, we're going to create a couple of different inputs and we need three. One way to make the character move left, another to make it move right, and another to jump. So when we go into the inputs folder and we right click, we have options. Go into options and create input. So remember, every movement option is an input action. So I will create three input actions, right? So go back into input again, right? So one will be for moving left, one will be for moving right, and the other will be for jumping. Okay, that's cool. And then each of those three input actions will connect to one context. Now, as far as the context, I will rename this and I will call it player input. Just call it that. And then here we shall say, I'll call this move left. Next one, call it move right. Cool. And for the last one, for the sake of naming, I'll call it move jump. Nice. Now, when you double click on move jump, it's going to show you a couple of options. The first one is consume input. Basically, when you decide that a button is for jumping, no other action can take the same button, which is good. And here it says digital boolean. Now, boolean variables are basically zeros and ones. Don't worry about knowing all the details of how they work, but essentially it's like an on-off switch. It means when someone presses jump, they've pressed it at once. So it's either off or on. That's fine for a jump button. You press it once, you're done. Now, then there is moving left. We do not want this value to be a boolean because that's on and off. You want movement to be smooth. So select axis 2D. So that lets you dial in precisely your movement on left and right. So we'll call it an axis vector 2D. That's a variable from 0 to 1. So you can have 0.1. If I move the, let's say, analog stick a little bit, I can have full movement to the left. If I fully push the left stick to the left. And on move right, do the same thing. Make it an axis vector 2D. I really hope you're understanding this. I'm going as slow as possible to make sure that you can follow step by step. In case of anything, please, you can reach out to me and I'll go further into detail explaining each element. Now that that's done, let's go into player inputs. Now notice we created three actions here, right? Some inputs, input actions. Then here is where we'll actually create the inputs. Mappings are the first thing we're going to do. We'll start by mapping the move jump. I'll come here. So what do I want? I want move jump to be either when I press up on the keyboard, that would be great. I'll click start, or if I press W on the keyboard, that's nice. Let's see, what else do I want to jump? Well, I want, if let's say you have a controller, right? Because you're a game developer, you need a controller. I'm going to quickly connect my Xbox controller. Yes, now it says an input device has been connected. And I'll come here and I'll say, okay, what do I want jump to be? Well, anytime I press A, so gamepad first button down, that's cool. Is that now, and that's the really cool thing about Unreal Engine. I can basically come in, press a button. I basically just click this, and then whatever button you press, it's going to consider that as the input. So you can just click that, and last I checked this, I set to W. So pressing up or W causes the player to jump. That's nice. So now that we have the jump input set up properly, let's test it out and see if we can make it happen. Right now, when you press play, you press W, you press up, nothing happens. Heck, we can't even see the player yet. So that's cool. So we'll come back into blueprints and say, double click on that. And we are going to add a camera here because right now it has no camera. That's the problem. So we're going to first add something called a spring arm. It's kind of like those long sticks people use in like making movies. It basically is something that you can use to hold on to stuff like cameras. That's the spring arm. It's like long. See that red thing? That's the spring arm. Super long. Then we are going to add to the spring arm. I'll first select the spring arm. Let's add a camera to it. The first one, don't use scene camera. That's cinematic camera. We don't need that. Just camera. Nice. Now look. So we have a camera and we have the sprite. Now it's looking at the sprite from the left. So if you go into the game, you can even see the camera there. If you press play, you're not going to see anything because it's looking at the sprite from the left, which is not what you want. So we'll come here and we won't move the camera at all. We'll go to the spring arm and we'll decide on its rotation. So rotation is across an axis, so I want it to go from here to somewhere around here, right? So I'll move it on the z-axis by, let's say, it should be negative 90 degrees. There we are. Let's see now. Okay, this is good. So every time I click on, let's say when I click the floor, you don't see anything. When I click player in the bottom right, you're able to see the camera that is placed on the object that you selected. So look at that. When you press play, now you're looking at the player object. This isn't an ideal camera perspective. I probably want it to be a bit further up. So let's double click here. Let's see, for the spring arm, I want it to be a bit higher up. A bit higher up. So on the y-axis, I want it up by a little bit, not by a lot. So I want it, no, I don't want it looking down, I want it looking up. So I want it to be maybe plus 15 degrees. No, sorry, minus 15 degrees because we are moving it upwards. Okay, so let's see how that camera looks. Now you're looking kind of down at the player from farther back. I don't know, it's not yet there. I think I want it to be, oh snap, sorry. When you're in game, it won't let you make changes. You have to cancel out of that. Back to the spring arm. 15 is maybe 10, so let me say minus 10. This is good enough. And then as far as location, I think I want it a bit, no, a bit farther back. a bit farther from the player. That's nice. Now we're getting somewhere. A bit farther back from the player, that looks good. And on top of being a bit farther back, maybe I also want the spring arm to be a bit higher up. And about what, 40 points. Okay, so now it's looking at the character from slightly up looking slightly down. Let's see. Hmm, I'm okay with this camera. This is an alright camera to start with, and we can always adjust these settings whenever. So right now the player character is taking center stage, and we are able to see a bit more to the left, a bit more to the right. This is just camera setting. Now that the camera is set up, when you press play, you're seeing this, and you can adjust it to however you want for your game. All you have to do is come and change the settings on the spring arm to adjust the camera. Now, back to player movement. When we check on our inputs, the move jump command exists in the player input. We've already created the inputs for it, that is up, W, or the gamepad first button down, which is A on Xbox or X on PlayStation. And I'll go into blueprints and click on the player. Now we are getting into the logic of blueprints. The logic of blueprints. The first thing we need is this right over here. The event begin play. This works every time the game is launched. It will start this event, this one right here. So every time the game starts, or when we press play, press, oh my goodness, press play. You know what's up with me today? Every time you press play, it's going to start off this function over here. So these are the exact blueprint codes you're going to need moving forward. From event begin play, what we want for starters is we really do want the player controls to be activated. That's activated from a simple blueprint function called cast to player controller. So just type cast to player controller. What that means is that immediately the game starts listening for your controllers. That's nice, but it needs to be a specific controller. That is the one from player 1. So we will say get controller here. So we'll get this controller, and it will be the one that we'll be listening to. Well, now that the game knows, immediately it begins play, it listens for a controller. Which controller? It's listening for the player controller, okay? Now, get controller for this character. Then we are going to decide on, okay, what kind of controller system are we using? In the new Unreal Engine, which is the one you're learning, we will need to be using enhanced local input player subsystem. The first time you go through this, it seems like a lot, but I promise it's not, okay? All we are doing is saying, look, when the game starts, start trying to figure out which player controllers are there, okay? Listen to the keyboard, listen to the mouse, listen to everything. Then you're going to use the target as what we have now. That is the blueprint for the player. We'll be using enhanced local input, which is good. And now for the mapping. So we'll come here, pull this out, and we'll be adding certain mappings, right? So add mapping context. And guess which context we'll be using? Yep, player input. Now you can see why we created it. And all this is going to connect to here. Okay. Don't worry. The good thing about this is you're going to set it up once. Everything else in blueprints is going to be a lot easier to understand. These initial stages can look a bit complex. One more time. Immediately the game starts, listen to controllers. You're targeting the current object that these functions are in, that is our player. Use enhanced local input player system, and the mapping context is the player input that we created about 5 minutes ago. That's all you need. And in order to keep a good eye on these, because these are going to start getting really big, I recommend you press C. C is for comment. And I just set this up. I open it up, space it out, so that I can comment on what exactly these do, so that you don't get lost. Then basically type on start, listen to player controls. That's all this does. And as far as the color, I like black. Black seems to be the best color to use for these. Awesome. Now, every time the game starts up, it's listening to the player's controls. It listens to the player controls. So I'll get this, and I just want to copy this. Oh, snap. No, why is it doing that? No, leave me alone. Okay. The copying isn't working here the way I remember it doing so. Let's do this again. Press C. So now I'm creating another comment called jumping, because I don't need to copy all that. We'll be using totally different code. And I love it black with the white letters. You can do it however you want, but I'm telling you, comments save lives. Now that we want it to jump, the first thing you'll need to do, we're going to pull in those enhanced inputs, right? So pull out enhanced input action, or let me look for move jump. Yeah, there we are. So enhanced action events, move jump. Now if you look at this, it's checking to see, is it triggered? What is its value? Since it's a boolean, its value is either 0 or 1. Is it triggered? What is its value? Cool. So let's say when it's triggered, this is after I press jump. The first thing I always like doing is to print some text. Okay, it needs to show us that jump has been pressed. Now what's the text? It's going to basically be jump. This is strictly for development, okay? So that I can see if the button has been pressed down. If the button has been pressed, it's going to print it out. And then after that, what it's going to do is it is going to jump. Seriously, that's literally it. Once move jump is pressed, print text jump. Let's see which text color. The color is blue. Let's make it a darker, deeper blue. Okay, let's try that out in game. You go into Unreal Engine and you press play, and you press W. Look at that. We have a jump. Okay, not bad. We have a jump and the camera responds accordingly. Cool. So the jump is done. Let's exit out of that. And here's something cool you can do. If you put that on that side, right? On that side, and then you get the player and you put it on the right side, right? And you press play, you will be able to see the code running in real time. So I've jumped and you'll see the code running in real time. Let me zoom out a bit. If you have two monitors, this is one of the coolest things you can do in Unreal Engine. Now I want you to look at the code as it's working. Remember, this first thing, its entire job is to listen on startup. So the moment I press play, boom, it starts listening. right? It's listening, that's activated. Then when I press jump, this code gets activated. And that is the true power of Unreal Engine and doing development in Unreal Engine. You can see your code working in real time and you are able to make decisions and make choices based off seeing the code run in real time, which is good. So now we've started with our first little element, getting a jump working. Let's now get the next two things working. That is movement, left and right. I'll start by, of course, I always start with a comment. Okay, I don't put in any code before deciding on what the code needs to be doing. Hashtag planning is OP. Okay, so let's say this is move left. That's all I want this code to do. Its job is to move the character to the left. So what I'm going to need to do is come in here and say, okay, first things first, let's look for move left. There it is, enhanced action event, move left. Cool, I like that. Then immediately it's triggered. I want to print. Okay, I'm developing, so I need to see when something has been pressed, and I'm going to type left. Let's see, what color do I want left to be? Let's say red. Okay, no, red is too emergent. Let's say green. And what I want it to do is add movement. Add movement. Perfect. Now we need to make some decisions. When it comes to left and right, the movement isn't raw. You need to actually bring out the value, because remember we selected vector 2D when it comes to the movement type because it's gentle left and right. So we'll come out and we'll say, okay, I want the action value, and it's going to be, let's see, I want the value, let's see, what is this? Let's see, hold on, no, where's this? Oh yeah, boom. No, where action value? Why do I keep remembering this? Okay, wild direction. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's it. I was getting lost. So I want the action value to be a wild direction, and that's what's going to be at play. So every time I click left, print this text left. Okay, let me put it in small letters. I don't want it in full capitals, right? And then make the player move left. Come down here, press play, click in, jump is working, moving left isn't yet working. Ooh, one sec. My goodness, so many minor mistakes are being made. Come back here, come back into my papers. Let's see, what's the current action value? It's mapping like this. Ah, there I was being an idiot. Yes, I hadn't added in the movement inputs for left and right yet. I hadn't done the mappings. So in the player input. So back to the mappings. So we have move jump mapped. Now we need move left mapped as well, and we need move right mapped as well. So to move left, I really only want that to be like A, and what else? I think like the keyboard direction left. That would be cool. And then I would want like on my stick, pressing left on the stick to also cause that. D-pad left, yeah, that works. And then I would also want my analog, not x-axis. I think I would want on the gamepad left thumbstick. Let's see, I want gamepad left thumbstick left. I only want it to register things on the left there. And for the right, it will be D, kind of like was D. And then it would be right on my keyboard, on my gamepad. I want it to be on the D-pad right. But then for direction, I want it to be, no, I want it to be gamepad, the left thumbstick right. Perfect. I'll save that. And now, when you go back into the game, you press A, you see jump, and then it puts the text jump. Then when you press left, okay, left it's actually going the opposite direction, but that's easy to fix. Since we're using a vector, we have to multiply the vector in order to get the correct figure. So I'll come here, I'll add in multiply operator, and it's going to be on the x-axis. One more. And on the x-axis I want to multiply by -1, because remember it's only registering from 0 to 1, but on the left side it still goes 0 to 1. It doesn't go from like, but to move left means magnitude of -1 of the vector on the x-axis. So we'll need to multiply by 1, bring that here, save that. So come back into the game and press play. So yeah, moving left works, jumping works, moving left works, jumping works. And let's now go and make it move right. So back into the player. As always start with the comment area, and I'll set that up as well. Nice. Excellent. Now for this, you can actually get these three, copy them, paste these here. I will not need the negativing on the variables, and then I'll add enhance movement action move right. Let's see. So when I look for move right, there it is. Perfect. So I'll put its action value here. I'll say triggered cool, except in the text this time it's going to type right. And for the color, I want it to be like yellow. Yellow is good. Yellow is good. So every time move right is called, it should print text and then add that movement input over here. That's all it has to do to work. Now let me minimize this. Come here, press play. So moving left, that works. Jumping works. Moving right works. Moving left works. Jumping works. Cool. Moving left and jumping works. Moving left and jumping works. Perfect. That works. So we've gone from a completely blank project to we have our player character, or at least the baseline player character that is able to move left, right, and jump. And we are beginning to build out the components of our game. Now, next, if we look at that first level, that initial level, what we need to create is having the player character here, creating some basic scaffolding here, some basic platforming area, two spaces where the player can fall into infinity, and this object that takes the player to the next level to begin with. That will all be done in the next video. Isn't it fascinating that for you it has been a split second, but for me I've slept, I've had a cup of morning coffee, and I'm back at it again. Okay, let's move on. Now, right now, what we have is a reasonable starting point to start building our game. We've created the player component. We can jump, we can move left and right, and that's all fine and dandy. Everything works. But let's tweak it and touch it just a little bit to add in some quality. Let's start with the camera. I think that the current camera is doing a reasonable enough job of showing me what the player is doing, right? It's doing a reasonable enough job. You can tell, okay, I can tell, yes, I can tell the movement, I can tell, that's fine. But what I want is, since we are creating a 2D platformer and we are going to have levels that look remarkably similar to this, right? Even with any changes that you may decide to make for your level, you're going to need to see a bit more to make this work, right? Or even for the later levels, let me pick out the level where we'll have the ranged enemies. Here, you want to see a bit more. The better the camera, the better the kind of puzzles you can craft and create. So let's make some small adjustments. First of all, open up the player blueprint. I look and I see that this is fine, this works, but let's make it even better. We'll have another look at the spring arm and ask ourselves, how do we make this camera better as we start getting into the levels and the level design? So I'll say, well, I'm going to have a lot of movement and fighting. Right now, it's almost perfectly looking at the player character, which is fine, but I want it to show me the character and also show me the environment. And then it's also really locked into the character. It's locked in. It feels like it's stuck to the character. Let's add in a little bit of play, a little bit of delay to the character movement. Now, we are using Unreal Engine. If this was Unity, we would need to do a lot of coding to make that work. The beauty of Unreal Engine is that that's already set up in blueprints. Let's get started. I'll go back to the character blueprint, and I'll think, let's see. On the spring arm, I want a couple of different settings and adjustments. I want it to be farther back. Now you can tweak it. I want it to be farther back, so I may tweak it and push it back to, let's say, 250, 250-ish. Let me compare, see how it looks. Yeah, this is not bad. I can see a lot more on the left. I can see a lot more on the right. That's not bad at all. But I think we can do a little bit better than that. I think let me push it back up to, let's say, 300. Yeah, not 30, 300. Yeah, that's more like it. Now at 300, yeah, this is a good view. I'm seeing a lot more on the left, a lot more on the right. And now even the movement, yeah, this looks good. I can see more of what's going on around. But the character is still too much in the center. I want him to be a bit lower. That's a lot more fun. Let me start by increasing this to, let's say, 80. Right? 80, lifting it up a bit more on the z-axis. Let's see. 80 is fine. 80 is fine, but I still think the main character, is still too close to the center. So let's bump this up to, let's say, 120, say 125. All right. Lift the camera way up, way up. Let's see. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. This is much better. I like this. This makes me happy. Of course, please feel free to adjust your camera settings to what you want for how you want your game to look. And since I've pushed the camera further back, I'm going to reduce the angle it has to the horizon just by 5 degrees. That should be just about enough. Yeah, this I like. I can use this camera. This is a good camera. This is good enough. I can see a lot more on the left. I can see a lot more on the right. And I can see my main character. Now we need to add in just a little bit of lag. I don't like it when the camera feels like it's attached to the player. It should feel like it's following the player, not that it's stuck to the player. So let's look for lag. So we can say, okay, let's enable camera lag. Just basic enable default settings. How does that look? Okay, not bad. Not bad, starting to look and feel a bit more alive. But I think the camera is letting the player move a bit too far before it starts tracking the player. So let's go back into the spring arm. And I think, okay, I can decide on the lag speed and the maximum lag distance. You can experiment, but in my testing, I found that lag distance of 25 and a lag speed of 10 is reasonable enough. It looks good, it feels good, and that's truly a lot of what matters. So this I like a lot. So now the camera no longer feels stuck to the character, and we can see more of what's on the left and more of what's on the right. This is nice. Now some more general tweaks. Since we have more view with the camera, we're going to see more with the platforming. I want to make some adjustments to the character jump. So I'll come down to the component of character movement, and there are so many things that you can alter here. But the one thing that I want to change above everything else is going to be the jump height, because that determines how high the character jumps, how very 300 IQ of an explanation. Okay, so let's see. Right now, the jump feels weak. It feels limp. It feels like he has no velocity. He has no vigor. So let's come and say, okay, what's the jump height? I can just search under the details of jump. And this is the current jump velocity when he's going up. Um, hmm, what jump velocity do I want? Currently, it's at 4.2, right? 420 centimeters per second. And it's saying max jump apex attempts. No, no, no. Let's drop that down to 1. Let's increase the velocity. I think I'll start by just doubling the velocity. 800 is good. Let me feel how that feels. Let's see. Okay, so it's a higher jump. It's a higher jump. I like this jump. But the height I like, the slow descent I don't like. Well, the only way to fix that is to either code in a whole jumping graph, or I can just increase the gravity. So I'll come here and make a decision on gravity. So right now the gravity scale is 1, and that jump felt really floaty. So I'm going to bump up the gravity scale to 2. And let's see how that feels. The jump was good, the dropping was not good. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. But I want an even faster drop back to the ground. So let's bump that up to 3. Let's see how that feels. Yeah, that's nice. That's a much faster drop. I like that drop. Let me try it out on 4. Let's try it out on 4. Let's feel this. How does this feel? Ah, 4 feels good. I like it. It's a real quick, snappy drop to the ground. But since we've increased the gravity, we're also going to need to increase our jumping power. We went from 420 centimeters per second to 800. Let's bump it way up to 1600. since we have 4 times the gravity. So we want a big jump and very quick descent. At least that's what I want. Now let's see. Boom. Not bad. Not bad. This feels good. This jump is good. But what else isn't feeling perfect? I think the movement doesn't feel the best. It's too slow. The character feels like they're, you know, just not doing anything worthwhile, right? So I want to increase the walk speed of the character. So let's check out what the current speed is. Hmm. So the current maximum walk speed is 600 centimeters per second. Okay, no problem. Let me just increase it and say, let's just increase it by 50%. 50% should be a big enough increase. So from 600 to 900. And yeah, already this feels significantly better. Significantly better. The character has a lot more snap and movement to it. They feel alive now. I think with this, we can now get started with designing the level. And why is it so important to get feel dialed in the way you want early? Well, if you change the feel, the jump height, the movement speed, you're going to need to change a lot of other things like your combat, like your different platformers and their timing. All that needs to change based off your character's speed. So take your time and dial in the settings you like that your players are going to enjoy when they get started into your game. Take your time, get the right camera location, position, and the right feel of character before making any other decisions. Now, there's one other thing I want to change. During the jump, currently, the air control is 0.05, which means that when I press play and I'm moving left to right, in the air, I can't make any I can't make any changes to direction. Look, I'm pressing right and I couldn't. I'm moving right, I press left, no change. The best way to alter that is to come and say, look, instead of giving the player 0.05 air control, which is nothing, let's give him 1 air control. So now, even in the air, the character is able to fully be controlled diagonally. So this time I jump, ooh, I can fight back and move left a bit. Nice. Now I retain air control, and that's important. It changes the feel, and feel is super important with the game. So get the feel just right to where you want it, and in the next video, we develop and actually lay out our first proper level. Okay, this is what we are going to put. So what we will be doing is setting down the platforms and creating this, the little trigger that takes us from one level to another level. Let's go. Now to make our first level, we'll first go into the levels folder and we see our developer level is there, but we need our first level. So go into File, New Level, and create a basic level. It's perfect. Now I've pressed Control S and notice it's saving us in that folder. Make sure it's saving in the levels folder and it will be 001 learn to jump. That's just going to be the name of the level that I use. You can call yours whatever you desire. And hit save. Boom. Now learn to jump, our level is ready. The one thing we're going to need to do though is put in our first blueprint. Nice. And of course, we'll need to position it just right. Slightly above the ground, but at the exact center of the level. This is where we want our player to be. Interesting thing, if you click play, right after putting it here, you're still not in control of the player character, right? So once you've placed your character in the level, you want to come down and once again auto possess player, player 0. So once you come back in and you start playing this level, you will have total control of your character. It's kind of important to have control over your character. Now that we're here, let's quickly get started with building the platforms. The first thing is I don't want the player right over there. I want them to be moved back. Let's move them back. Let's say negative 3,000. So the player should be almost near the end of this basic platform. Then let's raise him up a bit because there's going to be something below them. Now I'll create a basic object that is going to be a cube. And I'll put the cube in here. Nice. Nice. Now, with this cube, we're using, if we double click here in Unreal Engine, notice that you get to select you can change the color of this cube. So you can pick different colors, make it whatever color you want. The reason why I've selected this color is pretty simple. It's because in our plan, ground is this color. So I want this to be the color that we use for the platforms. This will change later once we go into adding art, but for now, we just need a basic platform that will sit there. Okay, here we are. Nice. So what's its position? Okay, it should not be anywhere on the y-axis, which means that our player is somewhere on the y-axis. It shouldn't be. It should be at 0, 0, 0. And when we press play, once we press play, notice now we have this block in our way. Nice. Now I'll go back, have a look at the general plan. Wanted something where the player character has to jump fast, then has a little gap, then has a longer gap, which have to get reasonably perfect. Cool. This part is kind of easy. You basically click on it and we're going to scale it on the y-axis. I think let me just scale it by 10. So now you have that. I want the player to start from a bit farther back, which is good. And then I'll click on this. I'll press Ctrl C, Ctrl V. That will create another cube. So I'll click on cube 2, bring it up a bit. Let's leave it touching. I'll reduce its scale to about 3 as far as width, but on height, I'm going to scale its height up by about 3. Now let's do a quick test to see if the player is able to jump this. Yeah, the player is able to jump it comfortably. Not bad, comfortably. In fact, a bit too comfortably. I want the player to know they have to jump. So let me increase that to a 3.5 scale. Yeah, they have to actually get the timing a bit reasonably to jump that. That's cool. Now, something I've noticed. Since we've spiced up the movement, because this movement is reasonably fast, and we spiced up the jumping, I think the right thing to do now is to make another change. Let's change the camera to be a bit farther back so we can see more. Because although this is the plan, when you're actually developing, the size has to be perfect. You know, size does matter in this instance. So we want the camera, the viewport size to be way wider. Oh snap, the game's still running. Can't make changes if the game is still running. Let me think. I'm going to pull this way back, like way back. way back, way back, and we'll increase the size of where the camera is. So the camera is really looking way off from the character. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, this looks, I think, a bit better when it comes to the platforming and movement. A bit better, just a tad better. Okay, this is fine. I like this. So the one change that I have made is I've increased the Y location of the camera from 300 to 600 to increase the size of our view and perspective, and change the Z positioning, the height, from 120 to 200. I think this is good for the platforms and speed we are going to be using now. I'll press Ctrl C again to make another cube, and I'll give it about this distance. I think the player can jump it. And then I'll create another copy and put the distance way wider. Let's see. I want the player to have to really time this jump to get it. So let's test it out. That works easy. That works very easy actually. Then this is easy. Okay, accelerate. Oh, perfect. The player has to really time it though. Go jump, they make it. If they jump too early, they don't make it. Perfect. This is good. It's a simple challenge. It's a simple challenge to get the player used to the movement controls. And this is good enough for now. Next, we're going to add this little trigger over here to take them to the second level. And once they're in the second level, we're going to now start adding player death. So there'll be 3 obstacles, one of which moves up and down. So this one will be static. This one over here will move up and down, and this one will go down and up, and the player will have to navigate before they go to the next trigger to take them to the next level. Okay, let's go. All right, so we're now going to create the level trigger that takes you from one level to another. Now, all this object needs to do is go from the current level to the next level. That's its entire job. And our next level, we already have our developer level. We have the first level down where you're learning to jump. And then we have the next level, the second level, 02, obstacles. So let's create that and have it available for our player to jump into. When we look at the levels, this is our developer level. Now we have our obstacle level that you can see. Our learn to jump level. And then the next level will be the obstacles level, which you can create very easily. Let me delete this so I can show it again. Oh, can't delete while the level is open. So let me delete obstacles, essentially to create a new level, and you'll do this for any time you're creating a new level. I'm going to create, click basic, and boom. This is our third level. Control S to save. 002 dash obstacles. And there we have it. We have our obstacles level ready. We have our learning to jump level ready and our developer level ready. So in the developer level, we're going to create the blueprint for that one level trigger. So let's say blueprint class, we'll call it an actor, and we shall call it a master level trigger. So there are going to be multiple level triggers, and once you start creating your big fully finished games, you're going to have so many level triggers. So it's easier, in my personal experience, to have a folder for all your level triggers inside the blueprints. So I'll create another folder, call it level triggers, and I'll put the master level trigger inside of there. Move it over there. Nice. So let's see what we have. Essentially, we have nothing because it's here, it's kind of naked, but it's going to be our level trigger. The first thing we'll do, as usual, is add in a collider. I prefer to use a spherical collision or collider for triggers. I just find it better that way. And within the sphere, we're going to add a sprite, a paper sprite. Perfect. Simple, 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 simple. The same way that we created that developer sprite and added it in for the player, we will simply select from the development sprites that we already have. Oh, quite large. Let's scale this down. Lock in the scale. Scale it right down. Right down. Awesome. To just about, let me zoom in and see. Just to about maybe 0.25, no, 0.025 times. Cool. Then let's unlock this, and I want to reduce its height so that the sprite isn't outside of the collider. Perfect. This is about good. This is about right. Let's have a look at how it would look like in game. So I'll move the master level trigger here. Definitely I want its location to be a bit to the left, but I want it up. I want it higher. So about here. So let's press play. So there is a collider and we are able to collide with it. That's nice. Now, since we are going to be testing a different blueprint, there is no reason for our player to have all this development text showing up. So I'll break that link so that we don't need to see the text, but I'll leave this class here. Just in case we need to come back and test anything to do with movement again, we'll just click break the link. I also don't want the jumping text to come up. Break that link. Come on, connect that. Excellent. Now when we go back and we are doing our testing, none of the text of the player comes in. It's going to be useful for when we are detecting. In order to trigger changing levels, we first need to have a way for the game to detect if this over here has touched this over here. So has our player touched the trigger? That's what we want to know. So we'll go into the master level trigger and add in some collision detection. Now our sphere is going to be the thing that it ends up touching and colliding. So inside the sphere is a sprite, and we will be using sprite collision to detect. So let's say add event on component hit. In other words, when it gets touched. So we're like, okay, cool. So on component hit, what do we want it to do? Come here, and just to test if this works, it's going to be print what? Print some text, and then we shall say level trigger hit. Let's call it level trigger hit, right? So that means if the player hits the level trigger, it will display on text level trigger hit. And once we come back here, let's see, touch, boom, level trigger hit. That's good to know. That means at the very least we know that this is now detecting when the player has collided with it. That is fantastic. Now all we truly have to do is, once the player has hit, we can disconnect this. I don't think we need this. We know that this over here works. We now know that the level trigger is hitting correctly. Now all we need to do is say, okay, now that this thing gets hit, we need to open a new level. So I'll come from there come over here and say, hey, once the player has hit, open level. And we'll say level by name. This is cool. Now, currently, it says level name, none. And we're like, well, let's find the level name, put it in, and test out and see if that works. So our levels, our next level after the developer level, the first level of learning to jump, I just hit F2 so it thinks I'm going to edit. I'll press Ctrl C to copy, and then I'll come back to the level triggers, go back into the blueprint editor, and I will paste over there. So level name 001, learn to jump. And let's see if this works. I press play, right? And boom. Well, our level trigger is now working. This is good. Let's exit, test it one more time just to make sure that it's working. Come here, boom, it touches, the level trigger is properly working. So the question is, now that we know that the level trigger works and the code is working, we're going to have different level triggers for every level. How do we make sure that it sends the player to the right level? That's a good question. For starters, we are going to step away from having a single level name, which we always have to come back and insert here, have different blueprints. We don't need that. This is the master. We'll come down over here and we will add something else, right? This here is going to be created by something called a variable. Now, a variable is any piece of data that changes. And when we make variables in Unreal Engine, we do them so that we can save information. And once that information is saved, we can use it here. So very quickly, there are a few things you need to do. You need to come and check in show inherited variables. That means when we create the child class, we don't need to create all this code ever again. We simply change one variable and we are done. So let's click show inherited variables. And now our editor will be showing inherited variables. Okay. Now that we're done with this basic level of setting up, let's get into what we need to do next. So come over into the main graph and into variables. Press play and it will give us some information on what kind of variable we are creating. Create a simple string variable. That's what we are going to use. Now, we're going to get this string variable and we're going to call it, let's rename this, and then we're going to call this string next level name. So it is going to hold information on what the name of the next level is. Okay, now this will get next level name. It's going to get it and it's going to put it into here. Okay, oh sorry, ignore that. Let me drag this a bit to the left. So it will get what the next level name is and it will insert it into level name, and that is going to be what it opens. So now this is the master level trigger. So all it has to do is open up the next level depending on what we decide the next level is going to be. So for this first one, we're going to make the decision on what this is going to be. So let's go back here. This is the master level trigger and we'll click save. Perfect. And go down. Inside of the level triggers, we will right click on the master level trigger and say create a child blueprint class, and the first one will be 000. Perfect. Now we will delete this, and we'll drop the 000, that child blueprint, in here, and position it, of course, 0 on the y-axis so that it's on the same axis as everything else. Bring it, yeah, that's fine, that height is fine, and we will go into it to make some edits. So I'll go direct to level name, go down, and let's quickly, all right, so quickly let's play the level to compile all the blueprints. Takes like a second. Now that that's done, we can see that in the master level trigger, it's now saying, oh, next level name is a variable that we're going to alter, and we'll come over here and we'll say, hey, next level name, and we will insert learn to jump. Now, if you look at the child and we go into its event graph, basically the child gets all of its code from the parent. So next level name in the child, all this is running here but separately, right? So all we have to do is change that, come out here, press play, and oh sweet, the child is now working. Now we'll do that again, create a child, and we'll call this one 001, and we'll come into levels, go into learning to jump level, save everything, and at the end of the level is where I want that trigger to be. So let's say the 001 blue trigger is here. Of course, as always, I have it 0 on the y-axis so that everything can be on that same 2D plane. Bring this over here and here, nice, and then play. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see, comes over here, and we haven't even added in that variable. Let's say next level name. So the next level after the jump level, let's see what it's called. It's called obstacles, right? So I'll copy that name and then go back, come over here, paste the name in here. Perfect. And now when I press play here, I move forward, come over here, and boom! Oh snap, sorry, I didn't touch it long. And we are in the obstacles level, which is fantastic. So let's start from the first one, first level, go through start from the developer level, go from there to the first level, and then from there to the third level that we haven't populated yet. So our first level, let's see, is our level trigger working? Perfect. That trigger works. Come over here. Perfect. That trigger works. So now we are able to easily create level triggers, right? And when it comes to things like loading screens, audio, that's going to come later. To start off, we're going to get down the basics and make sure we have a good foundation. So now, the first thing that we were working on over here was, let's turn this off. Oh man, I have so many layers. I have to turn off a lot. So our basic player who can move left and right and jump is done. We have level triggers that we can create quickly and easily that go from current level to the next level. Now that that's done, let's move on to, what do we need next? Level 2. Ooh, now we need to create these. Something that does damage to the player and kills them, some cool obstacles, some spikes, something to like crush the player. And on top of that, we will also be creating a deadly plane, because right now, let's say in this level, when the player jumps, the player is generally safe. There is no death unless they fall off here, but they'll fall forever. They're not really dying, okay? Exit that and come back. Okay, there's no death. We want this here, the floor, to be lava. Okay, there's like that layer where if you fail to jump properly, you die. We want to add that in. And then in the next level that we're going to be creating, we're going to create something that can move up and down, and once it touches the player is totally gone. That's what's up next. All right, let's get right back in. So what we need to do right now is create this level over here, right? You have an obstacle that can go up and down and kill a player that we already know. That's what's happening next. And essentially, this spike trap is simple. It needs to be able to set on the move. I don't know what I was thinking when I typed this. It needs to be able to move, right? That's pretty much it. And then secondly, it needs to be able to kill the player. Movement, when we really think about it, is going to be simple. There must be position A, the object moves to position B, then it moves back to position A in a loop. Now, I'm going to show you the best way. This is not the simplest way, but it is the best way to create movement for traps like this. Traps, pillars that collapse on the player, general platforming things. This is the premium way of getting it done. Okay, let's get started. So we are currently in the level of obstacles, right? And just a quick double check. If we go from press play in the developer level and we jump on that, perfect, it loads the next level that's working where we learn to jump. And here, boom, takes us now into the obstacle level. Good. All of that is working, so we can get started post haste. There's no need for the level to be this scant, so I'll quickly go here, and I think what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to copy these three elements. Right, I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to paste them. Right, so I'll come here and I'll be like, oh, where's paste? Where's paste? Come on, where are you? Edit. I feel like I've done this before. Okay, paste. Boom. So just that I can start off with those elements there. The next thing I'm going to do is going to blueprints and put my player in the level, put my player back in the level, put him at a reasonable height. Of course, he has to be 0 on the y-axis and at negative 3000. Let's get him closer to the ground. Okay, so if we press play now, we haven't connected to the player, so while clicking on the player, let me come down here, auto possess player, player 0. Okay, perfect. Now we are back to being connected to the player. That's what I wanted. All right, now we need to create a simple basic object. So under blueprints, we're going to create a folder and we'll call the folder obstacles. This is where we're going to place the different obstacles that we'll be using in our levels. It kind of simplifies the process of getting all that done. Now, inside the obstacles folder, we'll start off by creating a blueprint class. What kind? it can be an actor. It's not a very special class. And we'll call this the master spike trap. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just calling it the master spike trap. And I'm going to put it into the level. Let's decide on where it's positioned. Same axis. Let's raise it up a bit right in front of the player. So there it is, our master spike trap. And let's get into bringing it to life. So here we are, and we'll add a basic sprite to it. We'll do a paper sprite, and we'll add a collider to it. Let's use for this box collision, right? Just a nice box collider. So let's see which paper sprite will use the spike trap sprite. That's the red one. Perfect, that's massive. Let's bring this down to 0.01. 0.01 here as well. Okay, oh yeah, sorry, there's nothing on the y-axis, it's the z-axis. 0.01. Okay, it just about fits. Let's expand the size a bit now. Let's link these together and increase. Okay, that's a bit much. That's cool. Let me unlink them. We can make it a bit wider. Let's see, how does this look? Yeah, this looks about right. This looks good. Not bad at all. Perfect. This works. Let's see how it looks in this is tiny. No, we need to make it bigger. It needs to look substantial because it's a trap. So it needs to look substantial, but I want it to be substantial, everything. So I'll click on the default scene root to make sure it's big everywhere. Now let's increase it to about 3 times scale on everything. Okay, this looks a lot more like it. See how it looks now. Yeah, this is more like it. Much more like it. Much more like it. I like this. So move this up around here. Okay, now since it's not inside of anything, it's not really a threat to the player yet, but at least we have the basic development sprite accessible here. This is good. This is good. This is good. But all it is now a simple sprite object. It has nothing special going on in it. Now we'll get into the code that determines its movement. So we'll go straight into the event graph, and we'll start off with event tick. Now we're going to start by simply adding in the blueprint code to move the object, right? Just basic blueprint code. So we'll start with something simple. Move component to. This is like the simplest movement code, right? And we'll say, okay, move component to target relative location. Let's say a z location of 100, right? Not 1,000, just 100. We'll keep this simple. And let's come here and play and see what happens. Is the code working? Let's do a quick double check. So we can see here that this is working, and it's trying to move the object to the position of 100. Okay, so once we stop that code, looks like our object isn't moving. Well, that's the reason why. It's simple. We've said move component to, but we've not specified which component. So we'll make a decision on that. Let's say, let's just add self. If we are not able to add self yet, let's just say, hey, default scene root. This is the component we'll be using because we want to move the entire thing. There's no need for one thing to move another. To target relative location Z100. That's it. So let's see now. Okay, now you'll notice it moved it to here. Okay, so we don't want to simply move the object, right? We want it to understand where it is right now and then move itself relative to that. So we'll go back into the code and decide, well, what I want is to get where it is now with the relative location, right? And then add something to it, and that will be moving the object. And we're going to slow down the time, and let's set this to, let's say, 15 seconds, not 150, 15 seconds, right? Let's actually start off by seeing how this looks with it moving over 15 seconds. So press play. Ah, look, huh? The object is moving. It's actually moving. So with a simple get component move to, the component is able to move, and even if there is collision, it will just pass through objects. Okay, but that's not exactly what we want for our platformer. We need more precise movement. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to first get its location in the world and add something to it. So let's come over here and we'll say get world location, right? For default scene root. Cool. We can actually delete this. Okay, get ready for some serious spaghetti and connect that here. So it's going to say default scene root, get world location. Okay, now there's no need, if we come here now and say and just press play, it's not going to move anywhere. It's just not. And the reason why it's not moving anywhere is because get world location is basically trying to move back to its current location. So we need to add something. So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll say add. So let's break this link. So this is going to add, let's say, to the Z 100 units, and then that will be the end location. Over what time? Let's drop this down to 10 seconds, and let's see if we can get the object to move. So let's press play. As you can see, it's slowly moving upwards. The reason why is because if we look at the code, it comes in and it said, hey, let's move the component to somewhere. So it knows the component is default scene root, which is good, which is basically the holder for everything in the master spike trap. It gets its current location in the world, and on the Z axis, which is going upwards in Unreal Engine, add 100 units. That's essentially all that it's doing. So let's, now that it's done doing its slow 10-second crawl upwards, let's pause this. We're getting somewhere. At least now, let's reduce this time to something a bit more palatable and say no, not 1 second, 2 seconds, right? So now if we play over 2 seconds, it moves upwards by 100 units in 2 seconds. But let's say, okay, that's nice. I appreciate that. That's cool. I now want it to move, get to that position, and then come back down. So what we'll do is say move component 2, and we'll come out and say move component 2. So we are moving from we are moving from one position to another and then back. But for that to happen, we need to send the logic back. So once this is complete, moving it to this new position, which we are going to set up, we will loop this back around. It's that simple. We'll loop it back around. Now, just for the sake of us not having one line and having like a bit of a clearer line, let's bring it down over here and say delay, right? So it's a time delay, and we'll just time the delay to be 1 sec. Oh my goodness, not 10, my friends, just 1 second of delay, and then loop back to itself. All right, just loop back to itself. But we also need to do the same thing with this. So it gets its current world location again, and then comes over here. No, 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 needs to do it again, needs to do it again. So come over here and say, hey, you're going to get its world location, okay, where it is in the world, and then with that value we're going to add, and we're going to add the negative of what we did here. So here we moved it up by 100 units, so here we'll move it down by negative 100 units, okay? So that's its next. So this is what it should do. When we run the code, it should come over here, move this over 2 seconds, and then once it's done, comes over here and it moves it over 2 seconds, and then it comes here after a delay, comes back around. So that's the loop. That is the loop. Let's go and see if the loop is actually working. Oh snap, there was a stupid error. 1 sec. Come down here, let's click on this. The component isn't selected here. Damn, my bad. We have to also connect the default scene root or the component that we wanted to move to here. So let's see if it now works. If we press play, let's see. It's supposed to get done with this. 1, 2. Why is it not working? Let's do a quick check in actual game. Press play. It goes up over 2 seconds. This is way lower than what I intended. No, something's wrong. Let me do a quick double check of the code. So what it does, that'll be the error. That'll be the error. Right now the code is simply looping too much, and it's not factoring in the delay as well as it should. Interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's follow that line, is come here. It's a move command. Okay, nice, that's fine. Comes over here from move component 2, comes into move component 2 as well, which is good. This is good enough. After being completed, it comes down here. No, sorry, it comes down here. It's delayed for 1 second, and then it's sent back here. Over time, let's drop this down to 1 second. Let's drop this down as well to 1 second, so we can truly double check and make sure there are no crazy coding errors. What else? Default root, its current world location, good. Its current world location, good. Let's run this again. Press play. It's going up, and it's once again not ceasing. Let me do a quick error check to make sure nothing crazy is happening. Apologies. This was a simple error on my part. And the error is this. Instead of using the correct event, I was using event tick, which isn't important. So let's remove that. We don't want it to be on every tick. A tick is basically a calculation or a frame. So basically every 30 frames. What we want is we want it to start off when you start playing the game. Now that that one error is fixed, let's see if when we reconnect this, the code runs clean. Press play. It's simulating. Yes, now the code is working perfectly. So it's moving the object over 1 second, moving the object back over 1 second, delaying by one, and moving. I love seeing code happening in real life. Feels fantastic. Let's stop seeing it in blueprints and see it in the real game. Okay, perfect. So right now it goes up and down, up and down. This is good. Now we have, from begin play, we have a simple object that, based off our plan, we can now start building out the level, right? It's getting there because we want this level over here with lots of cool stuff going up and down that the player has to dodge. Let's get back to it. One thing we know for certain is this code needs to work for a multitude of different operations depending on what you want to get done. Do you want fast traps? Do you want them to delay for a bit? So we're going to make some serious tweaks to the entire set of code so that we are going to have something good which you can use multiple times. Let's now get into what that means. I'll start off by using some basic thinking. We know that this object, the object that is the trap that moves up and down, needs to be able to move from point A to point B and back. So we're going to set it up so that we make a decision, and we can make that decision from the editor on how to move from A to B and how much time that's going to take and how much delay that's going to have. And that needs us using and creating some variables. A variable is basically just a simple store of information. Now, coming over here, we can see that there is this list of variables. So let's add in some variables. We can always start with a start delay, right? And a start delay is going to be a float simply because it's, how do I describe this well? A float is any number which has decimal places. So you can say 1.1 seconds is a float. That is why start delay will be a float type variable. And when we click on this, we can come over here and we say instance editable. That means that you should be able to work with it in the editor. I'll quickly hit play just to let the code compile. Now here on event begin play, I'll bring it here and say type in delay. So we're going to create a delay, and then I'll come over here to the start delay and add it here. You can come drag it over, or you can simply drag it back and say get start delay, because once you create a variable on the left side, it immediately becomes part of blueprints. So I hope you can see this clearly. We have this one variable, get start delay. So whatever we select for here is going to be the delay time before the game starts moving that one object. Let's go back into the editor to see what that means. So if you scroll down, one moment, let's select this. Perfect. Notice under default, now there is something new called start delay. That's because in the editor here we said instance editable. If I uncheck that and I come back here and click this, hold on, we need to save this. We need to press play once for it to save and compile everything. Now once we come back here and we select it, notice that there is no way to edit the start delay. But if we come here, we click on start delay, that variable, and click on instance editable. Now once you go into the editor, hold on, okay, press play. Now in the editor, start delay is editable. Now let's do something simple. Let's put in a start delay of 2 seconds, right? Just 2 seconds. We press play, 1, 2, it moves. Perfect, that's working. Let's add 5 seconds, right? Press play, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Voila! It is working as intended. That is a demonstration of a variable that you can add in being used to control your code. So let's see how that looks in real time. If we press play, notice the delay is running fast, and then it comes move command, delay, move command. Now it starts flowing. Okay, that's the flow. Every time you press play with something like this, you should be able to see it flowing in real time. And that's one of the things that makes blueprints really powerful. You can see your code running in real time, how it's working, and make changes to it. Let's stop at that. Now, we'll come back to this later. Start delay is one thing. Now we can add in another variable. The way that I like to prepare my variables when I'm creating platforms is I'll simply call it starting movement. Now notice that movement is always, you see this, a variable because it's an X, Y, and Z location. In Unreal Engine, X is basically treats the ground like a flat plane. So coming down here is Y, moving right and left is X, and up and down is Z. So here we're going to need to create this as a vector. Now, this time under add, I'm going to slide in starting movement. Get starting movement, and instead of adding this, starting movement is going to be what we add in. That will be starting movement. Then we're going to make it, of course, instance editable. We'll build that from here and stop. Just that, right? So we have starting movement being added to the current world location. Let's see what that looks like in editor. We're now in the editor, and you can see, let's double click this and save. We have starting delay and starting movement. Now the movement we want is on the Z axis going up, so it should be positive. So let's say positive 1000 just to get a big result. And the delay before it starts, let's delay it by 3 seconds. So once we press, it will go up by 1000 units. That's cool, but it's not going to come down because while we have set up the starting movement, we haven't set up the
return movement. So let's come back. Well, that's cool. We have starting movement. Let's now add in another variable. It will also be a vector, and we'll call it ending movement, right? And it will also be a vector. And bring it down here. We'll say get, connect it down here because this is what's going to lead to the ending movement. Just to keep things from getting too crazy, I'll organize it like this. Organize it how you want. Okay, it's your code, keep it clean, and make it instance editable. Now, well, let's press play to compile it. Good. Done. And go back to the editor. So the last time we set it up so that the starting movement is 1,000 units. So the ending movement should be the exact negative of that. So negative 1,000 units. The start delay, let's bring it down to just 2 seconds. So let's have this shown to us quickly. Up and down, and up and down. Perfect. Now we have code that lets us decide on a starting delay, starting movement, and ending movement. Okay, and this is on our master spike trap. Let's add in a few other variables which gives us finer control for how this movement happens. So there is a compendium of different small touches we can make to this. But essentially, I don't want to have too many variables, but just enough for fine control of the platforms that I'm able to create. So I'll think, well, I want to be able to control the start delay. I want to decide on the starting movement. What else? Well, I want to decide on the starting move time, right? So let's call it starting move time. So how fast it moves in terms of time, since it's time, let's make that a float. And then I want to have the ability to decide on how fast does it end. So I'll say ending move time. I'll keep that as a float as well. And then, well, we'll need to think, what else? What else do we need? Well, how about something in the middle to hold it? That delay that we had, let's call it middle hold time. Just some time in the middle that we can use to determine how our platforms are. So start delay, I'm guessing, should be the first. That's good. Starting movement should come next. I'll move this up, so I'll have starting move time be the third variable, and then middle hold time, the next variable, then ending movement, ending move time, and let's also have ending hold time, which is going to be a small delay at the end that we can use to tweak and customize our platforms. Now, on all of these, you have to go literally one by one and make them instance editable. Hold on. Instance editable. They shouldn't be blueprint read only. Instance editable, that's done. Starting move time, the same thing. Starting movement, that's perfect. Starting delay, perfect. Excellent. That works. Now, let's go into the nitty gritties. This right here is a bit of a dangerous variable because there are going to be times when I will want this to stay fixed. So we're going to get the target relative rotation and add it to get world location there. Okay, it's going to be a bit of there's going to be a bit of gymnastics, but actually let's delete this. There are simpler ways to do this. This is going to basically prevent any rotation we make from altering how the movement is calculated. So we'll come over here and say, hey, get world, sorry, get world rotation. Okay, get world rotation for the default scene root. It's going to be here. We'll need to delete this default scene root here. Snap, not stop doing that. Okay, delete that one small component and connect that to the default scene root. That one node has really worked. It's been connected to so many things. And get world rotation and connect it here and also here. So that means we'll be able to flip over the object or the trap and not have our code have to struggle or reset rotation to 000. Okay, we don't want that. We want to be able to move and play with all of our platforms and our little spike traps without anything getting in the way. It's one of those little things you learn the hard way. That's good enough. So let's start with start delay, right? Start delay is connected here. This is good enough. This works. I hope it's easy to understand. So the first thing that happens is on begin play, when the level loads, there's going to be a small delay before it starts moving. Next, it's going to come over here and move the component 2. Which component? The default scene root of this specific blueprint. It will start by getting its current world location, return that value, and add the starting movement to it, right? Add, and that will be its target relative location. It's going to do that over time. So then we'll get starting move time, put it here. So starting move time is going to be the time it takes to come here. Then let's see, once that's done, there'll be a delay. So let's break this link, pull this out, and make a delay. Go back, make a delay. This delay is going to be middle hold time. How long does it stay held in the middle? Okay. Once the delay here is done, it can move once again. How is it moving? Let's follow that. It's getting the current world location of the default scene root, adding the ending movement to it, adding it here, and that will be its targeted relative location. That works. Over time, cool. Let's select end movement time. It's going to connect right there. So we'll get to decide the time it takes to do so. Then once it's completed, it comes and there's another delay. This delay is end hold time. So how long does it hold in the end position? That's good. That works. So now all our variables are working. So let's click play just to let it compile. Make sure there are no bugs. This is working perfectly. So let's stop there. Now let's start actually creating some platforming. There are a few creative platforming things we can do. Let's start by shaping this up. Let's move this a bit here. Nice. And then right over here on this cube, let's copy and paste it. And I want to scale it a little bit. I want to scale it. Unlock scaling along the Y. Let's make, no, I don't want any more scaling on Y. What I want is it a bit thinner. No, thicker. I want it thicker. Nice. And then I want it thinner, narrower, less wide. Let's have this here. Perfect. Bring this over here, create some fun little platforming. And then, yeah, this works. We'll have that. And then we'll have this. I don't like where this is. Let me push this to the end, copy that, and bring it in. So there'll be two platforms. Nice. Okay, now we can start some platform creation. So let's click on this, the master spike trap, and make sure that everything's working. So start delay, let's put that to 1 second. The Z movement, let's bring it in to, let's say, 500 units. The move time, I think a good move time for a platformer is about 1 second for it. The middle hold time, it can hold its middle position for 1 second. I think that's reasonable. You'll see how it looks, and you can tweak. Okay, the platforms are used to tweak. It's just the tools. I think the end hold time, I'll make it 1 second, and move time 1 second as well. And these two have to match. Ending movement and starting movement can make it negative 500 units. Let's see how this looks. Press play. Boom. Nice. Moves up, comes back down. Cool. This is good. So that's working. Come over here. Okay. Come over here. This is okay. And this could be the end of the current level. All right. So let's get back. Ah, snap. Try to jump on it. You can do it. Snap. Failed. Come on. Once again. Shit. I missed. Okay. Back. Yeah. Did it. Got it. Haha. Excellent. Okay. Now that we have created this master element, we can simply remove it. And we'll go back into levels and into the developer level, obstacles, and over here, we're going to deposit this right over here as our one element. As far as positioning, needs to be on the same axis as everything. Can bring it up here. And just for the sake of having it move once we're here, I'll put that at 500 starting speed, starting move time 1, come down, negative 500, ending move time 1, and ending hold time 1. So now we have a component that goes up and down, which is good. We have our collider, which can take us to the next level, which is good, and the next level again, which is good. So pretty much everything we've created is now in working condition. So let's go back and think. Go back to the levels and go into the obstacles level. If we think back to our plan, now we have a spike trap that is able to move. It can't kill the player yet, but we'll get back into that. But it's able to move from A to B and back, and we have fine control over its timing and speed. Let's come down here. If we look back to level 0, we've gotten a player character as we planned. The ground is now there. Basic level triggers are now there. The spike trap is what we are working on before we get into a lot of the more advanced elements. So back to the spike trap that can move. Okay. Let's look at a few different ways we can use it. So we'll come into here. Under obstacles, I'll create a new folder. I prefer doing this, right? And in there, I'll type in 002 just as a symbol that this is the second level, and I'll create a child blueprint class and call it 002. So putting it back in here. Now I'll put that into the level. The exact positioning, I want it at 0 for that axis. This is fine. Let's raise it up a bit. I'll put it up here. Okay, that's cool. That's one spike trap. Let's spice it up. Let's see. I want another, so I'll create a little folder here and I'll call it spike traps. It's going to be where we're going to put all the spike traps. This is just an organizational thing. And then I'll copy paste and pull this out. This is cool, but I want it to be even cooler. So I'm going to rotate it by 180 degrees so that the spikes are pointing up, okay? And we'll do some movement with that. I don't want it clipping, I want it in free space. Does it fit? It's a tight fit, but it works. It can go up and down. This is good. So, nope, it shouldn't clip. Perfect. That works. Okay, come back here. Make another one. I think this one should be up at top here-ish. Kind of ish. I guess I want to scale this out a bit more. Move it here. I don't want any clipping. Shouldn't clip like at all. Don't want any clipping. Perfect. Okay, we'll have that one here. Let's double click this, control and paste. Now that I have this pasted, this can now be here. This is a nice one as well. I like it. And then we'll control and paste again and bring this here. This is good. We have two platforms. Let's move it a bit more. Give the player some space to land. Control paste again. Control paste again. This is cool. And then you can have this here. Then control paste again and bring that over here. Control paste again. Here. Control paste again. Another one. Control paste again. Just another one, okay? We can control and paste as many as we want. Let's extend this. Okay, perfect. Now, we notice we made a single component and we can replicate it multiple times, which is fantastic. Let's come down here and start building out our level. Right now, if we press play, all these components are kind of boring. They kind of don't really do much of anything, right? Kind of there. It's quite meh. Okay, they're not doing anything. They're not being scary. Let's fix that. For starters, I am not liking the engine motion blur, and I think I want it gone. So I'll go into project settings and hold up. Project settings is loaded, and then I'm going to go into motion blur. Where's blur? Engine rendering, motion blur. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I don't like motion blur in my games usually. It's messing with my eyes. Let me see how it looks without motion blur. Yeah, this I prefer this. This is cleaner. I don't know. You can keep motion blur if you like it. Okay. Just I prefer without motion blur. It looks cleaner. It just looks cleaner to me in my eyes, okay? It's just my eyes. It's personal preference. Do what you want. Now, let's actually have some moving platforms. For the first one, I'll have the start delay on 0. I'll move it up 500 units. The move speed should be 1. The middle hold time can be 1 second as well. And the ending movement, of course, has to be negative of the starting. Ending move time, I guess I'll call it 1, and the ending hold time 1 as well. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Now I can make it spicier and have it so that let's keep it simple for the first one. Now for the next one, I want its start delay to be something like what? let me say 2.7. I want it to start moving right after you've probably cleared this first trap. I want it to go up maybe 300 units, which means it comes down minus 300 units. I want its move time to be, let's say, a second, hold time, maybe a second as well, move time a second, and hold time a second. So let's see how that looks now. Okay, so that first trap, I've just covered it. I'm like, huh? So I have to cross. I'm like, okay, fine. And I jump. Cool. I'm a video game player. Then you're thinking, okay, that's cool platforming. How about here? What will we do? Well, I guess for this, no making it special. But let's vary the timing, right? So this one, I'll make it 2.1 seconds before it starts moving. I'll make it go up just like 400 units. Move time 1, middle hold time 1, negative 400 is the end move time. Sorry, end movement it does. End move time 1 second, it's okay, and hold time 1 second, right? So let's look at how it is now. Okay, so I've just jumped into the level. I can see that's moving, it's looking spiky and dangerous. Okay, so I jump. So it's like, do I need to wait? Okay, cool, we have the first set of traps. This one, I'm also going to keep it quite basic. It will start moving after 4.3 seconds. It will be 500, 1, 1, 500 again. I'm sorry, negative 500, because it has to be the opposite of the other movement. 1 second, 1 second. Cool. Okay, this is like pretty basic 101 platform level design, right? We're just trying to make something a little interesting. Okay, so I have to wait. The timing on all of them feels a bit different. Okay, so I jump over. Now let's make something really interesting. So for these three, I want the first two to act the same. So I'll double click both. I'll shift click both. Like if I click one and I shift and click the other, now I can edit both their sets of variables. It's like a little hidden trick instead of doing them one by one. So start delay, I want them to both delay by 0.9 seconds. Starting movement is going to be, actually, yeah, 0.9. Starting movement is going to be 500. Ending movement is going to be negative 500. We'll keep this basic 1, 1. Middle hold time is going to be 5 seconds. Actually, let's make start delay 1 second. Middle hold time is going to be 5 seconds. Ending move time is going to be, let's see, 1 second again. And ending hold time 1 second. That's cool. Now, for the middle one, I'm going to kind of mess with it a bit. So it starts moving at 1 second. Cool. No, actually, it starts moving at 5 seconds. It will move the same 500 and also negative 500, similar to the others. But its middle hold time is going to be 5 seconds. Starting move time 1, 1, 1. Okay, everything pretty basic. Let's see how that looks. So, the first platform, or the second, I need to wait, can't jump it. Okay, now I can jump, I'm safe. Okay, I'm safe. Oh, cool. Oh, the floor is lava. Now here it's like, snap. Is it my set? Okay. Oh, okay. Now you can perfect the timing to make it really interesting like that, right? And then here, there's an interesting jump, which is kind of tight. Like I need to try to not die to this jump. I'll probably move that in. Now for these four, we'll spice it up even more. So here, 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 here. Let's move you all a bit more to the right. And this is what we'll do. I'll start by selecting all four of them and start off with the same basic plan. I'll say 3.7 seconds as a delay, just to vary how it looks, right? They'll all go to 500, starting move time 1, 1. We'll start off by giving them all the same stuff, right? But this is what I'll do. So for the first one, the start delay is going to be 1 second. So for the second, so it's going to be 1 second behind. So the next one, its start delay is going to be, hold on, the first one is what? 1 second, cool. The second one is going to be 1.25 seconds, nice. The third is going to be 1.5 seconds, nice. Then the last one is going to be 1.75 seconds, nice. Ooh, cool. So let's press play. Okay, starting. Okay, I'm a player. Oh my god, that's hard. That's hard. Can I jump? No, not yet. I need to wait. Okay, I jump. Okay, am I safe? Yes, I'm safe. So your player is landing. Now your player is not sure. Okay, they notice those two are coming. Okay, they can jump. You could perfect that timing and make that much more interesting. Okay. Ah, snap. Made an error. What did I do wrong? Oh, yes. Sorry, my bad. With all they were going into the sky because I didn't make this negative 500. It should have been negative 500. What was I thinking? Second mistake I've made. Hold on. Okay. Well, I'm kind of cheating because I know what to expect. Uh, oh, okay. This is different. Okay, so you have to move through. And boom! You've just created a basic, and when I say basic, I mean real basic character movement level. Really basic. Really, really basic. Let's make this smaller. Okay. And that's good. This is a start. So at least now our platforms are able to do their job of being able to move. In the next video, we're now going to go into making them able to kill the player. What does death look like for your player character to make sure that they know they have to play the game well, to encourage them to have challenge. There has to be losing. But before we do that, we're going to do something really tiny before we move on. I'm going to file. Oh no, we don't need to create a new level. It's already there. Oh, no, not yet. No, we need to create a new level. Going to file, create a new level, create, and then Control S to save, and it will be 003 melee enemy. Okay, we'll throw that in. It's an empty level, it's blank, simple enough. I'll remember the name of that. Then go into level triggers, create another blueprint class, rename it 002. Okay, go back into levels. Okay, the obstacle level, and then we'll get the level trigger known as 002. Bring it in here, and then let's see, how do we position this on the exact same axis. Bring it up a bit higher. It's perfect. And then in its blueprint, event graph, let's see, this is perfect. Everything should be going well. Next level name, I'll paste melee enemy. Perfect. So let's see if this actually works. Okay, so I'll go back to level 2. Let's see, level 2. Save everything, please, Unreal Engine. That's nice. Press Control S. Press Control S. Play. Okay. Don't worry, they can't kill anyone yet, so it's pretty safe to kind of YOLO. Can't even jump on top of them. Safe. Boom. Yes, it takes us to this next level. So the next level is ready. Just need to finish work on making this be able to kill the player. It's going to be perfect, and it's going to be in the next video. Just going to do something really small. Okay, just this is under the master spike trap. For safety, press C. Okay, that's great. Come on, come here, come here, come here. Ah, snap. No, misclicked. Come on, come here. Okay. No. No. Oh no, that's not what I want. Okay, let's see. Okay, okay, okay. Got this. Come here, come here. Eh, eh, click. Okay, it's a comment and bring it way down. Nice. Okay, then adjust this. Man, this is a lot of code. Okay. Mm, bring it down. Cool. Of course, as always, I love my comments being black, white text, and then we'll come and say code for controlling, no, code for making the movement of the spike traps editable. And then I'll move. Awesome. This is a lot of, okay, had to comment that so at least I know what everything is doing. That's in the video. Let's move forward. All right, so before we begin putting in the damage on the different objects we're going to need to have kill the player, let's go to the player and set it up so that the damage and the health values are available for us to see and use. So last time we were in the player blueprint, we're commenting out some of the developer code on movement. Just come over here to variables and we're going to add a variable, and we're going to call this variable player health. In terms of what type of value, it should be a float because it's going to be a number. Now that we have that, let's quickly build and stop. That's cool. And let's set the default value to be 100. So when we're doing everything else, we know that the player at max health will have 100 health. We haven't done anything with the variable yet. So if we come into game, there's nothing going on. Even if the player's health is 100, there's really nothing that that does or shows. So let's make it visible. I'm going to come right up around here and start setting this up from here. So let's say that every single time that we press a certain button, the player is going to take a small amount of damage, and then it should show the amount of damage the player has taken on screen. Let's try that out. So let's say keyboard, let's see which keyboard event. Let's say not any key. I want a specific key. I need like a simple key that I never really press by itself. Okay, so let's say K. So every time you press keyboard K, it does damage to the player. So let's say once this is pressed, we'll come out here and say who apply damage. Okay, basically the ability to deal damage is already built into Unreal Engine, so you can literally type apply damage and it will follow that code flow and apply damage. Now let's think. Okay, so when we press K, every time, let's have it do just 10 damage. Our player has 100 damage, 100 health. 10 damage should be good to test. And let's say which actor is getting damaged. Let's say self, because right now this is all being done within the player blueprint itself, so it's better to just reference self. This is good. And then we want to do something pretty simple, which is print text, right? And the text we want to print is going to be get player health. We'll get player health, then we'll pull this over here So the text it's going to print is going to be player health. So let's see how this looks in game. So we'll press play. So I'll move the player a bit, and when I press K once, it's 100. Okay, I press K again, it's 100. That means the damage is not being dealt. Let's go back and have a look at why. Well, currently it's saying every time I press K, it has to apply damage, and to which actor? To the self. Okay, this is probably not where the issue is. When I press play, when I press cool, then I come in here and I press K, it's just showing 100. It's not doing much of anything. So it's currently not applying damage to the player. So let me think. Well, probably the reason why is because we haven't yet told the game what to do when the player gets damaged. So we'll put in an event on any damage. Come over here. So this basically tells the game what to do with any damage that it takes. We'll come out here, drag it out, and we'll say subtract. Right, so subtract, and now it's going to subtract the damage. So the lower thing is subtracted from the top thing, right? And then the top thing should be player health. So let's get player health. Oh, sorry, player health. So we'll get the player health and we will do this. Okay, so now the damage amount which we set here in apply damage is going to be removed from the player health that we set over here, and we're going to output the player health. So at this point we're going to set health, which is going to be this new number here. So every time I press K, what it's going to do is it's going to apply damage and try to print out a text. And then every time I get damage, it's going to come here and then subtract the damage amount from the player health and then set it. Let's connect the set. Perfect. This should now be working as intended. Let's see in game. So I've pressed play, around a bit, press K, 90. Okay, the code is now working as intended. Press K again, 80, good. So let's see, 70, 30, 20, 10, 0, negative, perfect. So now we have working player health that goes from 100 up to 0 up to negatives. So the player now has health. Let's move on to what we need to do next. Okay, so now that we have our variable of player health, this is good. It's nice seeing a number on screen, but we can go a bit better. Instead of seeing a number, let's put a player health bar so the player can see their health visually. I'll create a new folder, and with this new folder, we're going to call it user interface. And the reason why, actually, let's not call it user interface. I think I'm just going to call it interface. Interface, nice, because there will be a lot of interface elements here. In order to create an interface, all that we're going to need to do is come over. Where's this button? I'm looking for you, my friend. I'm looking for you. So I should come into the interface folder, and then you should be looking for user interface, and you're going to create a widget blueprint. Okay, it's going to give you the tools you need to set up a simple health bar. So click user widget, and then we're going to call this the health bar. Nice. Once we double click this, now you can see like a big screen. This is essentially your screen. Whenever you're creating assets here, you need to start by putting up a canvas panel. That is going to set up the limits of your screen for the user interface. And next, we're going to use a simple progress bar. Progress bars are really easy for you creating health. Now, just to keep it really visible, we'll put it somewhere down here and lengthen it a bit and have a nice chunky bar. And let's change some settings in it. Let's see, fill color and opacity. We'll keep it red, I guess. Red is a good color for health. I totally believe it is. And then this is what we're going to now. This is what we're going to now make some decisions on where it's going to be getting the health amount from. Because now notice it's just an empty bar. Okay, it's an empty bar. It's just a little bar in the bottom left corner. Now we need to bind it to something. That basically tells it that you should follow this number, and we are going to cause it to follow the health value of player health. That's what we're going to do next. Now let's connect the health bar when you come down to progress over here, to connect that health bar to the player health. So we'll come down and we'll go from none to any function. So that you can basically, once you press this, let me first remove this, just press create binding. Nice. And it will take you here into the graph of your user interface element. So let's come in here. Now you can say it's saying get percent and return node. Essentially what we need to do, let's first break this, is get access to the player, get access to what the player's current health is, and divide it by 100 to get the percentage and return that value here. So for starters, we'll just cast to player. That causes us to look for the player element and anything within it, the player blueprint and anything within it. Come over here. So we'll get the player character. Cool. Right? And 0 is our current player character. So it's like, okay, cool. It will cast to player and return the node. Now, as player, what it has to do to get the specific amount is to get player health. So we want to get the player health from the player. And we can't just connect this straight to return, right? So we'll come here and we'll say divide. And we're going to output whatever I divide to the return value. And here we will divide by 100. Okay, sweet. So once it comes in for its percent, it's going to come into get percent, which is this function over here. So it's going to come, cast to the player, figure out what the player is, player 0, get the player health from there, and then return it. Now, if we go into game right now, notice that there is a bar over there, right? And when you press K, eventually you see the health bar dropping, right? Now, to get that bar to appear, you just need to add a pretty basic few lines of code. So outside of here, back into the player function, and we're going to create this code over here. Now, let me pull this all out so I can take you through it step by step. Below all of our player health code, you come and start from where we hit add mapping context. So once the game is done with all that, it can now start adding in the user interface stuff. Okay, so at this point, You basically go to the player and say, hey, once you're done adding all that user interface stuff, you can now come over here and create widget. Okay, and now right now it's not selected any widgets, so we're going to type under the option of selecting health bar, so it's going to create a health bar widget. Now as far as which player, all we have to do is get the current player, that is the current player controller, which should be the one that we are in now. So we'll get controller from ID, which is controller 0, which is good, which is us. Now, once it has created that health bar widget, all we have to do is add it to the viewport. Basically, add to viewport, return value, returns the value to itself, and we are done with this. So let's play. That builds all that out. Go back into game and let's see if it shows up. Okay, so the player's health bar is here. When I press K, it constantly drops while showing the text until 0 and then negatives. Now let's see if it works in all levels. Right, so if I go into level 2, it still works. Okay, now I've reduced the health down to about 50%. If we go to level 3, it fills up the player's health bar again. Okay, now that we have a working health bar, let's make it so that if the player touches any of these boxes, ooh, it takes damage. Now before we do that, there is one other thing we're going to need to do. Notice if I go beneath this block, it will hit the player. We don't want that to happen. Okay, we want it to kill the player, but we don't want the player to be moved around on the axis on collision. So before we move forward to adding that, we're going to go back to the player blueprint, and we're going to add what we like to call a constraint. So we're going to lock its position along the, if I remember correctly, Z axis, so depth, and we'll do it for the capsule component as well, and it's now fully locked. So let's come back in and see if the player will be pushed out of the way this time. Nope. Nope, that lock isn't working well enough. Let me come back. I don't think I had built this out yet. Okay, so now we should not see any movement along the Z once he's hit by that. This is going to solve a lot of bugs that would come in later. Okay, it's still fighting the constraint. This will cause problems. We're going to need to work on this. We'll work on it in the next video. Alright, so before moving forward, we do need to fix the constraint limitation. So instead of constraining to the Z, I'm now constraining to the y-axis, and let's see how this works in game now. Let's see, will it when I go under here? Okay, so the constraint is still not working for some reason. This is going to be challenging because right now that's going to create a problem and a couple of different bugs. And bugs are not what you want to deal with. Okay, you just don't want to deal with bugs. So we'll go back into the player and think, okay, how do I fix this? How do I fix this? Okay, I'm going to constrain it to a plane. Let's see, to which plane? There's the X plane, there's the Y plane. We're going to constrain it to the Y plane. That should be good enough to solve the bug. Let's see. Perfect. Now it's working as intended. Now, it may look like this bug was solved quickly, but it took me like a little bit of time and experimentation. The reason why we need to constrain it to the Y plane is because without that constraint, As you saw, every time it was colliding, it was being pushed. And we want to make sure that all the elements remain in that specific plane where they are not being moved forward or backward at all. Hold on, this should be at 0. I don't know why this is anything above 0. Okay, it needs to stay in line with each other, and even when they collide they must stay in line, otherwise that's going to break the game and all the different puzzles. Let's make sure that that works for everything. Okay, so let's go quickly to level 3. I failed that platforming there. Let's see. Constrained, perfect, it's not moving. Okay, okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's double check. Constrained, perfect, it's not moving. Let's see. Yeah, the constraint is working, which means that once we program these elements to instantly kill the player, there's not going to be any movement or any other issues that would come from there. Excellent. Okay, let's stop now. It probably doesn't seem like much, but fixing that, or for lack of a better word, prefixing that bug is really important. Okay, super important. All right, next on, let's now add damage to those elements. Now that we have our player health set up, the next part is going to be relatively easy. Let's go back into the master spike trap blueprint, and let's just quickly comment, and then this is apply damage to the player on contact, which is excellent. Now let's clear that up. As usual, keep the comments black with white text. Let's open this up. Essentially, all we want to know is if this box collider collides with anything or overlaps with anything, we know it has hit the player and the player needs to take damage. So let's come here and let's say on component begin overlap, which is the box. And just for a quick visual reminder, this collision box around the object is the one that is going to be the thing that does damage or registers damage. So on component begin overlap that box. We'll come here and say okay, cast to player. This makes sure that it is only doing this when it collides with the player and not when it collides with any single thing. Okay, not like, oh, no, it needs to only overlap with the player. When the other actor is also the player, it's going to apply damage. Let's apply damage. Now we want this to insta kill. Apply damage, and we want the damage to be 100 since that is the player's damage, like the player's max health, so it has to be an insta kill. And the damaged actor is going to be get player character. Okay, so basically the moment the player touches this thing, it does 100 damage immediately. Just for the sake of development, let's do a simple print text, and we'll say uh, trap, no, let's say trap has killed player. We'll type that once. Awesome, trap has killed player. That's all we need. Now we'll build that out and come and try it out. So let's see. Yep, trap has killed player. Player's health went straight to 0 once it touched it. So we can press K a few times. We can see that the player health does exist and does reduce. The moment it touches, boom, it has killed player. So we know that the game has registered that it can now kill the player. So let's go back into the player and make it so immediately his health drops, or her health, depending on what you're creating, drops to 0, the game freezes immediately. Okay, so we've gone back to the player blueprint. that currently has a lot of stuff going on, but we'll organize that in a bit. And we'll come here and event on any damage. We know that it sets that. Now what we want to do as well is equal to or less than. So we'll say less than or equal. What this does is it just checks to see if the player health is less than or equal to a specific number. So if it's less than or equal to 0, this is going to continue and be like yes. Okay, this becomes 1, this return value. So what we'll do is we'll say set game pause. Basically, immediately the player is dead, let's pause the game immediately. That's all this code has to do. Pause, because if it's an insta kill, you want the game to pause. So let's start by just pressing K. I press K multiple times. Once I'm done, notice the game is paused, objects have stopped moving. Sweet. I'm going to press play again. I'm going to jump. Immediately it touches insta kill, the game is paused. So now we have player health that we can see on our player, and we have a way to apply damage to the player from different objects, and the game immediately pauses once the player is dead. This is a reasonable baseline. The next thing we need to do really is to finish this up, is to make it so that there is a pause screen. So instead of the game just freezing, there is a game over screen that appears, and you're able to click to either restart the level or end the game. Let's get into that in the next video. Now we'll go right back into our interface folder and we'll create another widget blueprint, okay? And we'll call this one game over screen, just game over screen. Once we double click into there, we'll start off the same basic way, set up a canvas. Nice, the canvas is now there. I of course love to have a little bit of game over text with a text block inside of it. In terms of the content, just keep it as game over. Okay, so the player knows they totally died, they're done for. Boom. I'll keep it white for now. This isn't going to be, we're not yet going to go into detail on how to design it so that it's looking outstanding and everything. It just needs to be simple. It needs to just work. After the game over screen, we're going to put 3 buttons here, right? Okay, maybe that's a bit too wide. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, so we'll put in 3 buttons. That will be very useful once we start adding in some functionality. So there'll be 3. The first one is going to be restart level. The second is going to be main menu, and the third is going to be exit game. Okay, keep it simple just like that. Now for the first one, all we have to do is first of all make sure that all of these are lined up properly. Let's see on their offset, right? I've selected all 3 of them by shift clicking, giving them the exact same offset, right? Just trying to make sure that they line up properly. Cool. And then I think I want the background color, as far as appearance, let's switch it up. Not blue, kind of cyanish, kind of reddish, orangish, yellowish, but also darkish. Yeah, that's fine, that works. And then we're going to, you notice here in the layers panel you're seeing those 3 buttons. We're going to quickly drag some text into each one of those buttons, which will make them a sub layer, or not, make it a sub layer of the buttons. Now let's rename the buttons. So the first one, I'm going to rename it to restart level. Just rename it restart level. The second one, I'm going to rename it to main menu. Okay. And the last one, I'm going to rename it to exit game. It's going to be that simple. And then as far as the text, we'll rename the text to, something logical like exit game. We'll just rename it exit. Something simple. And of course, main menu, something simple and logical. Main menu. And for restart level, well, basically I want to put in restart level. Boom. Now we have those three ready. I'll now control click restart level, main menu, and exit game, just the buttons. And I'm going to look into the styling. What do I want? Normal, hovered, padding. No, let's not go straight into that. That's not necessary. The only thing I want though is for this game over screen, this game over text to be a bit bigger. Let me look for the text size, and I want it big. Let me say maybe 200. Nice. Then I'll increase the size of its holder to match with the text. Let me look for alignment. Nope, I don't want this kind of alignment. Let's go up. This is good enough. This is okay as a game over screen. This works. Let's come here. Then just to keep everything looking good, I'll control click on restart level, main menu, and exit, just the text. And then I'll increase the size of that text as well. I think 24 is kind of small. How about 50? 50 is now getting too big. How about 40? 40 looks good. I like this. This is a good game over screen, a simple one. Now we need to align it slightly. So I'll come over here. Let's see, where is alignment? Is it canvas panels? No, that's not what I want. Appearance and style. Style is not very important right now. Let's see, when I click two of these, what do I get? Slot, the canvas panel slots, which anchors? Here we are. These are the anchors to the middle, just to keep it reasonably well sized. Yes, perfect, perfect, perfect. This looks good. I like this. You can design this and change it however you want. There's one other thing that I would love to have. So the next thing that is very, very useful is to add in a basic high opacity background. Okay, so I'll throw in an image and you'll notice it's white, right? Open that up, then offset, and we'll make it, nah, we'll just increase its size so that it fills up the entire thing. Now, right now it's white and it's annoying because it's purely white and purely white sucks. Let's go into its color. For starters, on the opacity, we'll drop it way down, way down. And for color, we'll make it black. Now, currently, its position is putting it above everything else. So we'll put it right up here. So now it's behind everything and it adds in that little bit of transparency. It's something we'll see once we get this loaded into game. So we'll go back to the player character, and this is game over screen. Oh, I don't like its naming, is kind of messed up. I messed up the name. So let me change the name. It should be game over screen, not game VE over screen. Okay, I've renamed that. That should work. Game over screen, way better. So let's go back into the player. Now, here's the thing. Around the point whereby the player double checks and says, oh, set game paused, we are going to do something pretty simple. So we'll come and drag this over here. And we're going to say create widget, right? And this time we are going to create a game over screen. And what are we adding it to? We're going to add to viewport. So anytime that the player's health goes below 0, what we want is to pause the game and create a game over screen and add it to viewport. Let's see what like that looks like in game. Unresolved, okay. Let's see. Oh snap, target. Yes, we didn't target that. On, we'll need to target the exact same thing as here on the return value. Let's see if it compiles properly. Okay, perfect. Let's see how this plays out in game. Press play. We'll use K again to test. Ah, that worked too quickly. No, we need to come back and double check on this code. So right now, it needs to only set the game paused when this has happened, right? The player is dead. What's happening currently, the minor bug we are facing, is because when I press K, it immediately goes to that. Let me play again. Let me see if it works when I get hit by this object. It goes to that. So that works. It says trap has killed player. So let's go back into the player blueprint. This is on any damage. It progresses to here. Paused on the boolean. Here, what we'll do, let me break this. I'm going to keep this bug fix in. I'm not going to like pull this out of the videos. I want to actually see. So I've broken this link so the game over screen widget won't show up and it won't get added to the viewport. Let's see if there is a problem. If I press K, the game is, every time I press K, wait, I've pressed K. Okay, so that's happening. Cool. So let's make a quick check. Let's put in some text which is going to help us understand what's going on. So print text, and under text I'm going to say game over has reached, right? I'm just going to call it game over has reached. As far as the color, let's make the color red, and that's going to be under here and here. I've put it just in between set game paused and create the game over screen widget. Okay, so let's go back and quickly see. I've pressed K once. Game over has been reached. That means that there is a minor problem. Right now, every time the player takes any damage, it's going to start off following this entire pathway. Any damage whatsoever, it starts following this. So to fix that, we're going to need to add in a double check, something as simple as a switch. So add in a switch. Actually, before I go into switching, let me do a quick double check because I created this code before. So right now, what we need is a simple, yeah, we do need to put a check in between. Let's add in a branch. So what this does is it's going to limit flow control. So it's going to come in and it's going to double check the condition. If the condition is true, let's break this as well. If the condition is true, it continues. If the condition is false, it doesn't continue. So we want to see, is it less than or equal to 0? Then it branches. So add in that branch. Okay, let's go back to game and double check. So I'll press K. The game isn't pausing, okay, but once it hits 0 health, now it stops. Awesome, not bad. Let's try it with the trap. Press play. Okay, it pauses immediately. But now there's a different problem. The game did not pause properly. So let's go back into looking at the code, and it should set game paused. I had turned this off, so I need to click that. So now it should properly pause the game, because before I was checking on pause by pulling out this variable. Now I have to manually set it to pause. Let's see that again. So now when I press K to kill the player, the game actually pauses. Nothing is happening on screen. That's good. Now let's try again with this trap. It pauses immediately. Excellent. This means that the code is now running properly and it's doing everything that it was intended to do. So in the next video, we're going to reorganize and comment these blueprints to keep it clean and tidy and easy to understand for when we want to do some double checking, as well as going through and making sure the logic makes sense before getting into how to create interactivity with this menu when it comes up. Let's go. It is always good to keep your blueprints well organized. So I'm going to push this up right over here. Now, if you remember what this is the simple damage test that we have right now, where when you press K, it applies damage, it prints out the player health value. That's okay. We'll set this aside and quickly comment it. And we'll say player health test. Now that we know that it works, there is no reason for it to continue to work. We don't need it to be working. So we can disconnect it. I'll leave it in for a bit, but there are some things you'll have in your code that you just have for testing. And once the testing confirms this works, you don't need it anymore. Now we go on to something a bit more substantial. Come up here. So right after the mapping context, which brings in your local inputs, if you remember, on every begin play, it casts to player controller, it gets the controller, and it uses the enhanced input local player subsystem. And in mapping input, we selected player input, which is one of the first things the game does to give you control. And then right after that, it creates a health bar widget. Let me quickly straighten this connection. And that health bar is owned by the local player. And once it has created the health bar widget, it adds it into the viewport. Pretty simple, pretty basic code. Let's have that set up there. We move this forward as well, because that's something else entirely. And quickly comment this code and simply say load, click on comment, loads the player health bar into the game, because that's all this bit of code does. Now that we have that sorted out, perfect. Let me straighten this as well. Excellent. So we have a bit of logic going on. Now here, let's organize this properly. This is the game's reaction to when the player takes damage. Okay, so bring this in. Just going to line it up properly. Oh, okay, that's fun. It's here. Bring this over here. Just organize all of these. Hold up. Straighten this connection when it branches. Good. Setting the game to paused. Let's have that there. Perfect. Printing some text. Creating the game over screen widget. And this now. I'll do a quick lining. Straighten connections. Straighten that out. This is fine. This is fine. This, I think, is better off with this being here in a nice logical flow. Straighten that connection. This is good. Set game paused. Not bad. Let's straighten this connection to keep it logical. This is good. This is very good. Come here. This is some basic text we don't necessarily need, but we'll leave it in for now. Straighten this out. And last but not least, straighten this out. Now, let's go step by step on what this code does. In the event that the player takes any damage, it needs to remove that damage amount from the player health. That's good. And then it sets the player health to the new amount after this is subtracted from this. Good. Next, it quickly does a double check on whether or not the player health is 0 or minus 0. If the player health is less than 0, it goes and checks in on the branch. If the player health is less than 0, which will make this condition true, it sets the game to pause, and please, yes, do pause the game, and prints out text. It says game over has reached, which is good. It's just for development. And then on the game over, it creates the game over screen widget, under which class? The game over screen class, right? And it adds that to the viewport. That's good. That's well organized. This is good. This is good. Now let's make sure, just to make sure we don't have any issues later, let's get local player from ID 0. And this will be the owning player, the player that owns this particular game over screen. If this was a multiplayer game, we would need to add in a lot of different code here, but since this is a single player game, we only need to worry about controller ID 0. Okay, so this is good. Now what would we comment this as? This is basically, we'll put in two comments. So start from here, right? Okay, so quickly decide on this comment. Hey, make it black. Not group movement. Let's just make it a comment so it doesn't move the group around when I move it. Good. And everything right up to here, this would make sense to call set player health after taking damage. Okay, that's all it is. It sets the player health after taking damage. That's what this does. Then this other comment over here, that should be just a comment, not group movement. Come out and add this in. Perfect. This is going to be extended a bit further, but for now this will work. And what does this bit of code do? Number one, it pauses the game and loads the game over screen once the player's health goes to 0 and below. Really easy to understand. So now we have a pretty good set of codes. So for starters, on start, listen to player controls, and we have all the blueprints set up here and they are working. Loads the player health bar into the game, this little thing, and it works perfectly. And then here, sets player health after taking damage. This works well. Pausing the game and loads game over screen once the player health goes to 0 or below. It is working effectively. We've worked on it in game. Now that all of our blueprints make sense, as well as in the player health test that we'll keep for now until we don't need it anymore, we have a player that is able to move around, be killed, right? It's able to be killed, is able to move and jump and has health. Right now, the only things that damage it insta-jib it, but with K we can tell that player health can be dropped down. It has a health bar, which is good, and you're able to do some basic puzzle platforming. Really basic. Okay, oh snap. Nice. And this is the next level we'll be going to create, where it has a melee enemy. But before we get to that, one last little thing. Let's make sure that our game over screen is now something that you can interact with, because right now, once you game over, boom, it's all frozen up. You don't have any control. Let's fix that and make sure your mouse can come over and start clicking any of these three options in the next video. All right, so in order to give us control of that menu once we've paused, we're going to start by getting the player controller. This gives us access to all the blueprints under the player controller. Next, we need to show the mouse. So we want to set show mouse cursor. This is good. So let's set show mouse cursor, and we'll tick this because this is really what we want, the mouse cursor to be seen. And once we're done with that, what we want to set it up is for set input mode to be user interface only. Now this should give you access to the user interface. Let's straighten this connection, keep it clean. I think I'll also straighten this connection just to keep it clean. Get back a bit. Awesome. So right after we've added the game over screen, it's going to come over here and set it so that the mouse cursor can be seen from the player controller, and the input mode is going to be for the user interface only. Now the last thing is to connect the value of the player controller, so it's listening to that player controller, and we're doing well from there. So let's start off and see how this looks like in game. When you press play, let's kill ourselves with K. Look, our mouse is here and we can press these buttons. They don't do anything yet, but we can press them. That's good. Let's test it out when he's killed by an obstacle. Nice, the game pauses and we can press these buttons. This is good. The systems are now working. Let's move on. So this next part is going to rely on everything you've learned so far, but it's really simple to get into. So we'll go back to the game over screen. And speaking of which, let me quickly increase the opacity of this black. I think it wasn't black enough. Anyway, in the game over screen, notice when you press on the buttons, it says is variable in the top right corner under details. So for each of these buttons, just make them variables. This makes it so that they are going to be able to be used for the functions we want. And simply put, we'll go into graph, and under here we are going to add in a couple of events. So the first event is going to be the simplest event. So on exit game, get exit, no, we don't need to get it, sorry. Let's see, exit game or game over screen, that's here, that's available. These are variables. Let's see. We have exit, main menu, and restart level. Okay. So the first one we'll start with is going to be the simplest. That's going to be, how do we get every time someone presses exit game, the game exits? So let's scroll down to the events and we'll say we'll create an on-clicked event, exit game. We'll scroll down a bit. And essentially what we want this to do is exits the game when the button is clicked. So exit game when exit game is clicked. That's what we want it to do. Now let's change the color. Cool. So this is pretty easy. You just drag this out and you press quit. So when we look under quit, it says quit game. That's pretty much it. It quits. You don't need to add anything else. Let's see how that looks like in game. Let's press play. Let's get killed by this. Once we click exit, it closes the game. If this was in Windows, it would just close the game no matter what. That's cool. Next, we need to get into the main menu. So we'll come back to our designer, click on the main menu, scroll down, and we'll say, okay, on clicked. So on click main menu. Now, since we do not currently yet have our main menu designed, we're going to leave this empty for now. But just to keep our code clean for when we get back to here, we're going to set it up nice and black as always, beautiful. Goes to main menu when main menu is clicked. Perfect. We'll leave this here empty, but we'll get back to that. Push this up. Next, we need to be able to restart level. That's our next variable. So let's go to restart level, scroll down, and click on clicked. Sweet. Since it's the first button, I want it to be here near the top. Now, let's put up a nice comment here. Nice. Now what this does is restarts the current level. This is important. The current level when restart level is clicked. This is good. So come up to here, save this, and once this starts off, right, we want to do things slightly differently, because the one other time where we have used going to another level is when it comes to those little blueprints we created for level transition. So let's go to master level trigger. So the master level trigger, which are these, the way it works is once they are hit, it opens a level by name, and we had to physically assign what the next level name is going to be. We aren't going to be doing that for this one because it's not looking for a specific level, it's looking for the current level. So what we're going to do is pull this out, and it's going to start off by get current level name. So it starts off by looking for the level name of the current level you're on. That's cool. Once it's done that, we come out and we say open level by name. Okay, and right now this is empty, but all we have to do is get the from get current level name and add that value over there. So now it will find the level name of the current level where whether we even if we change it, no matter what we do, it's going to do that, and it's going to do that well. That's cool. So let's see what that looks like in game. So I press play, jumps, he dies, boom, restart level, nice. But there's a bit of a challenge. If I press buttons, I don't know if you can hear me pressing buttons, nothing happens because the game is still taking input from the mouse and keeping it user interface input only. That's a simple thing for us to touch up. So on the game over screen, we say, well, open the current level by name, and then what you need to do is change the input. So it's going to set input to game only. Perfect. On which controller? Well, the player controller. Right, so we'll get local player controller from ID, and it sets the game right back to input game only. Let's see how that works now. I press play, I press K multiple times, restart level, I can move around. That's good. I get destroyed by that object, I press restart level, I can move around. That is good. So if we look back from the beginning of the tutorial, we started from basically a blank level, and now we are able to move around, get killed by objects, go to different levels. So we can go to different levels and we can create platforms and move around, which is good, as well as creating some basic platforming that is going to give the player a bit of a challenge. This is good. Next, we are going to move into adding in AI and give the enemy something to fight that's going to give him a bit of a challenge. Let's go. All right, so now that we've done a reasonable amount of work on this initial game and its plan, let's quickly go over everything that we have started out with as a plan and have a look at what we have running in game right now. Starting from the first level, let's go to the full blueprint editor. We'll come into the levels. and our starting developer level. Okay, so far as the game and the plan, let's match it up. We started out with the understanding that planning is OP, because anytime you're confused or stuck, you are going to come back to the plan and have a look at it, and it will direct you and it will stop you from going off course and help you understand what needs to happen next. So we know what our main menu is. We are creating this last. When we come into art, we created a basic level select menu that's coming in last as well. And then we created a basic menu for some options. This is coming in way down the line. Now, as far as levels, our developer level, we've brought it up to here. We've basically finished everything on this side, right? We are done with half of the elements we need to create in order to get the game running. So we have a player character, we have the ground, we have the level trigger, and we have working spike traps. Now everything that's left is on the right. We don't have a working melee enemy yet. We do not have any movable block that can be used for puzzles. We do not have a working ranged enemy yet. We do not have an NPC that will give us some dialogue yet. And the final boss is not yet done. Okay. As far as our first level, learning to jump, this level is currently fully complete. Fully complete, right? Because we can get into it. And it's basically practically exactly as we planned. That's good to know. What else was in the plan? Well, there's a second level with some obstacles. Okay, how is that right now? If we're going to the next level with obstacles, here it is. Ah, snap, I even died. Okay, hold on. Try to get through it. Ah, come on, the trap goes up. Up. Okay, boom. Okay, let's dodge this, dodge you too. Sweet. Quickly. Snap. Okay, Justin. Perfect. Nice. And now here we are on the next level we have to work on. So we are done with the second level, at least the baseline. And then now level 3, the baseline, with your first melee enemy here. Now, of course, you'll notice I made some changes. Feel free to design the levels the way you want using the basic elements. Now we need to find a way to create a melee enemy that you're going to need to fight. Then once that's done, we're going to create a simple puzzle with a moving object right over here. That's going to be easy, and 2 melee enemies and a small platforming level. After that is done, we'll move on, and there'll be a bit more of a combat challenge with some platforms and a lot more enemies. Once that is done, we will introduce the ranged enemy for the player to fight against that can kill them from range, and then a simple combat challenge with melee enemies, ranged enemies that you have to deal with to get out alive. And then second to last, we will have a simple level which is just story and narrative, where there'll be an NPC you talk to. And last, you'll have the final boss with different phases that has the ability to spawn a melee enemy, spawn a ranged enemy. It has a slow melee attack, and it has a fast ranged attack. And then it triggers the end on death. And in the end, there is a simple teaser and end of credits. That's what we are working towards. Now, we have a simple level trigger that's here, that's working right now. Okay, it goes from current level to the next, that works. We have our player currently working that can move left and right and jump, has health and a health menu. That's good. A death menu, sorry. And we currently have a spike trap that is able to move and kills the player. We have that. So the plan is coming to fruition. Next, we're going to create a melee enemy that can move left and right and jump. Then it needs to have health, at least a health bar above its head that will be useful so the player can track the health of that enemy. And it needs to be able to attack the player and do damage. That's really important, and we're going to get that working perfectly. So let's start on getting our melee enemy fully alive. All right, so let's get started with our melee enemy. Now, if you have a look around, you'll notice that I've already set up the third level. So we have our player character standing on top of a basic block, and then there are two little blocks that are going to hold the melee enemy. This, by now, you should be able to set up yourself. So let's get started. We'll start by creating a basic blueprint class, and we'll start by calling it an actor. Excellent. And we'll call it melee enemy. Now you can call it whatever you want and place that into the level. In the details, I'll make sure that it's on the exact same axis as the player character, which is 0 on the Y. This is excellent. Now let's go into this blueprint. We're going to start by adding some basic development sprites so that we can see where it is and what it's doing. We have this already prepared, the melee enemy development sprite. Similar to all the others, we'll bring down its size so that it's workable. It fits perfectly within the collider. This is very good. Let's see how it looks in game. Okay, so we now have our melee enemy set up in game. We want it to do two very basic simple things. Number one, to detect and sense the player when the player comes close. And number two, we want it to move towards the player once it detects them. So in order for that to happen, we simply need to set up its blueprints. Now, the first component we'll add before we get into blueprints is called a pawn sensing component. What this does is it gives it the ability to hear and the ability to see the player. Let's forget about hearing for a bit. So we'll turn the hearing threshold to 0. That's perfect. And we'll drop the sight radius down to about 700. So now this is the radius of sight. So about 700 units to the left and 700 units to the right. It should be able to detect the player. Now, we need to go through and make one more adjustment. In terms of sensing interval, we'll make the interval 0.1. So every 0.1 seconds, it senses, and we'll adjust its vision angle. So we can narrow its vision or we can expand it. I personally prefer to set it to 179 degrees so it can see back and forth with the same amount of consistency. You can experiment with this and see what works well for you. Now, component tick starts with tick, well, 0.01. And now that we are done with that, let's try a very simple test. Let's add an event called add on see pawn, right? So once it sees the pawn, let's do some basic print text to see if it's getting the job done. And immediately it sees the player, it should simply say, let's say, melee enemy sees player. That's all we want as we are double checking that everything works. So let's come in. Boom, melee enemy sees the player, works well Okay, we're out of its vision. We are in its vision. Nice. We're out of its vision. We are in its vision. Okay, try it on the other side. We are out of its vision. Just move forward a little bit, right up to, let's see when the, yeah. So that's right where its vision starts. Move back a bit. We are out of its vision. Move forward a bit. We are in its vision. Nice. Now that that basic vision is working, let's get the melee enemy moving towards the player. Now, in Unreal Engine, the AI or enemies that you make don't immediately move wherever you place them. They are only allowed to move within a nav mesh or navigation mesh. So we will place in the world a nav mesh bounds. So we'll put this here. We'll make sure to position this nav mesh bounds in a good location, and we're going to increase it. Generally, it's good to increase it through brush settings. So I've increased its bounds. I want to make it so that it can move within these two boxes but no further. So we'll bring this down a bit more. This looks just about right. Move it a bit more to the left. Awesome. And then we'll give it some more height so it clears the height of this object. So now we've said, hey, AI, it can now sense the player and it can move within that box. Now, once you create a box, any AI you place in the level, any enemy is going to be able to move and live and do anything you want it to do within that box right over there. That's good. Now we're going to make a simple change to the blueprints. We already have the ability for it to sense the player. Now what we want it to do is immediately it senses the player, it should move towards the player. Now we'll use the simplest possible way of doing that. So we'll use simple move to actor. Excellent. The controller should be the controller of itself. So we'll do a simple get controller, the target itself. That's good. But the goal is going to be the player character. So we'll get player character. Perfect. So what we want it to do is every time it sees the player character, it prints out, hey, it's seen the player. It will use itself to go towards the player character. Let's see how that looks in game. So I've pressed play. Oh, it sees the player. Boom, it goes towards the player. Okay, it sees the player again and it comes and touches the player. That's good. Now I think its speed is a bit too fast, so let's slow it down. Under character movement, let's look for speed. Let's remove from 600 centimeters per second. Let's drop it down to 400 centimeters per second. And let's see how that looks. Let's see character movement, flying. No, we don't need it to fly. This should be good. So I've reduced its speed slightly, so it shouldn't be as fast. Yes, now it's moving a bit slower. So when you're balancing your in-game characters, you're going to balance them through things like slowing down their movement, changing their attack speed, health, and we'll get into that. But this is just one element you can use to determine the level of difficulty in your game. Now that we have a melee enemy that can see the player, that can say when it sees the player and moves towards the player, in the next little video, we're going to now add damage to the enemy. So once it reaches the player, it does damage to the player, and at that point you start losing health. Let's get into that. All right, so now that our melee enemy is able to sense the player, print text that, hey, I've seen the player, and move towards the player, let's spice it up a little bit by making it so it is able to do damage. Now, we'll start with something really simple. So we'll say on cpawn, print text, etc, etc. And then let's say when the enemy gets close to the player, it should do damage. So as the simple move 2 is going on, let's do a basic condition check. So we'll create a simple branch. Now, let's figure out the distance between the character, or rather the melee enemy, and the distance to the player character. So this is what we'll do. We'll look for a get distance to function. Now, we're going to target, for the baseline self, and the other actor is going to be the get player character. So let's connect this over here. And for starters, let's start with a basic printout, right? So before this goes to the branch, let's do some basic printing, or print some text, and the return value here, let's put this here, it will convert. So let's try this out. In its current state, it's going to sense the character, print out that, hey, I've sensed the player, and then start moving towards the player. As it's moving towards the player, we'll get the distance to the player and print it out. Let's see how that looks. So back here, let's see, oh, it's seeing the player, and we can see the distance increasing as I run away and reducing as I come in close. Okay, that's good enough, that's working. So let's get rid of this text here because we simply do not need it, and have another look at that in game. So we're coming here, and boom, immediately it senses the player, it starts printing out the values of the distance towards the player, and it keeps getting low. We notice they touch at about 74 units. That's good to know. So let's spice it up again. Now that we have this text being printed, now we can start doing damage to the player. So we'll come out here. This is basic printing text. So it's on get distance 2. So let's look for the less than function, right? So we'll get the value of get distance 2, and we'll put it here. And if the distance between the player and the enemy is less than 100 units, because we know they touch at 75, what we will do is we'll say, okay, let this branch continue. And on the branch, we're going to say, okay, apply damage. Who's getting damaged? It's the player. So let's get back, get player character. It's going to be the one that takes damage. Now let's make it an insta kill. So it's going to be 100 damage. So the moment the melee enemy gets within 100 units, it's going to instantly kill the player. Let's see if we can get that to work. It comes in and dead. Excellent. This is working. This is perfect. It's working. But of course, for the sake of game balance, you don't want the player to die immediately when they get touched by any enemy. So what we're going to do is to reduce the damage that the enemy does from let's say 100. Let's make it 25. Okay, so you need to get hit 4 times by the enemy in order to die. Let's see how 25 looks. Okay, so the characters here. Oh snap, grabbed by the enemy. Oh, he's dead. Oh, but he died really quick. It was basically an insta-jib. Why was it an insta-jib? Well, it's pretty simple. The enemy immediately saw the player and did damage. So in order to prevent that, what we're going to have to do is we're going to add in a bit of a delay. Okay, a bit of delay. So let's say after it applies damage the first time, let's put up a delay of, let's say, 1 second. Okay, so immediately it has come and done damage, let there be a delay of 1 second to give our player the chance to run away. Let's try it now. 1 second. Not enough, not enough. Nope, 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 that's not good enough. So what we need to do is to add in another delay, because delaying after it's applied the damage, the challenge is that this flow chart starts with being seen on pawn sensing. So because of that, anything we put here, it won't matter. So we're going to need to figure out another way to add in a bit of delay. So let's take it from the top. On pawn sensing, in other words, the moment the player is seen, let's straighten this, a simple move actor command, that's okay. It basically moves forward, and it moves in an attempt to move itself, the controller, to the goal that is the player character. This is currently working perfectly. Nice. We leave that. Now, we currently are able to get the distance to the character, right? So the target is self in terms of where are we getting the distance from to the other character, which is the get player character. That's good. Now, initially, we've been printing the distance between. We'll eventually get rid of that, but for now, we can leave that there. And then we branch and we check if the distance is less than 100, and we do damage. So that is currently working perfectly. As a base damage of 25, there are two things we're going to do. For starters, we're going to make it so that immediately this distance goes to 200. Instead of 100, we'll set it up to start detecting damage at 200, or at least make a pause at 200, so it will immediately branch. Now, we're not going to apply damage directly. We'll start by making another delay. Now, this delay is to prevent it from still instant jibbing the player. And we're going to add in a reasonable delay of 1 second. Let's consider that delay as acting like the animation for the attack of the melee enemy. So once you're in 200 units next to the enemy, it plays an attack animation that lasts for 1 second. And once this is done, it gets completed and taken to another branch. After that 1 second delay, let's line this up. So after that 1 second delay, it gets branched to look for something. So what it's going to do is it's going to get the distance between, and let's get another get distance to. Perfect. We'll get distance 2 and the target is self. The other actor is the player character. Perfect. And we'll return a value again, and we will do a less than again, and less than, let's say, 200, right? And once that's done, it will do damage. Now, this is the logic flow. We start off by sensing the player. That we've checked, it works perfectly. Once we've sensed the player, it starts to move towards the player. This works, we've checked it, it works perfectly. Then we print out some text stating that it has this distance that we've put up towards the player. This we're about to delete it because it's getting useless, but it's simply there for now. We check the distance between the actor, and that is the player and the melee enemy, and we'll print it out. Now we'll check if it's less than 200. We branch and we're like, okay, it's true. So after a 1 second delay, we check again. Now what are we checking? We are checking the distance once more to the player character, and once we've checked, and if it's under 200 after 1 second, we apply the damage. Now let's see if this code is running cleanly in game. So let's see, it's coming to me after 1 second. It does damage. It does damage, damage, dead. Nice. This is getting a bit balanced. So I'll come here. Does that? Nope, I'm running away. It's not done any damage. Nope, I'm running away. It's not done any damage. Nope, I'm running away. It's not done any damage. No, I'm running away again. It's not done any damage. Now, but if I stay still, I take damage. Okay, I need to run off. I take damage again. I need to run off again. I take damage. Or snap, I'm running away again. I take damage again. Okay. So now at least we know this is working as intended, and we can tune it to work differently. So we may say, hey, right now it's taking too long. Well, let's do a couple of things. For starters, let's remove that text print. Okay, let's remove this. We don't need to have the distance printed on screen. Okay, straighten this a bit. Okay, now all we need to do now to change how it feels to play is change the duration. Now this is what we'll do. We'll move this branch back a bit, and we'll come out here and we'll print something. We'll print some text, right? And this text is basically going to say that enemy is attacking, right? And as far as the color, let's make this red because it's dangerous. So the moment that the player character gets within 200 units, the enemy is now attacking, and after 1 second of attacking, it will do damage. Let's see how that looks in game. Comes close, enemy is attacking, it does damage. Enemy is attacking, it does damage. Okay, now what we can do is simply reduce the attack time. So instead of it being a 1 second delay before it checks for that radius and attacks, we can set it to, let's say, 0.5. Okay, so the enemy attacks faster. So now when you come in here, okay, it attacks faster. You can notice how much faster it attacks, which is cool. That is good for the balance. And let's spice this up by making it so that the enemy will actually attack you. Its attack reaches up to 300 range. So you have to get out of the radius of its attack really, really quickly. Okay, so let's try that again. Now it's attacking. It's actually really attacking, and if I don't get out of range, I die. This is good. You can edit the values to whatever works well for you. Now let's finish up this initial level with the melee enemy. Let's close that up. Come down to our plan. We're already done with the obstacle level. This is how the melee enemy level is set up. So let's set it up like this. So for starters, we need to put in a couple of objects. Let's put in this obstacle. Okay, a couple of these. Let me get its positioning just right. It has to be on the 0 here. So this one I'll put it up here. Nice. And basically 0 start delay. Starting movement, I'll make it 500. Ending movement, negative 500. That's good. And then move time, I'll make it 2 seconds. Middle hold time 2, 2, 2. That gives the player ample time to do whatever it needs to do. And then at the end of the level, right after you face that melee enemy, we're going to put a level trigger. So once again, actually we can now add in a bit more technology. We're going to just place the master level trigger in the level by itself, and we'll raise this up. Okay, now we're going to do something different inside of the master level trigger, so we don't have to keep creating different level triggers. Go to the next level name and then set it to instance editable. Okay, so that means we are going to be able to edit it from within the game, and each instance can have a different statement within it. Then we'll go into levels, and we're going to create a new level, and this new level is going to be a blank basic level. Okay, let's create that. Nice. And I'll press Ctrl S, and I'm going to save this new level. Let's have a quick look at our plan. The next level is going to be called Simple Puzzle, and it's where we're going to learn how to make a simple movable block. Excellent. Now back to Unreal Engine, and we're going to call it 004 dash movable. Hold on, let me look at that name again. That name is, no, not melee enemy, Simple Puzzle. Nice. So it's going to be 004 simple puzzle. And now we have that saved. Now that that's saved, we'll go back, we'll come here, press F2, press Ctrl C. F2 lets you change the naming, pressing Ctrl C copies it. Let's come into here, and we'll select this little object. It's asking us for next level name. We'll paste that, 004 simple puzzle, and let's play and see if we can get to there. Can we survive? Yes, can survive that, but to run really quickly to survive that, and boom, now we are in the next level. This is good, and we are progressing steadily, slowly and steadily. This is good. If there's anything that you haven't understood to this point, I do recommend going back and watching it, because we're getting into slowly more advancing tech. But once you have the fundamentals dialed down, you're going to enjoy the course. I'm sure the better you even understand everything that I've been teaching you, the more different your levels are than what I create. And that's what I want to see. You calling your things differently. Instead of calling it a melee enemy, you can use a different name. You can use different speed, different positioning and timing. Balance the game for you. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, as we're moving forward, just going to go back to our main developer level. Put a melee enemy somewhere here. I want it to be a bit farther back. So in our developer level, it's there. Nice. Okay, let's move forward. All right. Now that we have our enemy able to damage our player, which we can have a look at, let's go back to the melee enemy level. Press play. So now the obstacle can kill the player, right? And what else? So let's double check that again. This can kill the player. I'll need to go back in and adjust this in our screen. I'll need to adjust that, and let's skip over this. The enemy is able to kill our player. We're going to need to level the playing field and make it so that the player can also fight back. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to give health to our enemy. But before we do, let's quickly fix any of the issues with the interface. So double click on the game over screen. Let's drag it back here. Let's see what's the problem causing it. Okay, so let's talk about anchors on position X. 0 0. I'll set all of its anchors to 0. Okay, and its alignment to 0 0 as well. That's just the image. Okay, so let's see what happens when I increase these alignments. Size X, which should be 1920. Okay, and its size on Y, let's see, I believe it's 1080p, 1080. So now it fills the screen fully. So position Y is 0, position X 0. Basically want it to be like that. Okay, so this should be fine. Let's see how it looks in game once again once the player dies. So come back to this level, save everything. Don't want there to be any visual artifacts. Perfect, now it properly lines up. Anyway, so moving forward, let's add some health to that object. So with the health, we'll be able to do damage to the enemy. So in order to create health, the first thing we're going to do is head over into interface and create a new, so go down, user interface, and we are going to call it user widget enemy health bar. That's it, right? Enemy health bar, will keep it simple. Within the enemy health bar, we will add a canvas panel, same way we do for all user interface levels, which will decide on where on screen it's going to be. And then we are going to add a progress bar. Let's put this smack dab in the middle over there and make a couple of other changes. Let's see, its percent, let's start off by leaving it at 1, right? So that's its color right now. And let's see, where is fill? Fill color is blue. I like blue, but let's try something else, maybe a nice purple for our enemy's health bar. Yeah, that will be what it does. It fills to purple. And then in terms of size, we just want it to be a small thin health bar above the enemies that shows how much damage it can take. Nice, small, thin, easy peasy. Okay, so that's it. Now we've just created a bar. That's all we need to do. All we're going to need to do is to come over here, and for starters, let's change the thing. So let's call it enemy progress. Now let's call it enemy health progress bar, right? We'll call it that, the enemy health progress bar that is under the enemy health bar. That's fine. And we'll set it up to be is variable. That means that it's able to be changed. Once we have that done, we now go into the melee enemies blueprint itself. So we've already set up the melee enemy with everything, including its pawn sensing and its basic sprite. All we have to do now is add in that widget. So we'll go to add, and we'll add a widget. Now the game does keep track of all the widgets. So within the widget, now that it's here, you just have to go over to the right side and look for widget class. And it's basically enemy health bar. It should be in there, right? So let's lift it up. It should be visible. Let's see. Let's first compile. Excellent. So we have an enemy health bar here that should be visible. Let's see. World is fine. Enemy health bar, that's fine. This is good. Now let's have a look at it in game. Oh snap, just closed the Unreal Engine entirely. Let's have a look at it in game and see if it renders. If it doesn't render, we're going to need to make a few more changes. Okay, so currently the enemy's health bar is not rendering. So what we will do is go into the blueprint. So all of the different stuff that was going into the movement management of the enemy is there, and we need to make some blueprints for it. So for starters, we'll use the event tick. Event tick means basically about every second or every time it makes a frame, it's going to carry out this action. So under event tick, we're going to want to, for starters, cast to enemy health bar. That looks for any enemy health bars that are here and tries to connect to them. We'll come out of that and we'll say get widget, right? Let's get widget. So it's going to look for an enemy health bar within the widgets, right, that are available currently in this player blueprint. So it should find this one. Okay, I don't know why this is under the paper 2D sprite. Let me bring it up here so that it stands out on its own. Okay, then once that's done, we come out and say, hey, as enemy health bar, let's look for something. So let's look for the enemy health progress bar, which is a variable. So I want to look for that, right? So it's coming in, it's looking under the health bar that we created here, and then it's targeting this. So health bar is the whole interface, right? That's everything. But we want it to find the enemy health progress bar. That's right here. So it connects to that, and then it needs to find its percentage and set it. Okay, so set percentage, right? And it needs to do so on every event tick, right? So every frame that's calculated. So there are a couple of things. We're going to get enemy health that is a variable, make it a variable and set it to a float of enemy health. And then we shall, as usual with progress bars, it's from 0 to 1. So it's a percentage. So we have to divide by 100. So we will create a divide action, okay? And we will divide whatever the enemy health is by 100. Let's see what it's set to default. Set it to default as 100 as a variable. That's perfect. And we'll connect this to here, which is lovely. Now, oh, no. Let me align these properly. Once we are done doing that, all of our work is done as far as connecting effectively to the widget and showing the health bar. Let's see what that looks like in the viewport. Currently not yet displaying. Let's make sure that all these are compiled. Compile that, compile this, and melee enemy, compile this and make sure this is compiled as well. Good. And let's save this level. Okay, perfect. Now let's go in game and see how the health bar is. If we are not seeing it yet, okay, it's attacking kill. Okay, so currently we're not seeing it. So let's go into the melee enemy and figure out why we're not able to clearly see the health bar and fix that. Okay, so depending on if Unreal Engine decides to have a bad day, you may be struggling to have the enemy health bar display properly. So essentially, all you have to do is come in, and as far as anchors, when you click on the second anchor layer, simply set it to this one, the one in the middle. That will put all the anchors here, and it's going to anchor our little displayed health bar right there. So on the melee enemy, you'll notice that you can't see the widget here, you can't see the health bar. Turn this to 90 degrees so that it's facing here. Your X should be here and your X should be moving towards you. Your Y should be elsewhere, and set the space from world space. Okay, like now it's showing up in world space, and you can set it to screen space depending on whatever's working. It actually wasn't even showing up initially, right? Let's see how that looks in game, with world space. Okay, okay, so our enemy's health, but yeah, it's inconsistent, right? But if we go back and we set it to screen space and we save that, now all of a sudden I feel like scaling it down. But before I scale it down, I can come over here and notice that we now have our enemy's health bar showing up above it. Now this will need to be polished, but for now this works. We have a health bar above our enemies and it's very consistent. That is good enough for now. Now that our enemy has health that we can see, we now need to give the player a way to fight back. So we are going to give our player a simple attack that does damage. Let's move on to that. All right, now you are going to zoom in and pay careful attention to what happens next, because we're getting into some reasonably complex stuff. It's simple, but it's complex. It's easy to learn, but don't miss anything. Now, in our current game, when I press play, okay, when I come over here, there's an enemy that if it attaches to me, starts dealing health damage and I die, right? And now the player's time to fight back has come. So we're going to create a basic attack that the player is able to initiate. And when they press the button, they attack the enemy. Okay? Now, in order to learn different systems, it's going to be different than the enemy's attack. When you go back and think back to the enemy's attack is basically a proximity check attack. So when the animations come in, yes, it's going to play an animation once it gets to 200 units. And if the animation ends when you're within 300 units, you're going to take damage. So it's going to be like a sweep attack or a big sword swing, right? That's going to be added in once we come to the time of adding in any animations. Now for the player, we're going to do something else entirely. We're going to create a spawned in attack. Let's do this now. So we're going to go into our blueprints folder and we are going to create a new folder called attacks. Okay, so this is going to contain projectiles and other spawned in attacks for our game. The first thing we're going to create is the individual single player attack that happens. So we're going to create a blueprint class. It's going to be an actor because an actor is an object that can be placed or spawned in the world. We'll be spawning. And we are going to call it player attack. Okay, that's all it's going to be called. Okay, so for the sake of delineating it from other things, it's going to be a sword. Okay, it's going to be a sword attack. Now let's get into this sword attack over here. Okay, keep dragging it from my second screen. Now the next thing we're going to do with our sword attack is to set it up in terms of how it looks. Okay, right now it's empty. There's nothing here, nothing going on at all. We're going to add a sprite, right? A paper sprite. Now, just to keep things spicy, we're going to basically make this the character's player sprite. So when we look, we have the big player sprite, right? Now it's not going to need any collision. We're not going to add any capsules or anything. We just need the sprite. That's all we need. Now let's bring it down to size. So I'll cut it down to, let's see, 0.005. Okay, really thin, really thin. It's going to be a sword. And as far as the X, let's bring it down to 0.045. Perfect. This works. This is excellent. Okay, excellent. There's no problem with this. There's no issue. Now we've got to flip it over. Let's flip it 90 degrees. So this is our current attack. Okay, that's all it is. That's all it is. Let's Control S to save. Now we are going to change its color just a bit. I guess we can oh my god, what options do we have? I guess green-ish, green works. Fine, you'll have a green attack, okay? The attack is going to be, let's click OK. It's going to be a green sword that just pops up from nowhere. Now, all we are going to do, we're going to start with something simple, okay? Right now, we've created the sword attack, but if we move around, nothing happens, okay? It doesn't show up anywhere. In fact, if we jump over here, we'll just be sucked dry by this horrible enemy. Ah, we're dead, okay? Now, we're going to give the player the ability to spawn that little sword attack. So, we're going back in time. Okay, I just connected my Xbox controller. We're going back in time to inputs. Now, if you remember, we set up a move jump input, a move left input, and a move right input. Okay, and in terms of the player inputs, we set them all up. We're coming back here to set up the attack input. So, all we'll start by doing is coming here and say I'm creating a new input. What? An input action. Cool. And it's going to be called let me think it up, right? Let me think it up in terms of input. Let's call it, okay, hold on. Let's call it sword attack. That's all we're going to call it. It's that simple. Sword attack. Now back to player input. Let's close these up. These are no longer needed. We're adding in, snap, why did it close all those? Okay, there's a new mapping, come on. We're adding in a new mapping and we will find sword attack ready for us. Sword attack is here. Now, which buttons do I want for sword attack? Okay, which ones? Okay, so I'm looking at my controller right now and I'm thinking of which buttons would make sense. Let's start with the keyboard, right? So I'll press that and I'm guessing keyboard spacebar. That's fine for sword attack. Cool. Let's add another for sword attack. Keyboard, keyboard E. Keyboard E is good. Okay, so when I press E, I get the sword attack. Let's put another numpad 0, numpad 0. Perfect. That works, okay? What else? Okay. So let's think back and now let's go to the controller. I already have controller, basically D-pad and all that stuff sorted out. I want controller every time I press the X button on Xbox, on PlayStation, it's the square button, gamepad first button left, it's going to perform the attack. So we're saving this. Our input is ready. So spacebar E, numpad 0, and the gamepad first button left. They are ready to go. So we'll go back into blueprints. Now, let's go into player. So we've done a lot of work with the player. Let's come back to the bottom of all of these move commands, right? At the bottom, I'm just going to copy the this comment. I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it. Hold on, where are you? Copy. I pressed copy and paste, okay? Now, the code that we're going to put in here is going to be a bit larger. So open it up, okay? Now, okay, let's keep the comments clean. We are going to have player attack. Sorry, let's call it sword attack. It's called sword attack. Causes player to spawn a sword attack, and for balance purposes we'll put it on cooldown, okay? Then puts it on cooldown. Nice, perfect. We now have the space for this set up. So we'll start with the basics. We'll look for the input action sword attack, okay? Enhanced action events, sword attack. I'm hoping you can see this clearly. I needed to zoom in a bit. Now, every time sword attack is triggered, okay, I want to spawn, oh, not spawn, spawn with an N, spawn actor from class. Now, okay, let's look for the class. We're looking for the class sword attack. We're going to stop here, okay? Now, the only thing it needs is some spawn transform. Okay, so we're going to have to come here and make a vector. It will refuse. Okay, it will refuse if you do not allow it to make a transform. So I don't think I want a transform like this. No, let's make it a vector. I prefer a vector to a transform. So make vector. Oh damn, it's not allowing me to do that. Hold on, let's make a vector first. This is going to become important later. Okay, don't just do a transform. Let's make a vector. It will do the conversion for us. That's okay. So 0, 0, 0. Okay, it's going to spawn at 0, 0, 0. Let's just try and see if this gets done. Okay, so here I've pressed E. I've pressed E. Notice that little green thing? That is our sword, okay? It's spawning at 0, 0, 0 in world space, which is a terrible place to spawn. That's useless. Let's now change it to spawn right in front of the player, okay? Now, instead of spawning at 0, 0, 0, we're going to need to use some technology. So we know that we can get world location, okay? And we want to get the world location of the paper sprite. Awesome. Now let's split these up, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're going to do that, okay? So now the vector needs to spawn exactly where our character is where it's going to spawn. Okay, exactly. So we are getting the location of our paper sprite, and we are spawning the sword attack right in front of it, right in front of it, actually right where it is. So let's see what that looks like. I'll press the button. Okay, just making sure if you can hear me pressing buttons, the jump button on my Xbox, that's cool. Now I'll press the spawn button. Bam, spawns right there. Okay, so it spawns, so it's working, it's able to spawn the attack. Now it spawned right inside me, or rather right inside of the player, so it's now stuck, but that's okay, the spawning is working. That's the most important thing. Now we're going to need to make some tweaks before we get into get before we get into this further. Just make sure that can zoom in. Remember, immediately the sword attack button is pressed, it spawns the sword attack actor, okay? And it spawns it right in the middle of our player character. Now, we're going to need to make some tweaks. I don't want it to spawn right inside my player character. No, no, no. I want it, let's break X. I want it to add a little bit of room. So I'll make an add, right? An add function, and it's going to pull out that the number after I've added. So let's add, let's say 200 units. Okay, that should be enough. Let's press play. I'll go back to my Xbox controller. I'll jump, snap, connect, jump. Okay, I press, boom, it creates it right over there. Now, keep in mind, when I press the button down, it just keeps trying to spawn more and more, basically drawing in some green. But we know that it's spawning. That's all that matters. Now, it's spawning a bit too far from the player. Let's reduce that down to, let's say, 100 units. Okay. It should be just in front of the player. Boom. That's perfect. Can I still move? Yes, I can still move. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now we have a challenge because enemies will come from different directions. Meanwhile, I'm moving left, I want to attack an enemy. Boom, oh, it spawned on the right. That's not what I want. Boom, nope, it spawned on the right, and also it's spawning too much inside me. When I move left, nope, it keeps spawning right. So let's do this. We're going to make it so that when I move, this is kind of a cool idea for a game, like you can create your own platforms. Anyway, we'll make it so that when I'm moving left, it spawns left. When I'm moving right, or when I'm facing right, it spawns on the right. Come here, come here, stay back. Oh, shit. Okay, let's do that right now. Yes, yes, yes. Game is over. How sad, how sad. We're going to need to use some science, okay? Some science. Number one, we're creating a couple of different variables. We'll create a variable called direction, okay? Let's compile that. It's going to be a boolean, and its default value is going to be 1, okay? Now we'll make it simple. 1 means right, 0 means left. Let's keep it simple. Nice. Then we're going to create, nah, we don't need anything else. This will be enough for now. So direction, 1 means right, 0 means left. So let's go back. We already know that moving left and right are perfect. So we don't need those anymore. Let's line this up. So these are where our code for movement is. So let's say right after move left, right? We'll come and we will set direction, and we'll set it to 0. Just that, that's fine. Keep it empty. And then right after we've moved right, we will set the direction to be right, which is 1 or plus or true. Booleans are like that. The boolean is always 0, 1. So anytime it's 0, we know we've moved left. Anytime it's 1, we know we've moved right. That's awesome. Now, back to the science. We know that, okay, this needs to move up a bit further. Okay, let's say 120 units. That's good. Now, we are going to add a split. Okay, we're going to science the heck out of this. Let's break that link. Now, we're going to have a split. Okay, or sorry, a branch. This is stupid, not a split. It does split, but it's a branch. It's a branch. Okay, now this is what it's going to do. Immediately you press this sword attack button. Okay, if whatever this is true, it will come and spawn a sword attack there. Okay, so if it is false, it will do nothing. In other words, if the player is facing right, it will spawn the sword. If the player is facing left, it's not going to spawn the sword. So I'm going to put direction, and it's going to be get. Awesome. Let's see if this code works. Let's compile this. Is this working? Good. We've basically said, look, if the player is moving right, click this, spawn. Okay, it spawns the sword. It spawns that attack. If the player is moving left and I press, I'm pressing, okay, I'm mashing, nothing comes out. That's good. That means the game is now able to detect which direction you are facing, which is good. So I'm moving left, I can't. When I'm moving right, I can. Excellent. This is good enough. So we'll go back into the player. Now we're going to copy this. Actually, we'll copy this and this and this and this and this and this. We'll copy and we'll paste it. Okay. Now, this time, okay, this time around, if it's false, in other words, if we are facing left, it's going to do the exact same thing. It's going to spawn a sword attack. But the difference is it's going to spawn the sword attack at negative 120. Okay. In other words, on the left side. Let's jump into game and just double check and see if that's working. So I'm moving right. I press the spawn button. It spawns on my right and right in front. I'm moving left. I press the spawn button. Look at that. Okay, it's working. The code is working clean. So I'm now able to spawn a little sprite that appears in the game, and this is what we are going to use to create our basic sword attack. Jump over here, spawn on the right, spawn on the left, spawn on the right, spawn on the left, spawn on the right. Awesome. The code is working, and it's working to a T. This is perfect. Now that we're able to do this, we're going to put in some balance measures. Okay, some balance measures. Now we're going to create another two variables. The first variable, we're going to call it the attack cooldown. Okay, because when you attack, you can't attack forever. You can't just hold down the button and permanently attack. Okay, you need to have a cooldown. Next, we're going to have can attack, and this is going to be a boolean. Okay, 0 1. 0, you can't attack. 1, you can attack. And now we're going to use these to create a bit more balance to our players attack and make it a bit more balanced. Okay, just a bit more balanced. So for starters, before we even do the branch check of which direction, we're going to make another branch. Now, this branch connects here. There's no connect. Okay, it's going to check for a condition, and it's going to check for the condition of can attack, get can attack, and its basic value is going to be true. Okay, so its default is going to be true, and we'll connect this here. So if the player can attack, we want it to be true and go through everything we've set it so far, right? But if the player can't attack, I want it to print something. Print. I want it to print that attack is on cooldown. So attack is, hold on, player attack is on cooldown in big bold letters. In fact, I want it in pink. Okay, I want it pink. What's the text color? Why you cool? Make it pink. Cool. So anytime you're trying to attack, but you can't attack, your can attack is at 0. It's just going to print player attack is on cooldown. Okay. Now we'll come over here and we're going to add in a bit of blueprint code. So number one, we'll come and say set can attack, okay, to 0. We'll leave it blank, leave it blank, leave it empty. And regardless of direction, left or right, immediately you've pressed can attack goes to 0. You can't attack, right? Now we can look at this in game. This is really easy, but it basically means you have one attack. So if I press, and every time I press, it says, hey, player attack is on cooldown. So I can attack once. That's how we are balancing out the attack. But we need a way for the player to come back and be able to attack again. So I'll come here and I'll set up a delay. Ooh, a delay. Let's see. A delay has been set. And I don't want it to just be anything. I want it to be attack cooldown. Okay. Now attack cooldown, I'll set it as a baseline to 2 seconds. So every 2 seconds, our attack kind of reloads. And then once it's completed, I want it to set can attack to be boom. I want it to set can attack to true. So let's see what that looks like in actual game. So when I press, it's on cooldown. When I press again, it's off cooldown. When I press again, then it goes on cooldown for 2 seconds. Nice, this is good. Now 2 seconds is kind of potato for an attack, okay? I generally speaking don't recommend 2 seconds to be, you know, what you need in order to attack. I just I just generally don't recommend that. However, you know, people have their own balance. So I will leave this to you to decide on an attack cooldown. I'm going to put it at 1 second for now to kind of keep it kind of balanced. 1 second ain't much, but it's something. Okay, okay, okay. Can attack, can't attack, can attack again. You can decide for yourself, okay? You are a game developer now, what the attack interval is. Now that we have set up the basic ability to create an attack in the next video, we are going to actually add damage to that attack and make it possible to destroy your opponents, okay? It's going to be able to destroy this one over here, our melee enemy. I hope you all warmed up. Go into the next video and let's get started learning. All right, now we're going to actually add some code to our sword attack. Okay, so currently it's pretty bare bones. It just gets thrown into the world without any code inside it. But now let's give it some code. So for starters, we are going to create a component on hit with the paper sprite, right? Now, first things first, the hit we want to record is cast to melee enemy, okay? So this is going to happen when it hits the melee enemy. That's very, very important. And when it comes to other actor, it's basically the melee enemy, so the other actor is the object that it hits. That's important. And then it's going to apply damage How much damage? I think 3 hit kills for enemies is good. So let's say 30 damage. I think 30 damage is good. So that's 3 hits. Technically 4 hits. Okay, fine. Let's make it. No, let's make it. Let's see. What would it take to get 3 hits? Let's say 37 damage. Okay, so let's do some basic math. Okay, so if we make it so that it does 30 damage, 30 times 3, 90. Okay, if we make it do 37 damage times 3, and perfect, 37 damage it is. That's enough to kill the enemy. That's great. Now, once it's done applying this damage, I want it to destroy itself. We can't have random sticks and swords sticking around. So destroy actor. And I want it to destroy the self. Okay, so immediately it has done any damage, I want it to be out of there. Now, here's the thing. We need it to still destroy itself, even if it does nothing. Okay, so, well, I guess let me show you what this looks like in action. Okay, so we'll come over here. Okay, we'll spawn one. Or snap, I was looking the other way. Okay, boom, it gets eaten. Okay, boom, it does damage. Okay, it is actually doing damage. It's just eh, uh, uh, attacks. Okay, it's doing damage. Okay, the attacks are doing damage, and it's, oh yeah, the enemy has lost track of me. Snap. Snap, it's about to kill me. Okay, so right now the sword attack does disappear after doing damage, but we want it to disappear regardless. So we'll create an event tick, and we're going to create a basic delay. Now this delay here is the delay, in other words, it's how long the attack exists. So I'm just going to set this up to 0.1, and once that's completed, destroy itself. Basically, from the moment it's created, it's only on screen for 0.1 seconds. Let's see how that looks in game. So it's okay, it's on for just 0.1 seconds. Oh snap, I ran into this. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, it's only up to, okay, snap, I'm basically being eaten alive. Snap, damn, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, so right now our enemy sword, our little sword over here, is able to completely demolish this. Okay, it can't yet because it has no damage, but it shows up for a brief flash. That's why it's basically a little spawn for 0.1 seconds, then it's gone. This is good because it's a sword attack. It doesn't need to stay on forever. Okay, it's not magic, it's not a damage over time. Now we're going to give the melee enemy acceptance of the damage that's coming its way. So let's go into the melee enemy. Speaking of which, at some point I'm going to make a video of us cleaning up this code. Anyway, we'll go up in the melee enemy and we'll create a simple event, any damage. Okay, in other words, any damage that it's being told that it is receiving. Okay, we will get enemy health. Okay, so basically get enemy health, get the damage, and we're going to subtract. Okay, so enemy health is what's at the top here. It's what's being subtracted. We're going to subtract by the damage that gets done. Okay, very important. We're subtracting the damage that gets done. And then we're going to set enemy health, right? So that whatever it takes is going to be the new enemy health. Now, okay, whenever it comes to this number over here, we're going to do a less than equal to, okay? So it's less. The moment its health reaches 0, then we want it to branch. So we'll create another branch. So the moment its health reaches 0, you know what? For no death animations, I want it to destroy the actor. Okay, that's all it has to do. Immediately, the health bar of the melee enemy hits 0, it gets destroyed. Now let's go in. Okay, it's coming. I'm not ready to fight. Ah, snap. Need to jump. Need to jump. Okay. Ah, snap. Okay, I died. I died like a noob. An absolute noob there. Let's go back and try and rebalance this a bit. Okay. So for starters, I think that the delay attack cooldown, let me bring it down from 1 to 0.5, okay? Then the sword attack, its duration, let me increase it from 1 to 0.5, okay? So I'm able to always, sword attack. This isn't like proper balance for a real game, but it's for demonstration. The balance, I leave it to you. So let's play again, going for another fight. Snap, I was looking backwards. Look back at the enemy. Ah, snap. Oh, snap. Play attack is on cooler. Okay. Sweet. Okay, cool. It should be 3, then it dies. What in the hell? Where is the mistake? There is a mistake in our code. Oh my goodness. If this is less than or equal to 0, then true destroy the actor. The actor is the self. Okay, so what I want to do, because this is not making sense, why is the enemy not dying? The enemy should be dying. Let's quickly run through this code again to just double check. This is perfect. This works. What exactly is missing should be either in the sword attack. Double check the sword attack again. So currently the sword attack on hit, right? When it hits the melee enemy, it applies 37 damage. Then it destroys itself. That's cool. Every event tick, there is a delay of 0.5. Once that's done, it destroys itself. Okay, that's fine. But I think what I want is a way to truly understand when the base damage is doing its proper damage. Let's look at the player. Okay, the player is entirely doing its job. There's nothing wrong there. So let's go into the melee enemy. Let's say on any damage, let's do a simple print to do some debugging, and we'll say that enemy hit. So that just shows that at least the on any damage is working. Okay, so enemy is hit. Is hit. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's have another look. Come over here. Come on, come to me. Enemy. Okay, player attack is on cooldown. Hold on, let me wait for snap. I'm actually not hitting the enemy. Oh shit. Hold up, wait a minute. Let's come back here. Come back to the melee enemy. I'm going to stop the melee enemy from moving on different axes. Okay, so let's start by constraining it. It's been okay. I don't need its rotation to be changed, just its position in the y-axis. Okay, let's try this again. So if I come over here, okay, snap. Holy snap. Holy snap. We have a we have an enemy that's moving too fast. We have an enemy that's moving way too fast. So first things first, I'm going to change its speed. Okay, walk speed 400. Nah, let's bring that down to 300. That's getting crazy. Okay, first things first, walk speed 300. Second, we know that the on event any damage is not correctly applying damage, right? So quick check event any damage, it needs to say enemy is hit. Let's remove any other text whereby it's saying enemy is attacking. The enemy attack we know works, we don't need that anymore. So we know currently we only have print text on enemies hit. So let's try that again with a slightly slower enemy. If this doesn't work, it's going to be more troubleshooting. Let's see. Ah, snap. Hold on. Attack isn't on cooldown. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This, for some reason, this character is moving around a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Let me quickly find a fix and come back again. Hey, I actually found the issue. If you look back at the other videos, the as melee enemy is not connected to the damaged actor, which is why the melee enemy wasn't registering anything. Basically this is how it looked before. Let's break this. It was like this. Okay, so on hit, cast, but the damaged actor was not being specified. My bad. And the reason I want to leave this in is because in game development, there's always little stuff like this that comes up. You have to constantly remind yourself, don't lose your cool, relax, breathe, and go step by step in the flow, and you will find the solution. Now, let's see how it looks now. So I'm coming in. I'm now on the attack. Ooh. Oh, boom. Hit him once. Oh, snap. Jump over, jump over. Don't take damage. Come here, come here. Boom. Hit him twice. Ah, snap. Come here. Ah, snap. I died. Okay, let's try that again. Ah, snap. I was facing the wrong direction. Ah, ah, get it. Boom. I killed him. Nice. This is good enough. So this is a good baseline combat system we have. Now you, as the player, have the ability to create damage in front of you, which is good. It's like going to be our sword attack. It will be much more beautiful once we get to the animation side of things and to adding in sprites and character, but this is good enough for the baseline. Now, let's go to the next video. All right, now let's move on to the next level. Essentially, we are going to need to create a small movable block. Can be moved by the player. That's all we need, okay, in order to get the next level going. And let's have a look at how that level looks. So we will come back, go back to our plan, and this is it. This is our simple puzzle. So let's bring this simple puzzle to life. Make sure your plan is right beside you. Let's design this level. So for starters, we're going to, this is our current simple puzzle level, right? But hey, we are game developers. We want to keep life simple. So I am not going to do anything too crazy. I'll go back to the enemy level, that is this. And I'm going to copy a couple of things over. I'm going to copy my player character. Okay, So copy the player character. While holding control, I'll copy that block. I think I'm going to copy that as well. What else do I want to copy over? I want to copy over that. And that's it. I've pressed Control C. I've come into this next level. And I'll press Control V. And it has pasted everything in its original position from the other level. That's cool. Now, let's make some changes. I want to delete that block. It's not going to be needed. Let's bring this down to the ground. Okay. And instead of having one enemy, I think I'm going to add in another one. So there'll be two of them. Okay. So two of them should be fine. Let's space them out just a little bit. Then we're going to get this block, bring it way over here. Let's see, way over there. Let's rise it up a bit. That's cool. And we're going to rotate it by about 90 degrees. I wonder if this is going to work as is. Hold on, let's press play. Holy cow. Snap. Oh, snap. Something's missing. Something's missing. You know what it is? It's our nav mesh. That's why the enemy simply can't move around. Okay, let's go back in, copy our nav mesh bounds and paste it into this level. But I want it to take over way more space than it's currently taking. This is not enough space. Let's give our enemies some more space to move. So we'll expand it on the x-axis. Yeah, now they can move all around. That's cool. Let's press play. Bam, bam. I've attacked and I've killed that enemy. Oh, snap, there's the second one. Nice, okay. The enemies are dead. Then once we come to here, oh, come here. So this is moving up and down. That's fine. Now, what do we want? I don't think I want this to move up and down. So we're going to tweak it so that instead of moving up and down, it moves left and right. So we'll switch over its values from 500, 500 on the z-axis. Let's put that to 0. What we'll add in is going to be 500 on the y-axis and then negative 500 on the y-axis. Let's see how that looks now. We'll just jump over these. You're not. Yep, it's working perfectly. It's moving left, it's moving right. Excellent. Now for the next bit. If we go back and look at our plan, there's this that's kind of blocking it. I'm not going to put the falling into empty space there, but let's create our movable block. So all we're going to do, for starters, let's steal a bit more from our other levels. A little bit of copying things from here. Let me get that block. I had almost left that out, so let's put that here, pasted it there, bring it into position. You can do this however you like, by the way. You can even create like new blocks and stuff, but that's the most important thing, is getting our puzzle right. Now in terms of height, in terms of scaling for height, I want this to be reasonably tall. So let me put it to 5. It needs to be just tall enough that the player is unable to reach it by jumping. So let's press play here. Jumped here, jumped here. Can I get there normally? Nope, I can't jump there. I can't, I die. Okay, good. This is good. Let's make it even a bit taller. Let's bring this up to 7. I like that. Then let's bring this up a bit further so it's not colliding. Now we have a true conundrum. Okay, we must scale this tall block here, and we're going to need to do that by pushing another block to here. Now all we need is that little block, so we'll go into the folder again. Let's lift this up a bit so we can have a more of a look under blueprints. Let's put it in obstacles. I don't think there's any shame in that. So we're going to create a blueprint class, okay? And we're going to just call it an actor, right? And we're going to call this movable block. It's all it does. It's a movable block. And let's put this into the level. Right now it's sort of not doing anything, but that's okay. It's going to be fixed right now. Next, when I come into it, you're going to double click that to open up the movable block. Right now, there's not much going on. We're going to keep this simple. You're going to add a static mesh, okay? Just add a static mesh. That's going to be important. Just leave that right over there. And the way more important thing is we're adding in a cube, okay? We'll deal with the cube material later. So let's see how this looks in game. This is a cube. Now you'll notice if we play now and we come into the game, this cube is floating in air, okay? It's similar to this cube over here. It's just floating in air. But that's not what we want. We want it to be a movable object. So we'll come in and we will simulate physics. Okay, nice. So let's come in and press play. So let's see, let me jump over the enemies. Aha, simulate physics. And now you can push it and it's an actual proper block. That's sweet. Now, to make sure that, the movable block that's here isn't easily pushed by the player, we've got to increase its size. So we're going to increase its size in the X to 2. Its size in the Y is going to be increased to 2 as well, just making it a bit bigger, okay, just for size. But most importantly, in the Y, it needs to be damn smack in the middle. That means there is no force spinning it around. I hope you have your physics dialed to where that's not a big deal. Now I push the block and it actually goes. Oh snap, this is, it's a pretty tight timing puzzle. I failed. Oh my goodness, let's try that again. Keep in mind, this is raw, okay? It's not even balanced yet. Okay, so that's that. Okay, okay. Oh, come jump here. Boom, managed to clear that and home free. Essentially, the last thing we need to do is we need to change this material. So we're going to create a basic color material for it, and all we need to do that is come here to material, create material, and we'll call this movable block material. Okay, now if we look inside the plan, we painted movable blocks green, so that's the same thing we're going to do this time. So let's go into the movable block material. It's loading, it's loading. Yes, just wait, for the hard drives to spin. And it's done. Is it done? Not yet. Okay. Yes, finally, it's done. Okay. It tends to take a bit of time to load in materials. Now, all I want to do is change its base color. So I'll simply go to texture sample, and we have the option to pick between any of our textures. Now remember, we already created the movable block texture color. So now that that's done, we'll plug that into the base color And now we have this nice little texture. So once we go into saving, okay, I'll come in, instead of a basic shape material, we'll use a movable block material, which is cool. And now our movable block is legit green. So there are a few things we're going to do. For starters, we'll move these two enemies further forward. I'll move that block further back and press play. So let's see. Skip over you. You can move it forward. Nice. Come here. Okay, I died. You know what? You're probably a better game designer than me. Okay, so design this level so it's possible to do. Okay, just I'll leave that up to you. Okay, I'll leave it for the heavy hitters. Now that that's done, at the end of the level, let's put in our level trigger. Now, the next level, according to our plan, that is level 5, is a basic combat challenge that basically gives us the opportunity to come in and use everything we've created so far to create a basic combat challenge. Okay, something really simple. There are 4 enemies and you need to get there. That's going to be cool. So that's level 05. So we'll come here, drop the master level blueprint here, make sure it is at 0 on the y-axis, keep it 2D, and in level name, oh, this level doesn't exist yet. Okay, so we'll get this and we'll duplicate it, but this time we'll call it 05 combat challenge. Awesome. Now F2, Control C, or whatever you're using if you're using Mac, and basically come here, save. Okay, then add the next level name as combat challenge. So we are officially done with creating a simple movable block. This is a good enough baseline for our game, and let's move on to the next video where we get to create this, our combat challenge. Okay. All right, so the level that is being developed now is the combat challenge level. Keep in mind, you can tweak this to be whatever you want it to be. It's your level. As you're doing the level design, I want to talk a little bit about how mentality is going to play into game development. If you've been keeping a keen eye, there are little things that haven't yet been fully perfected. We've left them in the air and they're not yet fully dialed in. The character movement, the player movement, the movement of the melee enemies, and all that hasn't yet been fully dialed. Well, I'm going to tell you this. Attempting to make everything perfect out the door is a true trap. It's a real trap. It's not a fictional trap, it's a real trap. Because what that's going to do is it's going to cause you to be in a situation where you are constantly fighting for perfection. And that's okay. Now we need to describe 2 things. Number 1, perfection. Number 2, polish. You want to, once you get into game development proper, make polished games. But the best way to make polished games is to start with a very rough game and then bring it down and polish it, okay? Not by trying to get perfection straight out the gate. If you attempt to get perfection straight out the gate, you're going to end up putting yourself in a situation where you're basically struggling. You're struggling every time you implement a new feature. You feel like, this feature probably sucks. Why do I have it? Does it deserve to be here? Maybe I should have done things differently. Let's make this change and adjustment. And the cycle continues. that's a big problem. And that's not what you want to have going on with your game development. You want your game development to work, and that means you're going to need to make some concessions as far as how things should be initially. However, this means as you're developing, make sure you get things to be at what I like to call a baseline level, right? The functionality should be there. The polish doesn't need to be there initially, but the baseline functionality needs to be there. Once that baseline functionality is there, then you'd be surprised what you're able to get done. But if you don't work on the baseline functionality, then you're going to struggle. And struggling is really not what you want as a game developer. You got into game development because you wanted to make things. And making things has to be reasonably enjoyable. Another thing I'd like to tell you is anytime there's a bug or a small issue, the worst thing you can do is lose your mind. Always be steady, always be calm and collected. Don't now immediately start raging and raging to Reddit. Just be slow, be steady. If you need to ask for help, go online and do some basic searching. If no one is able to assist you, there's ChatGPT. If ChatGPT fails, go back and really do a step by step analysis of your code and flow and think about ways in which, hey, maybe you caused the problem yourself. Figure that out and fix it before making any other decisions. It's going to be super important to do that because at the end of the day, if you don't develop your game to a level of perfection that you're proud of, no one else is going to care about it. At the end of the day, one sec. At the end of the day, your game is yours to make for you and for your benefit. You want to put it on sale, you want to show it off to your friends. Ah, snap, I died. Uh, snap, snap, snap. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, what I need to do is change this up just a tad. Move it forward a bit. I can remove you, I can remove you, and I can push you a little bit. Actually, I don't need to remove any of these. I can move you and you. In short, you have to love what you're doing. But to love what you're doing means putting in the work. Now, more likely than not, if you've bought this game development course and you've managed to reach this far, you have played some video games, right? Like, video games are something that is part of your life already, which means that you know what it means to really dial in a character. Like you have a build in mind and you go for that build. You really go for that build. You make sure to put the right stats in the right places. Maybe it's fire mage, so you make sure to get all the fire spells. You dial it in, okay, whatever it is. You have to treat your game development with the same level of desire to dial it in to a really strong high level, because when you start you're going to be kind of terrible at it. You're going to struggle even making simple stuff like, oh, how do I do this? You'll need to ask, you'll need to check, you need to check out a tutorial, buy a course. That's fine, but be committed to really dialing it in. Don't phone it in, dial it in. Oh snap, I died. No, there are two enemies there. Okay. Really take in the time to dial it in and get it to a point whereby you're proud of yourself, you're proud of your work, you're able to make things that make people happy. Get to that level, no matter what it takes. push and get to that level. It's going to be important for you. And probably if there's anyone in this world who you want to make feel proud, right? Like, my dad, my mom, my brothers, whatever. They'll be proud as you perfect your element. So take the time, dial it in. Dial it in. Put in the same amount of work and hours into your game development as you have that great video game character that you loved. And that build, guys, that build, you built it to perfection. It was great. You smoked the last boss in the game. Do the same thing for your game development and you will do well. Beside that, I will leave you to handle all the other elements within the basic combat puzzle level. Okay, this is like the first combat challenge of the player. I'll leave it to you to handle it. You're a game developer. I'm not going to show you and talk about every single thing that you can do. And that's one of the things I really wanted for this course. It's just to give you that element of, oh, you know, you can do this. Think for yourself. Name the character what you want to name the character. Name the levels what you want to name the levels. As much as you can customize, you can customize. The teaching just gives you some tools, but it's up to you to use those tools the way that makes sense to you and the way that you want. With that, let's end this particular video and get started with the next thing we need to create, that is a ranged enemy. Okay, this enemy is going to be able to fire projectiles at our player. That's what's up next. All right, so the next thing that we need to bring to life is this, our ranged enemy. The ranged enemy needs to, of course, be able to move left and right. It needs to have health. It needs to be able to spawn projectiles that damage the player. That's good. Now it's time to learn something new. Currently, we have a ranged enemy, right? That's perfect. And beside the ranged enemy, we have a melee enemy, okay? Oh, snap, I clicked something wrong. Okay, perfect, we have this. As I was saying, we have a melee enemy. Essentially, the melee enemy moves left and right. It has a health bar above its head, and it attacks the player and does damage, right? So this is what it's able to do. And if you notice that for the ranged enemy, it also needs to be able to move left and right and have health, except it spawns projectiles that do damage to the player. Now, in game development, we like to call that overlap. And in programming, it's very important to have things not overlap too much unless there is a specific reason. So now we're going to create the ranged enemy, but to do so, we've got to figure out how to make sure that moving left and right and having health works for the ranged enemy, while at the same time moving left and right and having health works for the melee enemy, and we need to be able to have those two simultaneously without without needing to record all of that for our melee enemy and for our ranged enemy. So let's get into that. In order to do so, for starters, we're going to go back and look at how we've crafted our enemy blueprints. So right now we have an enemy blueprint called a melee enemy, and that is what is controlling the current melee enemy. So it can move, we can attack it, and it dies. That's great. Why? Well, it's pretty simple. If we go into the code of the melee enemy, as far as movement, it has a pawn sensing component and it has the character movement component. So it's able to sense when the player has entered its vision range and start to move towards it. And we've set it up so that it has movement based hit detection that goes and does damage to the player. We went over this in the early video already, but just to keep us up to speed, let's go over it. It double checks the distance to the player. Once the distance to the player is 200 meters or less than 200 units, it will wait 0.5 seconds and then double check, and if the player is less than 300 units towards it, it does 25 damage to the player, which means if the player lets it get close, it will kill it in exactly 4 hits. Okay, or if it stands in front of, if the player stays in front of it for 2 seconds, it will kill the player, which is good. That's essentially what makes the melee enemy the melee enemy. When we know for a fact that once we do a ranged enemy, it's going to do all of this, except it will simply sense the distance of a player being a certain point, and it will fire a moving projectile to it. So this code here, all of this only works for the melee enemy. Okay, let's come over here. So this is different. When event tick, it casts the enemy health bar. This is the code that sets up the health bar. Okay, so let's think about it. This code works specifically for all of them. So let's say all of our enemies have 100 health, right? We can change that so that the ranged enemies die in 2 hits and the melee enemies die in 3 hits, which I think is fair and balanced. So that is going to be different for the melee enemies and the ranged enemies, because this value here is going to be different for each one of them. Okay, what else? Event on any damage, it will check this out. Is enemy hit? Good. Enemy health, reduce that by a certain amount, and it branches off. And if the enemy health goes below 0, it branches and destroys actor, which is cool. Okay, so we know that this right here is the code that causes the enemies to be destroyed and die, which is cool. So what we're going to do is, now that we've understood all the code that has kept our melee enemy doing what it does, all we need to do is essentially copy over everything here. We'll just copy it over into the script and create another blueprint called the ranged enemy, and then we're going to make changes to specialize it and make it different than the melee enemy. Before we do that, let's go back in and make this change. So essentially all I'm going to do is duplicate. Awesome. So now we've duplicated and we've made melee enemy 1. Let's rename that. We'll rename it to ranged enemy. Perfect. Now let's have a look at our ranged enemy. Our ranged enemy currently has all the same code as the melee enemy. Now to differentiate it, I think we'll start by basically adding in a bit of spacing here. Put put a cube in here. I want this cube to space out our melee enemy so that we have some distance to experiment and test. So if I go over to the range enemy, all the code is the same for the melee enemy. So I'll come in and I'll put a ranged enemy into the sandbox. Okay, so right now, let's see. Yep, it's basically acting the same as the melee enemy. So let's make some changes to that. I'll come into the ranged enemy and I'll say, well, On pawn sensing, right? I don't want it to do a simple move to actor, right? This is going to be wrong for me to do. So I'll break this link, right? So I'll break that link and I'll break this link over here and I'll break this link as well, right? This simple move too is going to be useful, but not right now. I'll set that aside. Now, all we know is that there is some pawn sensing, and our ranged enemy, we can set it up to have different sensing ranges. So since it's a ranged enemy, we'll give it a slightly increased radius of 800 units since it needs to fire off an arrow shot. And when it senses that, we'll want it to come in here and create or spawn a projectile that moves to the player's current position. That's all we need from it. Now we'll come up here. Do we like the rest of the code? Event tick, cast enemy health bar. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. But we're going to need to make some changes. Currently, our melee enemy is designed so that it is killed by the player in 3 hits. Okay, that's good for a melee enemy. It's good, it's respectable. But for the ranged enemy, let's actually double check on how much damage the player itself does, right? Oh, snap. So there's the player, but it's not the player that does damage. It's the sword attack of the player that does damage. The current sword attack of the player does 37 damage, okay? Knowing that, maybe I want the player to kill the ranged enemies in 1 hit. I think 1 hit is fine. So we'll divide this by 30 to get the amount of health because we are giving the enemy, the ranged enemies, only 30 health. Let's see if that has worked in game. So for starters, the ranged enemy currently, when you look at it, it doesn't respond to the player. The melee enemy does respond to the player and it dies in 3 hits. Okay, we can attack it 3 times, it dies. The ranged enemy is currently not responding to our hits. We'll need to work on that. We will need to work on that, but that's fine. And the way we'll do that is we'll double check the sword attack since it is the one that is able to double check and see what the damaged actor is, which is fine. We'll come back here, let's double check on the player again, that's fine. The ranged enemy is currently not doing anything or moving toward the player. That's good. That means removing that code has worked. So essentially, we're going to look back into the ranged enemy and let's change up its color. Go back to the paper sprites and look for ranged enemy. Nice. Now the ranged enemy is using the ranged sprite. So if we come over here, there we are. It looks kind of questionable because I can barely see it because it's all gray. But that's fine. For a development sprite, that's fine. Oh, you can see that the melee enemy is able to jump over our block. It's really simply ready to chase us, which is cool. Okay, so the ranged enemy is now here and it's working. The only thing that is not working with it is the simple code to do damage, which is something that we're going to rectify in the next video. But now you have your ranged enemy set up and it has basic code running because you can see that it has the health bar code running and it's set up basically with everything that we set up as far as being able to die. It's all set up and it's working. It's only receiving damage that isn't yet working. And in the next video, we're going to learn how to sort that out, make sure that its damage is working. And then we're going to learn how to create a projectile so that it has a basic arrow projectile moving towards the player. Let's get started with that next. All right, so let's dive right into it. So now I know with certainty that there is a melee enemy and that there is a ranged enemy with basic, slightly different code, slightly different art, right? But what I truly want is to make sure that the components that work on both of them work, right? Because right now, if I jump in and I try to do damage on the ranged enemy, nothing happens. But when I double tap the melee enemy, damage is done. That's excellent. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make a small adjustment to make sure that damage works on both the ranged and on the melee enemy. So, in order for us to do that, we're going to create a master enemy, and then we're going to come in and make the melee enemy and the ranged enemy children of that one master. So let's get into that. So melee enemy, let's close that. Ranged enemy, let's close that, and come in here. So we have the melee enemy, the original enemy we created. What we're going to do is we're going to create a child blueprint class, right? Actually, before we do that, we're going to F2, sorry, yes, F2 on this to change its name, and we'll connect it and we'll call this, oh, why is it not clicking? First double click, F2, okay, main enemy, right? Or even better, master enemy, okay? The master enemy contains everything we're going to need that that works with every single enemy in the game. Now, this melee enemy, let's delete that. That's fine, let's delete that. And then this ranged enemy, let's quickly delete that. It's okay. Yes, we know it's put into the levels. Don't worry about it. We'll bring it back. So we have this master enemy. From that, we'll create a child class and we'll call this melee enemy. Okay? Oh, one sec. Let's do a quick save. Let's do a quick save on this, and we'll come in. Now we're going to call it melee enemy. An asset exists with melee enemy, okay? Let's call it melee enemy 1, since this is now a child, right? We'll delete the melee enemy here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, this is the melee enemy 1. It is the child of this, the master enemy. Next, we will get the master enemy again, and then we're going to create another child blueprint, and we'll call this ranged enemy 1. Perfect. So in case we want to set up any enemies in different biomes, you're going to be able to do that very easily. So what have we done exactly? Now, first, when we created the master enemy, essentially it has all the blueprints that come from the melee enemy, but we don't want it to contain all this code. So we'll come in, select our melee enemy 1, which is awesome, and we're going to look into its event graph. Inside of its event graph, we're going to come and copy all the code that is about it moving, and we'll paste this in here, right? Now we can begin to think about these enemies as modules, okay? Because everything that makes the melee enemy is pretty much this. It detects the player on pawn sense, it moves towards him, and then it uses basic detection of range to apply damage to the player, okay? That's every single element that makes it what it is. That's awesome. What else do we know about the melee enemy? Well, casting the health bar is something that I would want for all of my characters. So casting the health bar is fine. We can leave that in for all the enemies. That's global. So the ranged enemy and melee enemy, will have them have the same health bar for now. I think that's a simple way to set up our game design. So we'll leave that in the master enemy. So right now, if we come in and save our melee enemy, let's compile this code. This is good. Then we'll come into our master enemy. Now the master enemy, event on any damage. Let's say enemy is hit. That's good. And then it checks and sees if the enemy health hits 0, destroy the actor. That is perfectly fine. So let's go into developer level and let's drop in two things. First, we'll drop the master enemy over here. Okay. And second, we'll drop the melee enemy over here. Okay. And let's see what the difference is going to be. When you press play, notice that the master enemy over here is not moving at all, which is good. But when we come to the melee enemy, it's moving towards us. Because the melee enemy has all the code for dealing with movement, while the master enemy, all it does is it determines the ability to show a health bar and take damage. Okay, now let's swap it out. When we go back to our sword attack, okay, we're going to fix one thing. Notice that it said the casts to melee enemy, master enemy, okay, which is good. Oh, I'm like, this Unreal Engine sorted this out for us by itself, which is good. So currently, if it detects that it has hit the master enemy, it's going to apply damage, which means that damage should now work across the board for the ranged enemy and the melee enemy as well. Now, let's try and do that. When we go into the code, let's now create as a child from the master enemy the ranged enemy. All we're going to do is pick out its paper sprite and we're going to change it from the melee enemy blueprint to the ranged enemy development sprite. Okay, now that that's done, in terms of materials, paper to the mask material, I'm going to change the sprite color slightly, simply because seeing the color just as like gray is kind of too hard. Okay, I want it to be a bit more visible. Now let's put in the ranged enemy. We'll put it here. That's great. And we'll jump here. Now we have our ranged enemy, we have the master enemy, and our very active melee enemy. Oh snap. Attack it. Ah, die. Okay, good. Die. Now we'll come over here and we're going to give the ranged enemy some code. So let's look into our current melee enemy. What it currently does, okay, let's actually comment this code. Oh, snap, Control C. Oh, just press C, I don't need press Control. Let's comment this code. Awesome. Right, let's move this here. It doesn't need to be group movement. Okay, perfect, right? So this is basically, it tells it to detect player in range, then move to player, and then move to player. If player stays within specified range, then do damage. That's how it works right now. So this is the code as it works right now. So on pawn sensing, when it senses the melee enemy, it moves to the melee enemy. Okay, it detects the player, right, and then it moves itself towards the player. So that's what it's doing here. It's going toward the player, right? As it's going through that, it also gets the distance to the enemy, rather to the player character. So that's what it's doing here. When we say get distance to target self, and it gets the distance to the player character currently. And it double checks if that distance is less than 200, and that says true, it will now go into a small delay of 0.5 seconds, or basically which is its attack delay. Using that, it comes and it double checks once again the distance to the between the player and itself. Let me actually straighten that connection. It will double check once it looks at the distance and sees that it is less than 300. It does 25 damage. This basic code is all that is needed currently for our melee enemy. That's great. Straighten all pin connections. Good. Now, let's set up the basic code for our ranged enemy. So I'm going to get all this. I'm going to copy it so that I have something to start with. And I'll go into our ranged enemy. Now, what I want our ranged enemy to do is going to be completely different than this. Group movement. Okay, let's move this group. So I want the ranged enemy to do things differently. So let's decide on that. Detect player in range, right? Let's detect player in range. With that in mind, what we want it to do is if spawn projectile towards the player location. That's what we want it to do. It detects the player in range, and once the player is in range, spawn projectile that's moving towards the player location. That's perfectly fine. Then we want it to do something else. If player gets in close range, run away a distance, then stop. Okay, so the way that I want the ranged enemy to work is, since it's ranged and it knows it's ranged and it dies in one hit, it detects the player in range, spoil a projectile towards the player location. Good. If player gets in close range, run away a distance, then stop. So how do we do that exactly? Okay, it's going to be pretty simple. So for starters, let's remove the apply damage here. We will not need it. We will not need getting distance to anything here. We don't need this delay. We don't need a branch. What do we need to start from, right? Essentially, we can get rid of everything here and we'll start from this. So when it detects the player within a certain range, first things first it does is spawn a projectile. Okay, so let's get into that in the next video. Okay, so now that we're able to detect the player, since our C point is already working, what we need to do now is to create an attack that is going to be created after this. So we'll go into our blueprints and into attacks, and let's create a new actor that will be our ranged attack. So we'll call this, let's call this enemy projectile. Okay, so it will just be enemy projectile. So going into enemy projectile, let's see what we have here. We basically have a blank slate. Within this enemy projectile, we're going to add in 3 separate components that will be useful. Let's start with the first. For starters, we're going to start by adding in a basic sprite. This is going to allow it to be visible so that once we are in game, we'll be able to know what it is that's here. I think I'm just going to add in the spike trap sprite. That's going to be what I'm going to use for this. Let's drop its size down 0.01. Nice. And then 0.01. I just want it to be small. It's going to be tiny because it's a simple, small projectile. I don't think we need much else to be going on here. Then, now that we have our sprite, we can now move on and add some collision around it. In order to make this work, we're going to add a collider. I'm not certain of which one. I could use a box collider, a capsule, or sphere. I think for a projectile, let's put in a sphere collider. Okay, so I like this size already. I think this is a reasonable size for the sphere. Although I'm worried it may be a bit too big. Maybe let me bring this down to 75%. Yeah, that's good. You don't want the hitbox to be too wide outside of your sprite. Otherwise, players will be unhappy when they get hit by something that they don't believe should hit. Let me push this up, make it right. No, sorry, no. Bring this out of here. I want it to be added here. Let me add that in again. I did not intend for it to be a, a component that's under the paper sprite. I want it to be on its own 0.75. Perfect. Okay, so now it fits just to the paper sprite. Now that we have this ready, we're going to add in one more component. You've already seen the importance of the collider. You've already seen how the paper sprite works. But since this is a projectile, we're going to add in a component that will help simplify how it moves. We're going to add the projectile movement component. Now, there are many ways to make the projectile move, but I find the projectile movement component to really simplify things for you. All right. Now, its initial speed is currently 0. Its max speed is currently 0. So, let's set this at 1000 units per second. That's pretty high. We'll reduce that, but that's okay. Then we need to see, do I want it to be affected by gravity? No. I want this projectile to move in a straight line. Should bounce? No. No, it shouldn't be able to do any of that. What else? Do I want it to home in? No. No. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. I think just a basic projectile that doesn't bounce or doesn't do anything but has a speed of about 1000 units is all the properties this object should have. Now, it's currently not spawned into the level yet because we've not added in the code to spawn it, but let's go in and do that first. So let's go back to the ranged enemy on pawn sensing. We're going to spawn in one of these projectiles. So quickly, we'll come in and we'll say spawn actor. Well, spawn actor from class. Which one do we want? Well, we want the class enemy projectile. We'll type it in and there we go. It's not going to spawn unless we decide on a location for it to spawn. So the next thing that I like to do is simply get the world location of our one of our components. I think we'll use I think we'll use the capsule component. Will we? Which component will we use? Okay, let's use the capsule component, right? So we'll get the world location of that capsule component, and then we'll use that as the place where it's going to spawn from. So first, for starters, let's first split that. Okay, let's open up that construct pin. I think this comment isn't big enough to handle how tall this is going to be. So let's make that a bit taller. So now we can decide on the location, the rotation, and the scale. Now, now that we've made this decision, we'll let me shift click these two and bring them back down. There's going to be a lot more on top of this. So we'll get the location of the capsule component, that is this, and that's going to be from where we spawn the ranged attack, the enemy projectile. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to make a vector that's going to allow us to connect all of these to the location for spawning. Let's split this up. Let's split this up quickly. We're going to put in the X value here, the Y, and the Z. Now, in theory, I could have just connected it directly, but when we're spawning in the projectile, there are going to be times when we're going to alter where the projectile spawns. Now, we've done this to some extent before. If you come back and you look at the player character, you will notice within the area where we spawned in the sword attack, we actually have two sword attack spawns. There is one where it spawns in 120 units, that is basically in front, and then there's one where it spawns in negative 120 units, that is basically behind it. And we're going to set it up the same way for our ranged enemy. That's why it's good to split these up, so that eventually when we want to change how far on the exit shows up, we are going to be able to do that. Now that that's done, we're going to put that, let's go up a bit, I'm going to put that right over here. Nice. This should be enough for it to work perfectly. Now, let's see on pawn sensing, spawn actor enemy projectile, which is good. From class, now in terms of spawn transform location, this is the location. Actually, let's first break this link. Let's simplify it a bit. Let's simplify it there. So we don't need to open that up entirely. It will just convert this to a vector. Spawn transform, let's see if this actually works in game, and to double check that it's working in game, we'll put print text, and the text, which I think should be the color red, is going to simply be enemy projectile spawned. That's all we need. Now, going back into the developer level, let's compile this. Going back into the developer level, let's see if it is working. Yo, what's going on over here? Looks like our projectiles are spawning and they're smacking into the player, which is awesome. That's good. So now our projectiles are spawning, right? It's a start. Now, one more time before we move on to making some adjustments to how it spawns. The reason the projectile spawns is because, for starters, we created a enemy actor called the enemy projectile. This is this. We added a collision sphere which we will be using to detect when it collides with a player. We added a paper sprite, which is going to help us see it in game. So one more time, coming into here. Yep, that's the paper sprite. Then once we had that, we added in projectile movement, which dictates the speed at which it moves, which is 1000 here, which is why they're moving that fast. We'll be able to slow this down. Now if we slow this down to, let's say, 500, I want you to see how different that makes it. Compile that. I press play. Notice that projectiles are moving at a much slower speed. Okay, now just for the sake of testing, I'll put this at 750. I think something in between that slow and how fast it was initially will be the best. And once we had that set up, we haven't touched any actual code within the enemy projectile itself, which is why it's just a basic collider. We went into our ranged enemy, and on pawn sensing, or rather when it detects the player, it spawns the actor enemy projectile. In terms of spawn transform, or where it transforms from, we came in and we basically said, hey, get the world location of one of the scene components, that's the capsule component, that is this collider around it, and spawn it from there. And once it does that, print text that says enemy projectile spawned. So let's press play. Boom, and you can see the text being printed. So when it's far away, it stops spawning. When you get near, it starts making the projectiles. Okay, so the ranged enemy will not fire any projectiles unless you're close. Okay, perfect. Now that we have that down, let's go into the next video where we are going to adjust two particular things. Number one, we're going to make it so that those projectiles do damage to the player. And secondly, we're going to make it so that the projectiles move towards the player's exact location at the time of firing. Let's get started. Now, let's add some damage to our projectile so that we're able to kill the player with it. So we'll go into the enemy projectile. This is literally the first time we are touching the blueprint code of the actual enemy projectile. And let's quickly get into giving it the ability to do damage. Now, on this with the sphere, I'm going to add an event that is on component begin overlap, right? And with the overlap, we want to immediately cast it to player. In other words, this is going to happen only when the player is the thing that we hit. And then it's going to apply damage. Okay, basic damage. For a projectile, I think, honestly, the projectile needs to be scary, but let's say 30 damage. I don't think 30 damage is the craziest amount of damage. Now, as player, you're the one who's going to be taking the damage, which is cool. Once that has happened, I want us to print some text, just to do some general double checking, right? And we'll say, player is hit by projectile. Okay, this is just a double check if the code is working, but we'll also be able to tell it's working simply by seeing the health bar go down, and we'll pull out the destroy actor target self very similarly to what we've done with other blueprint components. So once again, on component begin overlap the sphere. In other words, that little sphere that we created, the moment that it touches the player, it will double check, is it the player? Good. And then do damage to the player of 30 damage. print text player is hit by projectile, and then destroy itself. Let's see if this works properly compile. Let's press play. Boom, 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 is dead. Just that. Now our projectile does damage to the player character. Now that the projectile is able to do damage to the player, we're just going to make a couple of adjustments. If you look and see what happens when we play, currently we've made the projectile spawn really fast and spawn in one single direction, which isn't really what we want. We want them to spawn slower, and then we want them to be able to spawn in multiple directions heading straight towards the player. That's cool. Now let's go back into blueprints and we're looking on the ranged enemy. Okay, we're going to make a couple of small adjustments to get the direction working perfectly. Now we'll start with the projectile. We'll leave the sphere as is, but we want the projectile to spawn from inside the ranged enemy, okay? Right inside the ranged enemy. So we'll come over into, leave the sphere alone, but go into the paper sprite and search for collision, right? And what we want is to make sure that there is no collision within the enemy projectile sprite. Why is it so important? Well, it's pretty simple. When there is no collision, it's going to prevent there from being any issues when we get the projectile to spawn from right within the ranged enemy. Now we'll go into the ranged enemy and we'll do a quick double check and we'll say collision handling. It's going to be simple. Try to adjust location but always spawn. Okay, that's all we're going to do. We'll set it to try, it will try to adjust the location, but it will always make sure to spawn. Okay, now shift this up over here, and instead of spawning from within the capsule, it will spawn from the paper sprite. That's why it's going to spawn from. It can spawn from the capsule as well, but regardless, as long as there is no collision, that's good. Let's straighten this out, straighten these connections. This is excellent, it's perfect. Now let's go back to the projectile. We want the projectile from when it is created to move towards the player character. Okay, so immediately it's created, it should move in the direction of the player character. As we've seen before, right now it will head in the straight direction. So we'll go into the projectile and we're going to change how it works. We're going to call out an event begin play, which means this event fires once. It will only fire once. Now I'm going to show you the difference between event tick and event begin play immediately we're done with this, but always use begin play for when you want a blueprint to fire once. So we will, for starters, we need to add in some basic print text, and we'll say, okay, I want the text to say projectile is tracking player. Okay, you can use whichever text you want. This is just for us to have a bit of an idea if this is working. So projectile print text. Okay, then once that happens, I want it to activate projectile movement. Now, this basically causes it to call in the projectile movement component and tell it to be active, okay? The reason we want this active is simply because it lets us alter the speed of the projectiles and have all that done from within here, which is good. Then we're going to set the velocity in local space. Now, the reason why is set velocity in local space. This is a projectile movement component, so that this retains all of the settings we set up within projectile movement, okay? So we're trying to set the velocity in local space. In order to do that, the new velocity is saying 0, 0. Sure, we don't want that. But what we do want is we do want to first of all get the player character, right? We'll figure out what the player character is up to. Then we're going to get the location of the player character, right? We'll get the location of the player character. And then we're going to get the location of ourselves, right? So we want to get the location of the self. So we'll get where is the player character, that's its location. Where is the self, that's this location. And then we want to get the direction between those. So we'll do a simple subtract. So we're going to subtract the location of the player. We'll get the location of the player and we'll subtract the location of the projectile itself. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to multiply. And we're going to do a pretty simple multiplication. We'll multiply the location of we'll multiply the distance between the player and our actor by 5. And once we're done doing that, we'll come in and we'll set a new velocity, which is basically going to change the direction of velocity of our sprite. Then we'll come over here. Let's do some more print text, right? Some basic print text. And we'll say projectile goes, hold on, projectile tracks last player position, right? So basically it's going to track, I think last player position is not correct. I think projectile tracks player position at fire. So immediately the projectile is fired, it is going to track the current player position. This is good. Now currently the projectiles are being destroyed only when they overlap with the player, which is fine. However, let me get this tracking code and lift it up over here. There are a few other things that I want to destroy the projectile. So let's start with let's start with some basic projectile movement events. So on projectile stop, which is this one, basically if the projectile hits anything in the world, destroy the projectile. Okay, just destroy it. That's cool. Then I want event tick. Okay, so when the projectile is spawned into the world, even if it doesn't hit anything, we want a small delay. Let's say the delay will be something like 5 seconds. Basically, if it gets shot off into space, once that's done, destroy the projectile. Essentially, it's similar to what we did with the sword that gets spawned in. It doesn't stay in forever. So if the projectile hits anything, it gets destroyed. If the projectile hits the player, it gets destroyed. And this is the code that is going to direct the position of the projectile. Once the projectile is spawned in, it will print that projectile is tracking player. Cool. Then its movement component will activate. It will decide on a local velocity based off the distance between the difference in space between the player and the projectile. So we get the player's location and we subtract its location from where the actor is. Currently we're multiplying it by 5. Just you can alter it based off the speeds you want, and we'll set its velocity in local space and print projectile tracks player position and fire. Let's see how this works right now. So we'll come in. Notice that the projectiles were tracking the position of the player, but they're kind of too many. Okay. So in order to prevent them from doing so, we're going to now go into the ranged enemy. Now, within the ranged enemy, we're going to create a couple of variables. The first variable, we're going to call it can fire. Okay, it's a boolean. Then we're going to create another variable called fire delay. And this variable is going to be set to a float, and that's basically it. Let's compile this and go and now start changing the code. So from the very instant that the pawn sensing has detected the player, we're going to want to do a quick double check and see if the if the ranged enemy is able to fire. Let's quickly create a branch, right? So the condition is going to be can fire, right? So initially, we're going to start by setting the default value of can fire to yes, it can fire off. Now, right after it has fired, we'll delete this. We don't need the enemy projectile spawn text anymore. We know that is working. Once the projectile is fired, we're going to add a little delay. So we will set can fire, and we're going to set it to no, it can't fire, right? Then we're going to put in a delay, right? And this delay is going to be, let's say, we'll start with 3 seconds, not 30, 3 seconds, right? We'll start with a simple delay of just 3 seconds, okay? And that is going to be the delay in the attack timing for our projectiles. But we're not going to just be setting it manually. We're going to pull this out and we're going to set it to fire delay. Get fire delay, so we can set that separately in a variable here. Then once that delay is done, we will set can fire to yes, it can now fire. Okay, so we'll come in here. Let's go through the code before we have a look at it in game. On pawn sensing, when it detects the player, it will check this branch. Now it will ask, hey, can I fire? Its default value is yes, so it will fire this projectile. It will spawn that enemy projectile actor. Okay, that's great. Once that's done, it will come back and set can fire to off, so it can't fire anymore. Okay, can't fire anymore. Then it will come in and double check and set up a delay. The delay, the fire delay, is now set to 3 seconds. Then after 3 seconds, it sets its fire delay back. It will set can fire back to yes. Let's see what this looks like now. We'll jump into game. It fires off 1, 1, 2, 3. It fires off another. 1, 2, 3. And notice it's tracking the position of the player when he is spotted. Okay, nice. Nice. So let's quickly check. Okay. Now that that is all done, we are basically left to do one last little thing. Notice that now we have an enemy that is able to shoot projectiles at the player, but the player is struggling to damage the enemy because the sprite is colliding with it and pushing it out. Now, let's go and alter the sword attack that your player character is using. I apologize if I'm slowing down a bit. My voice is a little bit hoarse from recording these videos. So coming in, I probably need to go and drink some water. Let's come back into the player sword attack, go into its paper sprite and look for collision and essentially give it no collision. Okay, so it never collides with anything. Now I know you're thinking, hey, what's going to be the issue? What happens? Is it going to record the hit? We'll check. If it doesn't record the hit, we'll make a simple change. So let's come in. Snap projectile. Right, so it's not colliding. Good. Now that the collision from that is off, we need to come back into the sword attack and we will no longer be using on hit with the sprite. Instead, we're going to go into the viewport. We're going to add a simple capsule collider. No, in fact, let's make it simple box collider. Let's make a box collider. Okay. So with this collider, I think the scale needs to be unlocked. Let's widen that up. Nice. It's cool. Yep, this is a good box collider. As far as width, give it some width. Let's give it even a bit more length, right? So it's just outside of the tip, right? Now, this time when we go into the event graph, instead of using the sprite, since the sprite is 2D, we'll use that box collider. So we'll start on begin overlap. Okay, we're not going to use on hit. On begin overlap, it's going to cast to master enemy and apply damage. Let's quickly do a quick check and see if that's working in game. Let's come in. Let's press play. Oh snap. Now it's working. So it's working properly. Okay, it's working properly. Okay, snap. There's that. Snap that. Hit that. Okay, so using a hitbox is going to be useful in making sure that it's able to overlap quickly. But there are a couple of things that we're going to need to do. Number one, we'll go back into the sword attack and we'll make a couple of different changes. So its delay before it destroys itself at 0.5 is okay. You can edit these numbers. You can edit these numbers any way you want. Okay, but what we'll do is it instead of destroying itself, will come down over here and the target is going to be box component. Let's see. Nope, 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 nope. Target is going to be self. Okay, that's cool, but box. Nope. Get box collision. Collision. Let's see. Get collision box. No, let's quickly see. Nope. No, 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 no. Okay, no, we'll get back into this when we have our sprites here. I had fallen for that trap of trying to perfect while we are still setting out the basics of the level. Let's not do that right now. Now our collision works well. So when we come in, oh, that fires, fire, Ah, snap. It should die in 2 hits. Good. I can hit this and it dies in 3 hits. Good. Okay, that's what this guy is trying to kill us, that enemy. I can attack it. Ah, snap, it killed me. Okay, I was too slow. Now the basics are working. We can always tweak it for balance, tweak it for smoothness of gameplay, but we have those things. We have an enemy character that is able to attack the player. We have the player himself, him or herself, or whatever you make your player, that is able to attack these enemies. And the basics are now working. So let's move on to the next level. Now, quickly, we'll go back to the plan. Open up the plan. Yeah, thank you for showing. We need to set up our next level so that we have two ranged enemies and test and see how the player can dodge and manage that. After that, we're setting up a simple platforming challenge, bringing together all the tools that we have created to create a simple platform challenge. And then we'll have a story and narrative level where you can get to this NPC and they will begin explaining some dialogue. Good. And last but not least, we'll have a final boss that in theory has three phases, is able to spawn in a melee enemy, spawn in a ranged enemy. It has a slow melee attack and it has the fast range attack, and then it triggers the end of level on death, which is good. Then here we're going to have teaser and end credits, and then the baseline of the game is done, and we can now start adding in art and animation and bringing it fully to life after we've set the good base for developing the game. Let's move on in the next video. You won't notice it, but I'm actually going to take about a 2 or 3 day break before the next videos. I want my voice to be clear so I can explain everything properly. Cheers.
All right, so we're quickly going to go back to the plan before moving on to the next level. So we'll skip the combat challenge. All right, we'll skip that as well. We wanted a simple platform and combat challenge. Okay, this is something we can set up with all our current systems. So I'm going to put this on my second monitor. Just a quick one. I'm going to be comparing how the levels are looking. Okay, that's the developer level. So this is how our first level is looking right now. Before we start implementing our last bits, this is our first level. Okay, so let's look at how it looked like in the plan. Right, so in the plan, the first level looked like this. So I think, you know, from the plan, this looks just about right. This is good. The only thing that I think I'm going to do is come in here and decide. I'm going to make some decisions about this. Hmm. Hmm. This is fine. This is good enough compared to how our plan was. The one thing that I'll do is I'll move this slightly down. That's good. Because by virtue of doing so, I'll move this slightly up. So now we have all this space here. But that creates one problem. So I'll come over here. So when I jump here, I actually have to clear the gap. Snap, I did. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And it goes to the next level. No, and I immediately walked into my death. Let's restart this level. Okay, so the level restarting. Oh, trappers killed me. The level restarting works. Snap, died again. That's cool. But at least now we know that the first level is working properly. What's missing here? Well,
We want it so that if the player ever touches the ground, that ground, they die immediately. Because right now, if I jump off the edge, oh, boom, I'm still alive. I'm still surviving, right? I can still walk around. Let's quickly tweak this so that in every level, a player dies if they touch that ground. So to do that, we're going to go into our blueprints, and I'm just going to wait for that super loud motorcycle to pass by my window. Let's see, and is it gone? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look into what have we made so far that damages the player while in their obstacles. Our master spike trap. This is going to be simple. All I'm going to do is to basically, I think I'm not going to create a new class. I'm just going to copy this. So I've made a copy of the master spike trap, and I'm going to name it um, the floor, killing floor, right? If anyone who's into video games knows what that means. Okay, so let's go into our killing floor. So I've just double clicked. Let's let that load in. All right, so the killing floor has loaded in. Let me come in and see. It's kind of like the spike trap. It has all that code there, which doesn't really matter. It's able to apply damage. That's fine. I'll leave this as is. I don't need that. But what I want, let's see, on event begin play, that's movement, that's irrelevant. On component begin overlap with the box, and this is the box, right? So that's the box. So essentially all I have to do is delete the paper sprite because we don't need that. This is just going to be a massive hitbox, and let's increase the scale on the z-axis to 1000 and the y-axis to 1000. Right, that's pretty much it. So now we have this massive yeah, we have this massive box that is able to kill the player. So let's see what like that will look like in game. So we'll go into, let's see, levels. It's learning to jump level, and I'll delete that ground, right? And then I'll put in the floor that kills everyone. Where's the killing floor in my blueprints? Obstacles, killing floor. I'll position it at 0 and 0 and 0 to start with, right? But you can notice it's really massive. I guess that's too big to see it clearly, so I'll reduce this to, let's say, 100, let's say 10, right? And 10. All right, so we'll keep it at that. Let's see what that looks like. So within this area the player should die, but that's now too small, so let's expand it a bit. Let's make this 50 on the X, which is good. This should be, yeah, this is good. So 50 is good, but I want it even higher. Let's increase that to about what? Let's say 100. That should give it plenty of length. So anytime the player touches that, they're dead. If I press play, it's already dead. Okay. So it's a bit too high on the thickness. So I'll go in and I'll say, okay, fine. Let's reduce its height to at least, let's say, 1, right? No, not that. That's not what I want to change. Okay, let's see, x-axis, y-axis. No, I'll leave this at 10 actually. Instead of altering this, let's think. I think all I want to do is reduce its position here. So I'll make it, let's say, negative 500 units on the z-axis. Negative 500 units I think is fair. So on pressing play, the player can jump over here, good. Then can jump over here, nice. Oh, failed to make the last jump, nice. So the player has died. So this is good. Now we've created our floor that can kill the player. The floor is lava. Basically, this is also good for if you want to have an area like a deep pit. That's one of the common things in platformers that are really useful. So I'll get this killing floor and I'll copy it, right? I'll just copy the killing floor. With that, I'll go into the obstacles level. I'll come here, connect that, delete that, and I'll paste in the killing floor. And notice it's pasted in at the exact same level. Now, the beautiful thing is when we're making the game, we made sure that the axis of the things that we're putting in was perfectly right. So this should work the same way in this level. Let's just quickly test it out. Okay, boom. The player character is dead. And now we have a proper floor. I'll go through and do the exact same thing for all our other levels. But now we've got a challenge. We have one simple challenge here. There's not enough floor. There's not enough, like none of these cubes that the player can move on, and there isn't any cube for the enemy to be on. So let's quickly get into working on that. All right, so let's get back into it. The solution is actually pretty basic. So as you can see, after a little bit of troubleshooting, don't worry about that, we'll polish the movement later. After a little bit of troubleshooting, although right now it's struggling with rotation, but that's something we'll fix once we start adding art to the game. So currently, the blocks were simply too narrow. So if I select the nav mesh volume and I press P, you will notice that the collision that the character sees is about that narrow, right? But if I select the box and then I reduce its size and make it thinner and more narrow, like the other boxes, it loses access to collision because we have set up the collision in the project to be a certain way. For now, we'll set this up to 2, and that will be enough to get collision on any of these blocks. So if you ever need to have an enemy standing on top of these blocks, just set up the width on the y-axis to be a bit bigger to set it up as a place where the AI can navigate. Okay, that's good. So going back, the first level, we now have this working for a platformer as intended, which is good. For the second level with obstacles, it is now working as intended as well with our little killing floor over here. That is good. Back to the level where we first encounter the first melee enemy. We'll delete that. I think I would want it to be a bit easier. This is very complex navigation. So perhaps set this up and just increase its width a bit. Let me increase that to about 15. This is where you'll encounter the melee enemy from. I think 15 isn't enough. Let's stretch it out even further. So you have to jump over that to get to here. This is a good place for the encounter to take place. I have no qualms with it. This is good. This works. All right, let's see how. Oh, now the only challenge is there's this, and I think that this should have a bit of an easier pathway to it. Give that about 5. 5 is even few. Let's increase that to about 10 to give the player some space to move. Drop this a bit closer to the ground. Then move this right over here. This is good to get to the next level. And then, since testing is done, by the way, figuring this out took a bit of troubleshooting, but that's life. We'll send the player right back here to the starting location. So let's see, the player starts here. There's a go, I have to cross this gap, crosses the gap, meets their first enemy. Now for now it's kind of wigging out, but that's fine. It's something that will navigate with. That's going to be a bit of polish that's needed to be added, because what we want is, instead of turning around slowly, we want it to immediately snap, turn around, and attack the player. That's something we'll work on in the code. For now, we have our navigation running, and we have the ability to head towards the end of the level. Let's go back now to the next one, the simple puzzle level, and make some adjustments here as well. I'll delete this. This is not needed. For this level, actually, I may just leave it in because it's a pretty simple level where you come. Oh, snap. Oh, we need to replace these because these are old blueprints that haven't been updated. We come, check into our blueprints, and it's going to be our melee enemy. We'll put in 2 of them, both of which should be that position. Have one here, another closer here, so that they don't activate at the same time. Let's see how this goes. Come here. Oh, yep, it pursues properly. Nice. Second melee enemy, you can kind of get past him, but he kills you. We'll work on the code for that. That's fine. And let's see if you can actually navigate and reach the end of this level. Oh, snap. Okay. No, I can't. I can't get there without killing these guys. Come here. Get it. Come here. Die. Okay. First enemy is killed. Snap. Snap. It's good. Uh, okay. So enemy is dead. I can now push this here. Come back here. Let's see. Let that go. Come here. Let's see how smart I am at solving puzzles. I messed up the timing. Not bad. Not bad at all. I think for this one puzzle piece, just for this one, I'm going to just reduce its width by about to about 2. No, that's the height. According to it, that's its height. So I'll need to go do that. I'll need to come in and actually tweak its timing values. That's fine, but I won't do that right now. The one thing I would like to add to this level is to come back and say, okay, well, if the player still falls off the map, I would want them to die. So I'm going to copy over the killing floor, and it's basically going to save the levels. Okay, it's basically going to be applied to every single level. Apply it here, save all the changes, and apply the killing floor here as well. Okay, so the moment the player goes off the map, they immediately die. Even the combat challenge level, same thing. Going to throw in the killing floor, that's important. and even the ranged enemy level, which we'll do some more level design on. Drop the killing floor right in here. Okay, so these are just a couple of touches and tweaks. Let's get into the next video. All right, so in this video, I'm going to go through and set up every single level the way that we initially drew it up and designed it, of course with changes. And as I'm going through, I'll be talking briefly about the practicalities of level design. This is not going to be a very technical video. You can legitimately skip it as you design the levels the way you want. But you can just watch me go through the work and comparing it to how you go through the work. Let's go. All right, so there we are. And the first one is looking reasonably good. We've already tested out that it is possible to fall off and the player character is killed, which is fantastic. Always good to have a level working properly. Just one more test. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, snap. Died. I missed the jump. Oh, nice. Okay, come, jump. Got there. Okay, this is good. This is good. And we're able to enter the second level. It's always good to see things working. We need now delete this. So I'll start off with a small space, then go into a wide space. That's okay. That works somewhat within the limits of our initial design plan. But from looking at the current levels, I think one thing that I'm not happy about is my player camera, because right now it just lacks the width, the size that I would need to be happy with the player movement. Right now there are places where I feel like I can't see enough of what's below me, which isn't cool. So what I'm going to do is click here and just slightly alter how the player camera is. We'll go into the blueprint on the spring arm. Let's look at it from a viewport, and just for the sake of a simple adjustment, I'm just going to move it down. No, 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 no. I'll move it in terms of rotation. I guess I'll leave the rotation where it is. I think I'll just move it up to about 750 on that axis to push it back a bit. That probably should be enough. Now this is nice. This is nice. This gives us a lot more. Nice. This is good. You're even able to observe more of the world. Even as I jump, the platforms stay visible for a split second longer. It's not much, but it does make a bit of a difference. And in terms of philosophy, you'll notice that every single thing you add to the game changes things, which is why I like the idea of a small vertical slice of a game during game development. That simply gives me a bit more time. Okay, no, no, no. I actually want this a bit lower. 175 here. Let's see how that looks. It gives you more time to make adjustments. Nice, this is good. Keep dying though. I feel like the movement is a bit too slidey. So let's come down to the character movement. I just feel like it's sliding way, way, way too much. And I don't like it when it slides. Let's see. What's the current level of brake friction? Brake friction is currently 2. Ground friction is 8. Let me leave that. I think 2 is good. No, let me actually increase that to 4. That should double that. Let's grab a feel for the jump. See how it feels now. Yeah, that's much better braking. Before, even when you stopped, it would accelerate too much. Okay, although I messed up my inputs there because I'm pressing on keyboard, so it's not as precise. Left and right feels good. Left and right feels good. I messed up that jump, but that's fine. Maybe I'll move it back just a, hold on, move it back just a tad. Then I'll move this back just a tad. Now I'll get a bit of a feel of how this feels to play. Yeah, I can get away with jumping a bit earlier there, a bit later here. This is good. I like it a lot. This works. So it's a slight deviation from the initial plan, right? But I think that the learn to jump level, we can say that the baseline is a tick. So we're done with setting that up. Now for the second level with some basic obstacles. Let's see how that looks in game. So for the obstacles level, I really did like it, when it was being created. So there's that moving. Oh, okay, that's dangerous. I come over here. Cool. Oh, snap. I died. Okay. Hold on. I double jumped. I jumped twice. Oh, snap. And I touched it again. Okay. I think we have a bit of a problem. It's passable, but I think it's too hard to pass that. So come here and tweak it just a little bit. I think two things. This hitbox is a bit too wide and the player doesn't have enough space. So I'll come here and I'll need to make some decisions. I guess I'll stretch out this space a bit so when they jump they don't immediately collide into that, and then I'll add some more space there as well. So I'll move this back, move the player back as well. I'll move this back as well. I'll move this backwards, which is nice. I want there to be enough space for the character to jump. And then these two, no, I'll leave that. But what I would want to do is space this one out a bit. Bring it down about to about the same level as this. Okay, can increase that a bit. This should be a bit more fair, but I want to increase its size. Now we'll look at its size on the x-axis, and we're doing all this and up to about here. So we'll stop around here, and we are done. Nice. Then here we'll move it a bit more to the right. I think this is fair now. This seems fair. You won't have like cheap deaths, and no one likes cheap deaths. Okay, that's a bit cheap now. Okay, that would, right as I say, no one likes cheap deaths. There's actually a little bit of a cheap death there. Let's move this back a bit closer. Let me see from this perspective. Just this a bit here. This is fine. Okay. Now, no more cheap deaths. That was me. Ah, snap. I died. Okay. It's a bit hard, honestly. I think it would have been better to have a couple of levels in between that slowly teach the player. But hey, you're a level designer now. You can figure that out. Oh, wait, come here. Okay. Nice. Oh, snap. Okay, these ones are moving. Ah, I've stopped. These ones are moving. Nice. Ah, and then I died. Oh my goodness. I'm literally not, I'm playing badly. And I'm a game developer. I should be playing amazing. Okay, let's try that one more time before we evaluate. Okay, so that happens. Ah, snap, I died. Okay, wait for that. Okay, it's for that. Ah, snap. Ooh, snap. Wait. Okay, that comes off. Nice. Wait for it. Wait. Okay, perfect. Okay. I failed. Okay, let's try this one more time. Yeah, nice. Ah, perfect. I hit it. Yes, success. Then the last thing, I didn't jump in time. Oh my goodness. I need to press. I don't know why I'm not pressing it. Okay, nice. Okay, go jump. I didn't jump. Why? Yeah. You know what? No way. Let me make sure this works. Like, is it me? Let me switch on my keyboard. Maybe my W key is messing with me because I've been pressing W. Okay, now there. When I press the jump, the up. Let's see. Oh, it holds on to the input for a bit. I was pressing it down. Ah, snap! I died. Okay, nice. And then blah blah blah. Nice. Ah, snap. Ah, I have some movement in. I forgot, in the air. I still have a reasonable air control. Okay, and that stuff you can just tweak inside of the settings of character movement. So let's have this happen. That happened. Okay, nice. Then I've come here. Nice. Go and jump. Boom, and then we're here. Okay, then it goes to the next level. That's cool. I think this is a bit way too difficult for like the first time a player is given control, but we did use our blueprints well, because this level is made of just three things: our trap blueprint, our player blueprint, some death collision, and just some blocks. And we're about to set up our first level. Oh, also an end level trigger, which I think is reasonable. Okay, just for this and comparing it to the plan, I think this is okay as a baseline. We'll be done with that. Going to the next, the melee enemy. This is actually kind of important. So the next one has our first encounter with the melee enemy. This is where we widened the platform for navigation, which is good. And we come over here. Starts off with some reasonably nasty jump puzzle, which I think needs to go. Now, enemies here. Our enemy is struggling with. I think the enemy is struggling a bit with like the collision. So we'll need to work on perfecting its movement. Also, it stopped at the end of this nav mesh. So there are two things to clean up. For starters, I think this gap should be smaller. There's no need to have like a really difficult bit of puzzling before you get to the main enemy. Oh, and when I opened up the plan, there's one thing that's different. It doesn't have that trap right over there. So let's quickly add that in. I'll copy that and I'll paste it, which gives me another trap to play with. Isn't that nice, having a component so you don't need to recreate everything every single time. I'll bring it over around here. Let's see, it should have reasonable collision. Actually, what we can do is we can bring this down a touch, then we can bring this down a touch. Okay, that's nice. Then let's have a look at any of its details. There's always some default stuff. 500. Nice, this is good. So let's see, come over here. Whoa, jump. Nice. Enemy, stab, stab it. Okay, it's having a bit of trouble pathing, but that's something that we're going to fix. Then come here. Okay, it comes down. Okay, so it's kind of scary, but once you skip that, nice. Takes us to the next level, which is good. Which is very good. So let's see, it's able to path. Not bad. I think this is okay as a simple introduction to the melee enemy. There were a few more things going on here, but this gap here is kind of crazy. It would be very imbalanced and very difficult, and you don't want the player dying too quickly to simple things. Now that that's done, let's quickly look at the next level. So the next one after we've done our melee enemy is a simple puzzle. Basically, we have two melee enemies and then you need to push this block to get here to get there. That's cool. So let's go to that simple puzzle. Come here. Okay, we have our first enemy. Die, 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 die. Snap. That's way too much damage. Dude, that was way too much damage. Let me actually go and double check the blueprint. There must be something totally wrong going on. Okay, I think that let's see, this delay needs to be increased to something like 1, because that we took like way too much damage before here. So there's like a delay of 1 second is good. 25 damage, no way, bruh. You're eating enough, the enough hammer. 20, you only do 20 damage, okay? And I'm going to nerf the secondary distance to 2. All right, so as we're testing out those minor nerfs, let's go back to the simple puzzle level and see if it feels a bit more fair and balanced. Okay, so the enemy approaches. Oh, nice. Sweet. That feels a bit more fair. I feel like I didn't instantly die. All right. Now this puzzle is kind of difficult. Okay. Ooh, but it's doable. Nice. Then I go to the next level. This is good, you know. I think that this is a much more reasonably balanced level. Now this is the outline. This is how the outline looks. We'll quickly compare that outline to everything, and yeah, they pretty much match 1 to 1. I just made a small change, but in terms of what you're getting, lines up really well. Now, what's the next level? We're done with number 4. Let's look at number 5. This is a really cool combat challenge. Let's see how this works. So we have 1, 2, 3. I think I'll remove this. I'll have just this, two, no, have one enemy here, have two here, and then a moving platform that will have our, for lack of a better word, our level transition. That's cool. So with just the tools we have, we can go into the combat challenge, and we'll come here. Looks like we won't be needing most of this, so I'll just delete most of this to start. I won't be needing you or you or you. It's going to give us a bit of a blank slate. I think I'll leave the ground there just a bit. I'll leave that. And I come here, let's see. I think this can go as well.
all we're going to need is a couple of floating objects that can move and some enemies. Okay, let me get this and push it out as well. Now start with this block right over here. This is where the player will start from. This is good. These two can go. And now we're going to make this as well as the next level trigger. I'm going to put them together. So in the outliner, I'll simply look for the master level trigger and I will put it underneath, hold on, cube 4, cube 5. I'll put it inside of cube 5. So now every time I move cube 5, also the master level trigger moves since it's nested under it. Now I want, let me copy one from here. Nope, I'll copy one from this level. Yeah, I wanted this component, the component that goes up and down. I'll put one, paste it here, and bring it way over here. Way over here. Let me zoom in a bit, move it up. Nice. Then I'll go into its details and I'll stretch it out a bit on the X. Let's say to here. To 8, about 8. Not 80, just 8. Good. Position it about here. I think it can be stretched out even a bit more. No, that's too much. Think about 9, just a 9. Does it fit? Yeah, this fits well. This is good. And I'll position it a bit closer to the middle, and then I'll go into the outliner and I'll make sure that the cube is going to be under. Hold on, let me make some changes. It doesn't, this says this is going to be static. Let's switch that over to movable. So now we should be able to put it underneath. So that means this can move. Cool. For the sake of just quickly testing, I'm going to get the player character and bring him right over here. And I'll have the level start with him being here. And let's see if the block moves. Oh, snap. That's nested. I think, see the cube, that's the cube. It's considering the hit to be underneath that. This isn't good. We want it to be under that without killing the player, but it's currently killing the player. Hold on, let's try that again. Yeah, that's fine. It's working. It's actually working. It was just a minor hiccup. Okay, so we can tell it's going up. It's going down. Nice. So that's working. Yeah, that's a good setup. So let's take our player character back to where it belongs. Way over here. Now going back to the level plan, let's have, I think I'll throw out this being a floating platform with spikes, and I'll just have two enemies up here. So I'll have just this. I'll copy it, and that copy, in order to make our navigation work, we can do a quick test. I'll click on the nav mesh, I'll press P to show. Right now the navigation won't work, but if I go into the details and I extend the width, yeah, now we have navigation. You can tell by, like, right, let me zoom in a bit closer. When it's this wide, the AI can't navigate.
Once we extend it a bit, let me stop this at about 8. Now the AI is going to be able to navigate. Actually, I can drop it down and I still keep navigation. Let's see how at about 5. Hmm. I think this is good navigation. It's wide enough. There should not be any issues. And then we'll extend it. No, let's keep that at 5. Let's extend it a bit more on the X. Let's make this, let's say 10. Good. Now we're going to add something tiny. Let's bring this over here. Let's make this a bit more interesting. We'll have that there. Cool. Then what I want to add in, I want 2 enemies on the platform. Let's say 2 melee enemies. Nice. 2 of them. Right, so there are going to be 2 of them. Since there are 2, let's extend this to about 12. Right. This is good. Let's play and see how this looks. Oh snap, they do come to attack. Oh snap. Ah, and I'm dead. Well, at least that's working. It's in a workable state. Okay, then the enemies are dead. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this movable block. I'm going to bring it here. Now, there's going to be a bit of cheating, okay? I'll come here and I'll leave the starting move time and everything, but I'll put all the movement directions to basically 0. And then I will add this cube. Let me see, is it static? Let's make it movable. That's good. I will add this cube as a child of it, right? So let's quickly see if it moves. Oh, sorry, I had removed some of the movement data. Let's go back in. Let's say 500, and this is negative 500. Okay, let's see if the movement works. Nice. So since this part is blocked, let's see if the AI can path. Yep, the AI will still fight us even when we're on a movable block. Yes, that one's dead. Nice, perfect. And it's within the nav mesh, so there are no problems with it moving. I guess just for safety, I'll increase the nav mesh height. Let's go to the brush. Let's see, brush. Okay, the nav, what's up with it? Let's see, let's just increase its size and its height. Increase its height just a bit. Good. So the level is now beginning to get interesting, right? So we have the player character who's here, and he is able to jump onto the platform with the enemies, and the platform keeps moving. This is good. Oh snap. Boom, and you can kill those. Perfect. But we don't want it to go up and down, we want it to move left and right. This is a pretty simple thing to calculate. I'll get the position of this. Well, for starters, I want its scale to be really tiny. I'm going to make the scale of this 0.0001. Oh snap, not that. Okay, so for starters, I will get this cube and put it outside of that, right? So I'll get this and I'll drop its scale really down. Actually, I'll say 0. Let me say the 0, 0, and 0. So now it's basically invisible, right? So its hitbox shouldn't exist, but it is still able to move things around. So when I come and I'm like, its current location is negative 2,700 units. In order for it to move over here, how far does it have to go? it has to go about, it's going from negative 2,700 to 1,000. We do some basic math, that's something like 3,000. So we'll start with that, okay? So we'll come here, not on the z-axis. Let's put this cube back here. Hold up. Um, Okay, this is here. We'll put the cube here. Ah, the cube is inheriting the scale. Let's go back and quickly fix this. Put this at 1, 1, 1. No. Let me revert. This is why I prefer changing it by brush, not by size. Let me come out here to the cube, see details. Okay, so it's the cube instance. And 1. Because the cube is currently struggling because it's trying to inherit all the properties from that object. So what we'll do is we'll press Ctrl Z. Let's bring this back as well, changing its scale. Okay, this is its scale. You know what, I'll leave it here. I'll leave it here in its current form for now. In fact, I think I'll leave it here in its current form. We'll put this back here. So now every time I move this, that should move. Okay, that's good. We'll leave it there for now. But what I would do, and this is something that it should be easy to do now, I would create an empty actor, and in that empty actor, inside of, let's say, obstacles, movable block, that's not important, killing 4, I'll go into the master spike blueprint. And once I'm here, I would copy over all this code that, makes decisions on its navigation with the start, move time, and everything. I would copy all of this over and put it there, connect it, and then it would be invisible. We'll do that later on once we get back here and we're starting to add in the art. But for now, this is enough. Now, as far as details, we'll remove the 500, 500. We'll make start move time 5 seconds. And then let's see, no, the start delay will make it 5 seconds. The start move time, let's make it move over 10 seconds, right? Then the end move time, let's make it move over 2 seconds is fine. Now let's see what that looks like. So 5 seconds before it starts moving. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh snap, it's supposed to start moving but it doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, we want it to move an additional 3,700 units on the x-axis, and moving back it will move 3,700 units on the x-axis. Okay, so let's see. Nice, it's moving. This is good. It has reached here. 3,700 is kind of too far, so instead I'll make it 3,500. 3,500, but negative. That should be 10 seconds is also too short of a time, too slow, sorry. So let's make it 5 seconds, and yeah, this should work. Let's now see how the level looks now. Okay, nice, so we moved. Okay, but in terms of height, so let's see the height. This is at a height of about 51 units. This is at a height of about 45 units. But when it moves, let's quickly see. We'll bring it back to negative 2700. Once it moves over here, moves to here. Okay. It moves to here. Moves to here. So let's stop that. The problem is that this one is also moving. So I'll come over here and we'll need to match up its times. This one takes 5 seconds before it starts moving, and then after 5 seconds it moves the full distance and it holds for 2 seconds. That means in total it needs to be about 10 seconds, right? Then this one, before it starts, let's say it should start up in, we need the total of the end hold time to be at least 2 seconds. So what we'll do, no, you know what, let's simplify it. Let's just not have it move anywhere at all ever. We'll keep that static. So you jump on this, you kill some enemies. Oh, snap. It moves, comes here, then you jump over. I think that is a bit simpler to execute for now. Let me look back at the plan. This was the plan. This can still work. It will just need a couple of adjustments. So instead, this won't be there. You'll start here, you'll kill one enemy on a platform. You'll move forward, you'll come here, you'll kill one enemy. Then there'll be a platform that moves, and then you jump on that, and then you kill the other enemies. That I think is a good, reasonably fun level. So I'll get this, copy it. I'll move this right over here. So it will be a bit higher up. Let's bring it here. Okay, that's good. Then we'll get the player character. We'll move them up here. Okay, that's fine. Bring them down here. Good. Then we'll get this. Bring it right up here. Nice. So at least the player can see that there's a block here. Then for the enemy, we'll put it over here. Then, just to make sure the pathing is working, let's extend this width to about 5 units. That should be enough for the pathing to work. Let's quickly check. Click on the navigation bounds volume, press P. Yeah, pathing should work here. That is excellent. So the player comes, has to kill this one, has to jump on that before it leaves. That's now. It's tight. The location is kind of tight and it's gone. Okay, let's extend that out so the player can start here. This platform, will move it a bit over here and extend its size / length about here, which is good. And then with this, I'll increase the timing, the start delay. That is just the start delay to something like, let's say 10 seconds, right? It's 10 seconds. So come here. Okay, your first enemy starts attacking you. You're able to destroy it. Come over here, I'll snap, and these guys start attacking you. Oh, notice that these guys are still. Okay, so it brings you back here. Then it takes you back this side, but this time without any enemies. Then you jump over and you get to the next level. This works enough for the baseline. Now that this level is reasonably done, a pretty simple combat challenge, let's go into the next one, which is a ranged enemy. This is where you actually get to fight the ranged enemy properly for the first time. Let's see how we can lay it out. So basically there's a spike trap, you need to move. You can tell that there is an enemy firing at you, but around here is the end of the level. So you climb down. There's the first one. You need to get to it and kill it. Then climb up here. Okay, that's good. We'll come down here into the levels. Let's look at the ranged enemy level. This is it right now. Okay, so I can easily get rid of this. We'll be using this block. Just increase its width a bit. Cool. Let me delete this. I prefer how this looks. So we'll come up here. This is where the player starts. Cool. Then we're going to have snap, copy and paste this. Then around here, it has to be just out of jumping distance. Yeah, that's out of jumping distance. Right over there is where we're going to have the ranged enemy. So in our blueprints, we have our ranged enemy. Let's put you at 0 and bring you closer to the ground. Yeah, so it is able to attack the player. That's good. Closer to the ground. That's good. Then we'll look under level triggers. Let's put the master level trigger here, right after the enemy. That's good. So it's over here. If you try to jump, you lose. Okay, that's fine. It's perfectly fine. Then we'll put a place for the player to jump down to, but it has to be where the player can't jump from here to here. I want them to move a bit. Then we'll put another one over here, then another one over here, which the player can jump to. This jump should be doable. And what we'll do is we'll add another ranged enemy right over here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. But I want it to be here so that it starts attacking the player the instant that he steps down here. Then after that, come here, and these are basically like stairs. So the player should be able to jump here, and from here be able to reach this enemy. That's good. Okay, we'll put this here. No, not leave it here. This is fine. Then after the player kills that, he has to make another jump. I've copied this right over here, and that is where the end of the level is going to be. Let's look at it from far. That's good. Let's delete this. This doesn't need to exist. Check in and see. So I come over here. It's my first time playing this. Oh snap, we have a problem. This over here is way too, remember that killing floor, it's a bit too high here, so let's look for that. The killing floor, let's drop it down somewhere here. Let's see, where is that? Yes, perfect. That's just below this platform. So before it was too high, that's what was killing the player. First time facing the enemy. Ah, snap, no, he's taking damage. Snap. Okay, kills that, but he pretty much died. I'm totally not going to start balancing that enemy right now. Let's see. Okay, that one's dead. Snap. That jump is not a very good jump. We'll need to tweak it a bit, because right now it's kind of unfair. Okay, that one's dead. It's doable, but I think it's not clean enough. So that's easy. I'll just come over here. Get this, drop it down just a bit, get this, drop it down just a bit, drop this down just a bit, and extend it out just a tad. See if it's now doable easily. It should feel kind of intuitive to do it. Oh, this is kind of bad level design, but it's just to learn. Ah, snap. And I'm dead. Okay. A few other changes need to be made. This needs to be moved a bit more to the left. This needs to be moved a bit more to the right. And if I wanted to be super consistent, I would come and pick the values individually. But this isn't like a final game. This is more of for learning, so I won't go that in depth. But when you're making your game, you're going to need to perfect the actual height. Like measure what's the jump height and work off that to create really cool, clean puzzles. Actually, ooh, this actually creates an opportunity. Mm, good, this should work. Let's see if it's reasonably doable with some ease. Oh, that guy has a projectile. Kill, kill, kill. Snap, snap, snap. Okay. For starters, I think our ranged enemy has way too much health. So we'll change the enemy health from 100 to 60 on all the ranged enemies. So that's like a nerf. For all our ranged enemies are now getting nerfed. Oh, snap. Okay. Oh, snap. That's bad. Okay, let's press play. Don't worry about the health bars. This is just in development when we need to see enemy health bars. Okay, nice. Now we just need to tweak it so that our ranged enemy health bars are displaying correctly. So let's see. Let's go to the main blueprint of all our enemies. Let's see. Where's the main enemy? This is the master enemy. I'll come into here, cast to health bar, enemy health. So that's fine. This is going to be easy. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Right, so we'll say on begin play, right, on event begin play, we're going to set, we're going to create a new variable actually, and we're going to call that variable, it's going to be a float, right, and it's going to be called total health, right, total health. So on event begin play, it's going to set total health. Actually, let's not call, yeah, let's say set total health, and it's going to get enemy health. So that's going to be the total health. Basically, once the game starts, it's going to set the total health, which we'll use on the health bars, to current enemy health. Then when it comes to set percent, instead of using enemy health divided by 100, we will use total health, get total health. And that's how we're going to set up our enemy health bars. So it will do a quick double check. Hold on, was the master enemy? Essentially what it does is immediately the game begins, that's on begin play, it gets enemy's health and it will set that as the enemy's total health. So enemy health will be divided by total health to give us a percentage. Let's see if that basic blueprint code works. So let's come here. Now it's a full health bar. 1, 2, and it's dead. Nice. Now our health bars are super adaptive. You can move on. Oh, I don't know why it's taking long to load. As we're waiting for it to make decisions, let's pause and stop this video at this. All right, we're back. So the current master level trigger has an empty next level name. That's not what we want. But let's quickly find out. So what's the next level after the ranged enemy? Oh yeah, this is good. A nice platforming and combat challenge. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a very good one. So essentially we have those two that are closing in on the player. We have this closing in here, we have this closing in here, and the player needs to quickly kill the enemies off and get to the end. This is a beautiful level. So let's set it up. I think to set it up, I'll basically just get this and then I'll duplicate it. Then let's see, what's the name going to be? It's going to be combat. We'll just call it combat challenge 2. Okay, we'll keep it simple. So let's quickly rename this. So 007 dash combat challenge 2. Okay, so that's saved. I'll copy that. This in within the ranged enemy, click this, and next level name is combat challenge 2. Perfect. So now for combat challenge 2, let's set it up. I'll keep this the exact same without any change. Need you off, 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 gone and gone and gone. No, hold on, what was that I deleted? Nope, I don't want to delete that. Let's get this and leave it somewhere here. We'll come back to you. So let's start with just setting up the platforms. It's a good way to set up levels like this. So we have one straight long platform with a spike behind. So one straight long platform, a little space for the player to fall through. Cool. So this increase its length to about 15. 15 is actually kind of low. Let's increase that to 20, right? Give it plenty of space. Nice. Then move the player character just a little bit ahead. Good. Then we'll copy this and put this right over here with a little bit of space in the middle, just enough for the player to slide through. That works. Then I need another one, but this one's a lot longer. That's cool. Copy this, bring this way down. Way down. Let's bring it down a bit further. Cool. And then its length, I'll set it up at 40. So it's twice as long as the other two. Comes out to about here. And then the player drops down here. So let's have a look at this. Cool, long player drops down here. Here it's a drop to nothing. I guess we'll put spikes here to encourage the player to move this direction. Then we have basically a copy of that top one. And copy, paste this, and go way down. Nice. So quickly, if we were to move through the level as is, there'll be a spike trap behind, another one in front. Then if we from here would see that there's another one and some enemies. Oh, not bad. And you can't jump back up. That's fine. The one thing I would do is, let's see, about how high does this need to be? Okay, come down here. That's fine. Contrast it up. This isn't good. This needs to be a little bit higher up because you want the player to see that it's safe to fall. Like here, this looks like a drop into a black hole. You want the player to be able to see that, hey, actually it's kind of safe to jump. So let's see, what height is this at? This is at a height of 300. This is at a height of negative 170. Let's say if it's negative 100. Let's see if it's visible. Okay, so it's kind of visible down. That's okay. So the difference in height needs to be about 100. Let's make that even tighter, say negative 90. So this is 300, this is negative 90. So that means the difference in height needs to be about 300 to negative 90. That's about 400. no, 390, sorry, 390 units, so that it's just outside the current viewport. Keep in mind, this depends on the camera angle, which is why every change you make in your game alters so many other elements in your game. Let's set it up. So this is at negative 90. Let's bring this up. So when you add 3, oh my goodness, where's my calculator? You'd be surprised how often you're going to need to bring out the calculator to do level design. So we know, let's see, negative 90 minus 390, negative 480. Okay, so let's get this and we'll position it at negative 480. All right, let's see how it looks now. Oh, you can tell there's something down here. Nice. You can tell there's something down here. This is good. This works. The level is coming together. Then we'll come back to the plan. So there's a melee enemy here. No, two melee enemies here. I'll set this to one melee enemy, one ranged there. Okay, then basically you come down here. Then there's one more small platform you're going to need to stand on. I'll just get this. I'll copy this and I'll bring it down to about here. Now just to specify, since this is at negative 480, bring out my calculator again. So negative 480 minus 390, negative 870. Okay, so this thing's height should be negative 870. Excellent. And below that, is there anything more? Let's look back at the plan. Then there's one more floor here. So that floor, if we do the calculation, negative 870, negative 390 ahead, 1260. So I'll get this, I'll copy and paste that. Negative 1260. Now this, I'll way extend its size to be just around here. Oh snap, let's not increase the height. And this will be where our level ends. I'll get this the level trigger, put it down here. Good. And of course our killing floor needs to drop down. It needs to drop down even further. It's way too high. Hold up. Yeah, this is good. This works. So let's do a quick run through of the level. Come over here. Oh, there are people on this side, that side. Cool. Come over here. Okay, but you can't go there. You need to go somewhere else. Oh, game over. Our level killing trigger is still too high, and I think even worse than that, there's a copy of it. When did I make the copy of it? I legitimately do not remember when I made a copy, but that was a bit of an error. Let me see. Killing floor, there's killing floor too. This is a bit of a meme if you know some video games, because the killing floor 1, killing floor, anyway, regardless. And then notice that this last one falls out of our nav mesh bounds, so we'll go into its brush settings and we'll increase not just its y, we'll increase its x size so that it's where, let's press P quickly and look. So let me press P again to hide it. That means these are the areas where the AI should be able to navigate without problems. So this is perfectly fine. This works. This is good. And yeah, voila. So as developers, let's quickly go through our level, make sure it's runnable and visible. Ah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Sweet. It's possible to run through it. This is excellent. I'm quite happy with this. And end of level. And it's freezing again because it's literally taking us to nowhere. So let's we'll sort that out. We'll sort that out. Okay, now to add in all the combat elements into this level. Now that the basic platforms are set up, we can now put in some enemies to spice it up. We'll start with these. So let's start with one ranged enemy and one melee enemy. Quickly going to put those in inside our nice pre-made blueprints. Come over here, and according to the general plan, I guess will be one melee enemy here, one ranged enemy here. That should be good enough. Put this here. Nice, 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 nice. So within its details, I don't want to check constraints. Just make sure it's in the right axis. Good. And then one ranged enemy right over here. Okay, in the correct axis, which is good. Perfect. That's good. Now if we look within the plan, I guess I'll put another melee enemy here. Down over here. No, actually right over here. But it will be kind of a trap, because if you try to fight it, you'll probably die. And then over here, no, let's move this a bit more to the left side, just a bit. Good. Good, good, good. Now that's good. And let's look. There'll be a ranged enemy over here. I think that will be good enough. Right? Just the right position. Okay, good. And to cap it all off, at the bottom there'll be one melee enemy and one ranged enemy, but they'll be here. So the ranged one will be here. Okay, make sure it's on the right axis, and the melee one will be here. Let's make sure it's on the right axis, in the right position. Excellent. This works. Let's try and run through it. Yeah, oh snap. Oh snap, it's in a tight space. And oh snap, that one almost killed me. Ah, snap. Die. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh. Oh, the ranged enemy being there is actually a bit broken. It's kind of imbalanced because it gets in your way, while at the same time, it's kind of unfair. So let's remove that. Now let's see how the level is flowing. You come here. Oh, you're being chased by this guy. Oh snap, be chased by this guy as well. Just run off. Okay, okay, two ranged enemies. It's kind of broken, but that's fine. This seems all right. This guy over here, I think, should come over here. And let's remove this ranged enemy. It's kind of unfair in really tight spaces to have a ranged enemy character. We'll move this back just a bit. And voila, we have the basics set up. I remember one time back in one of our levels, I think it was a simple puzzle level, we had set up one of these sideways. We'll need this. We'll need this for here. So we'll start by putting it into the world. This is the first one. The first. These are the main. These are going to be the main driving force of this level. Come over here. Do this. Nice. So let me change its scale. I don't think I need that tab. Let me change its scale. Why doesn't matter. Extend that a bit. on the X. Let me increase that massively to something like 10. Awesome. And in terms of where it is, I want it to go from here, which is negative 3700. Let me move the player character a bit further so it doesn't instantly die. And I want it to go from negative 3700 to over here, which is negative 1800. We'll do some basic math, right? So 3700 minus 1800, that's 1900 units. So start delay will delay for 1 second. Okay, I want it to move in the X axis for 1800 units, right? And then it will go back 1800 units, but that's only after the player is already dead. Let's see if this works. Nope, wrong direction. I picked the Z axis, not the Y. 1800 there, 1800 there. Delete this, delete that, 0, 0, and then a quick test. Oh snap, that's too fast. Okay, that's unreactable. The move time, let's drop that down to 8 seconds for both the start and end. Oh, 8 seconds is now kinda too slow. 8 seconds is way too slow, so let's pump that up to 6 seconds. Oh snap, I actually have to move or I die. That's fine, that's more than fair. More than fair. So we'll get that. I'll make a copy of that, put it here. I'm going to rotate it, let's see. Let's rotate it by 180 degrees on the X axis. Let's bring it over from, let's see, here this is 1600. It's moving 1800 units. So we'll invert this. It goes 1800 units and its ending movement is 1800 units in the opposite direction. So it's closing in, ba-dum, 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 boom, but I made it in time. But let's move this forward by about 100 units. Let's see how this puzzle works. Close. Nice. They're basically just touching. I like that. That's good. I think this works with 6 seconds. Cool. Now we need to do something similar. We made a copy of this, bring it here, but now it's kind of too tall, right? So I want to reduce its height. Let's see, reduce its, oh yeah, it will be X. It will be considering that the X. So reducing it on the X, let's reduce it even further, because all it needs to do is to close this little space over here. Okay, let me see if it works in its current form. Yeah, it's working. It's closing in, which is cool. Okay, so it closes in up to there. That's fine. But for you, I want you to get over right over here. I want you to really push the player and force them to move. So I'll make it negative 3600, and then it will go back to 600 after killing the player. Okay, calm down. Oh snap, nope, that doesn't work, because I've now caused it to be moving way too fast. So instead, I'll set the starting move time to 12 seconds, because it's basically double the distance. So doubling the time will half the speed, setting it back up to the original speed. See, it's moving at the original speed. Nice.
Now notice it passed through the enemy, which is fine. We don't need it to destroy the enemy. But let's say you wanted it to destroy the enemy, right? So you'd come over here to the master spike trap, and let's see, on component begin overlap blah 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 apply damage, right? So all you need to do is come here, set this up here, and then we'll say, hey, on component begin overlap with the box. Let's go to the box. No, not on end overlap, on begin overlap. On component and overlap, let's say on component hit, no problem. And let's say cast to enemy, cast to master enemy, okay? And we'll say the other actor is the master enemy. Destroy actor, destroy that. So it's a simple code, but basically it means if the box component hits any enemy, it will instantly destroy them, right? So let's make sure this is all compiled. Let's see if this is working as intended. So we'll slow down, we'll come here, okay? Let's wait for it to hit. Come on, hit it, hit it. Okay, that's not working correctly yet. We can come in and make sure we correct that, but I don't think that's a priority now, because our priority is to set up the levels properly. So let's go back to the master spike trap. Say this is on component hit. I'll deal with this later. But I do think when you're making a production ready game, you're going to need to set up the code so that it destroys enemies once it touches them. But for now, we'll leave it at that until a later time. So we have that. This takes 6 seconds to get here. The player has, let's say, 1 second to drop. That takes 6 seconds to get here. Now we'll copy that, bring it down a tad, just down a bit, right? Just up to here. I think let's even increase its height slightly, make sure it covers everything. And now we want it to move a pretty short distance, honestly, maybe what, 600 units. And you want it to move relatively quickly, but its start delay is going to be about 15 seconds to give the player plenty of time to get there. Let's see, that's getting there. Oh snap, I've gotten here. Do I even fight the enemy? Coming down here. Okay, that reaches up to there. This hasn't even moved yet. 15 seconds is too short. We want it to move with a bit more urgency. Let's give it 10. I think 10 seconds will be the right amount of urgency to give it. Oh, snap. Okay, 10 seconds is reasonably urgent. That works. So with 10 seconds, it's able to do that. Now come back here, bring this over here, and we're going through the same basic process. So with this over here, we'll want it to move about negative, let's say 900 units. I think 900 units should really work, but we'll ask it to only do so after about 14 seconds. Let's see how that works. Timing in like puzzle games is really important. You don't want the timing to be so loose that the player like can just do whatever they want, but you also don't want it to be so tight that the player dies. Like this, I think is a bit slow. Okay,
simple melee enemy, and you come here and the level is done. Okay, that's good. That's good enough. The one thing that I think needs to be altered is I'll remove this enemy here, and I think I'll also remove this enemy here, or swap it out for a ranged enemy. Let's see, I think it will be more fun that way. Yeah, I think this is better with this being a ranged enemy. So this is 6 seconds. Oh snap, that's a ranged enemy. Coming down here. No, actually, I think that platforming and having enemies in general isn't fun. I'm not feeling it. At least not until we've fully perfected our enemies. Once the enemies are perfected, totally different story. Totally different. But right now, they're not perfected. And because they're not perfected, it's just not as good. So all I'm going to do is adjust this. It start delay from 10 to 9, so we'll make it just a puzzle platform. This one bit, instead of being a combat challenge and puzzling, it will be just a puzzle challenge. So you see that coming, you can easily get here. Okay, that's now too slow. So this one, instead of giving it a long start delay, the start delay will be 0, but the time is going to be up to 15 seconds. So it starts moving immediately, but you will have some time in order to get there. So you need to drop, and if you fail, you die. Okay, maybe 15 seconds is kind of mean. Let's move this back here, give a bit more space for the drop. We'll increase the distance to about 700. This to 700, good. Now the player has some pressure to follow. And then this one will do something reasonably similar. Its start delay, I'll reduce it to just 12 seconds, which is good. This should be enough. Okay. Oh snap, so I'm being pressured. Need to move here. Oh snap, I need to move here quickly. There's a ranged enemy, can kill that. That wasn't moving, so that is delaying for too long. 12 seconds is too long. I think let's drop that down to 9 seconds. 3 seconds faster, I think, makes it way more interesting. Okay, so this is kind of tight. You move. Oh snap, I died. So tight, we move. Oh, moving right. Ooh, what's that? Why am I stuck moving one direction? I'm getting a bit of movement bugginess. Let's see. I think I know what's causing that. I'm a bit unhappy with the player movement. So, let's first go back and alter the player movement a bit. Gravity scales, fine, acceleration, friction. Let's increase the braking friction a bit because I want it to really slow down. I'll put it to 20 so that I really brake hard. Let's see. Yeah, that's way better. I'm actually coming to a stop when I stop. Oh, sweet. Yeah, this feels better. Just changing the braking friction alone. Oh, then there's a melee enemy. That's perfect. The only thing left is to just clean this up a bit. But when it comes to movement, it's something you really have to fine tune because you want to get something that's going to make you happy. I've copied this. The only difference is that it's going to move time 15 seconds. That's perfectly fine. I want it to move a distance of 2000, right? 2000 units and negative 2000. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. I drop down here. Nice. Oh, snap, come here. Oh, sweet, drop down here. Oh, snap. Yeah, the movement still feels kind of substandard. Something about it isn't perfected. I think it all comes down to collision. So let me scale this down a bit. It's important to not have anything colliding unnecessarily, honestly. Let's see, 2000 is too high. Say 1000. Then this is negative 1000. This works for now. So let's go through the level again. Oh snap. I have to come in and drop down here. Oh snap, dodge that. Dodge this. I think I'm just going to get rid of this enemy. The melee enemies combined with the puzzles are just not really doing it. They're not giving anything interesting. And we'll skip this over. Good. Okay. Okay, come here. Oh, okay. I can just dodge the projectile and boom, we're done with the level. This works. This works. I think this is a reasonable enough baseline for this level. So we've set up a couple of different traps using the blueprints that we've made so far. This works as a baseline. Next, let's look at the next level. Here we are, yes, story and narrative level. Here is where you're going to put a basic NPC that is able to pause when you interact with it. It puts some text on screen, says a voiceover, and you move forward. Let's, at the bare minimum, just set up this slowly moving block that stops here. This time the block will simply stop, and then you walk over to the NPC. Let's go over to that in the next video. Now, in creating our NPC, we're going to start with a very basic setup. So we're going to get this combat challenge and just duplicate it, right? But this time, we're going to call it 008. Let's quickly see, what are we going to name it? Story and narrative. Okay, so let's just call it 008. Story and narrative, right? Because its purpose is to demonstrate having a simple character there that says some things, and then after that leaves the screen, which is cool. So for starters, I'll start by copying the name of that level, coming over here, and inside of our level transition, right, we'll just put that in as the level name. Now, story and character doesn't need any of the destructive things that we put in this level. Okay, there are many things that are designed to kill the player, but we won't need that here. Now, we'll get this, scale it down to about 5. I want it to be small enough that the player feels a need to sit and stay in one place. Bring this over here. In fact, even a bit smaller. Maybe bring it down to like 3 units. So this is where the player should be, which is good. But to kind of make it a bit more accessible, there is a level. Let's see, was it randomly? No, it was this, where we created this little element here, and I want to use it once again as something that's going to move. Games building out its navigation as something that's going to move. Narrow this down a lot, bring it here, right? And I could actually use this to move the object. But you know what? Let's do what I was talking about earlier of creating a simple thing that can move things. So we'll go into obstacles and we'll quickly create a blueprint class and we'll call it actor and I'll call it mover. No, we'll call it platform mover. I hope that's correct. Yes, let's call it platform mover. It doesn't need anything, okay? It shouldn't have anything within it, except within the code. We'll look at our master spike trap and we'll copy this entire bit of code over here. We'll copy it, move it into our platform mover, and then we'll come back into our master spike trap again, and let's see which variables it had. Variables of start delay. Okay, that's cool. Start delay, that was a float. That's cool. Hold on, first delete this. Yes, delete this. Okay, let's come down here and we'll see which variables we have. Okay, let's create that. Starting move time. Which other ones do we have? Hold time. Let's create that variable. Okay, create that variable. Hold time, create the variable. What else is missing? Okay, so starting move time, starting movement. Let's see. Let's create this variable, right? Ending movement, we'll create that variable. So starting movement, ending movement, we have that. Starting move time, ending move time. That's nice. And then middle hold time, we're going to quickly make this into a variable. Why is it refusing to do so? Yeah, middle hold time, promote to variable, middle hold time, ending move time. See, ending move time, it's already there. Just double checking and making sure everything is here. Okay, so in the master spike trap, I start with start delay. Where is start delay? Let me quickly see. The first thing that comes here is start delay. So I'll get this, copy it over here, start with start delay, and quickly, hold on, select that, create variable. So that's our first variable, right? I want it to be at the top. So that's our first one. Starts with start delay. Then we're going to starting movement. Right? We'll put it there. After that, we have start move time. Let's see, starting move time. Good. After that, we have middle hold time. Middle hold time, which is good. Then ending movement. That is this. Ending movement time, which is good. We'll double check. Ending move time, good. Perfect. Then ending move time, ending hold time, and in the middle, right after starting move time, we have middle hold time. Yeah, middle hold time is here. Let's delete that. Why is middle hold time? Middle hold time is here. Okay, good. And of course, we have to select all of them and make them instance editable. Okay, instance editable, instance editable. Nice. We made all of them instance editable. So essentially, when you've built out code once, you don't need to rewrite it. Okay, you don't need to rewrite it. All you have to do is copy over what you've used so far and use that, and that's all you need to do. Okay, so let's come into story and narrative. All right, and we're going to put the platform mover into right here. We're going to put it right into the world. We'll put it right here. Good. Now, under the platform mover, we'll get this cube and we'll put it under the platform mover. Let's see, let me quickly check its details. Let's see, this cube, is this cube movable or is it static? Static, let's make that movable, right? Want it to be able to move. So now we put it under platform mover. And let's look at the details of our platform mover. So it has start delay, starting movement, move time, middle hold time, ending hold time. Okay, let's see if this works. So at this top position, it is at 240, right? 240 on the z-axis. At the bottom, hold on, we want it to move down up to, there's no need to keep building navigation, but okay. I want it to move down up to about here, which is negative 1350. So what we want is want on the z-axis it to move down by negative 1240 units. Over what time? Over, let's say, 5 seconds, and after that it doesn't do anything, and the start delay is going to be 2 seconds. Okay, so let's see, where was it originally? Just about here. So let's press play. So it starts moving down. Nice. And then it keeps going. Cool. We'll let it do its thing. Although I think that let's reduce this scale down to about 30. Make sure this is here. I mean, is it a level if the player doesn't die? Let's see now. Game starts. The platform begins to move. Then the player needs to jump. Not bad. But what I want it to do is once it gets to, so right now it's at, let's see, it's at 60 on that axis. It's been told that it needs to move, sorry, not the cube. The platform mover is currently at 250 on the z-axis. It knows it's moving by 1240. I think, let me say, make it move by 1000. And then, yeah, no problem, the middle hold time, I'll make it 1000 seconds. Okay, so we're here. It starts moving, it moves downwards. No, this is incorrect. It is moving in the wrong direction because I've put this on z, negative what, let's put this at 1000 and try again. Coming downwards, I want it downwards. No, it is moving incorrectly because the platform mover should go from there to about here, which is negative 1 to 50. I think what I'll do is I'll start by putting it at negative 1000. No, at 1000, sorry. Nope, 1000 is too high. Yeah, it's never too high.
Let's raise this up over here. Okay, right, so it's at 1000. Let me use some math to line everything up. So I know for certain that the platform mover is located at 1000 core. This should be located at 0, right? 0 units. So actually, let's move this a bit more to the right. In fact, with the player, let's move it here as well. So it's at 1000, and now the platform mover, all we have to do is cause it to drop down by negative 1000. Middle hold time, let's put that at 0. Ending hold time, let's put that at 0. Ending hold time will be 1000. So let's see, it should start going down. It reaches and it stops, then you jump off. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But a couple of things. This box cube, let's see, let me make this 0, 0. Perfect. So now it is right on top of its parent. Since it's now right on top of its parent, it should move perfectly, right to the exact level I want. Boom. Cool. Nice. Now all I'm going to do is get these two objects, get this object, move it up just a bit so that it seems more plausible as an elevator. So it comes down. Nice. It stops right here. I jump over. Now jumping over is cool, but you know what would be even cooler? If it just perfectly, just perfectly aligned. So now I'm going to get this. Let's see what it looks like. Where does it need to be perfectly aligned? So the platform mover, its current location is negative 3460. Okay, when it bring it down here, let's say to 0, what does it look like when it's perfectly aligned? So let's align it perfectly. That is at negative nice, 3370, and then I'll add 1000 here. Perfect. So that raises it right up to here. Now we'll reposition our player character right in the middle of that and press play. So it comes down, he's lowered, he's lowered, he's lowered, and it lowers right in position. Isn't that cool? Basic math, helping us get really crisp results. Now, right in this middle location over here is where our NPC is going to be. So let's set up the NPC. We'll go into blueprints and we'll create a new blueprint class. It will be a simple actor and we'll call it NPC as a story NPC. I'll put it right here along the middle. Of course, it's 2D, so we make sure on the y-axis it's perfectly centered, which is good. And open it up, close a couple of these. It's getting a bit cluttered. Let's focus on just one thing. The platform move was done, range enemy must, okay, NPC. To start with, we're going to add a basic sprite, like our development sprite. And of course, that sprite is going to be the NPC. Let's bring this down. We haven't touched one of these in a while. This is good enough. Let's see how it looks in game.
This is fine. This works for a placeholder for our NPC. So let's see. The player character comes down the elevator. It slides in perfect place, walks over, and boom, there is an NPC right over there. That's good. Let's compare. I want its height, its base size to be similar to the players. So when I look at the player's paper sprite, it's S on the x-axis 0.03, on the others 0.045. So let's do that. So 0.03, then 0.045. Excellent. I think now it's going to be, let me just jump over. Now it looks reasonably crisp, right? Now the last thing to do is with the NPC is to come here and we'll just add some basic pawn sensing. Okay. And as far as sensing, want it to be really narrow range. Hearing is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Sight radius, want it to be a really small radius. So let's say something like 300, right? So we'll create a simple event on C pawn, which will always be the player. Print text. And the simple text is going to be NPC sees the player. Right? Let's see. Can get this to work. NPC. Let's see. Okay. Currently, it is not working. Let's see. How come this isn't working? NPC. Oh yes, we haven't specified which pawn it's seeing. So if you go back to the melee enemy, the moment it sees the player, it moves towards him, right? That's what it does. For the NPC, for some reason, it's not sensing the player. Let's come into the pawn sensing and double check. Sensing interval is 0.5. Let's increase that to 0.1. Only senses players. Yes, he has noises, irrelevant. And as far as the vision, it's probably, hold on, let's first compile. Quickly play and double check. On this side, does it sense? No, it's not sensing the player. Let's quickly fix that and make sure that it is able to do its job. Let's see. Okay, so I've experimented with a lot of different things, and I think that with the pawn sensing component, it's a lot easier to use when what you've created is essentially a character, right? Like with our melee enemy, it has a character component, it has that, and you'll notice there's that clear dividing line, right? But with our NPC, we don't want it to have any of that interaction. Want it to be really simple, because all it's going to do is speak some lines. So our NPC simply has one component, right? And we're just going to call it has spoken. This basically double checks and sees if the NPC has spoken its lines. We want the player to come in. Let me open up the plan. Want the player to come over here, reaches near the NPC speaks a line, and then it just goes here, keeping it really simple, right? So we're going to create one variable called has spoken, and it's going to be important in a bit. So on every event tick, all we're doing is we're getting the distance between the self and the player character using the get distance to node, and then we'll do a quick check and see if the distance between the player character and our NPC is less than 400. If it is, it's going to print some text that says NPC sees the player. So this is what it looks like right now. The moment I get within 400 units, it keeps checking and saying, hey, NPC sees the player. Once I reach outside of a different range, NPC no longer sees the player. That's like really simple logic flow for that. Now, the reason why I created the has spoken is I want the NPC to basically speak once. So let's break this link and we'll create another branch. So we'll simply say, hey, branch, okay? And we'll set it up to ask a simple question. Has spoken. Get has spoken. So the moment the NPC is done speaking, it will basically say, hey, if once it goes through here, it's like, hey, it will every event tick, just check if has spoken is there. Its default value is yes. No, sorry, its default value is no. If it's false, let's break this. If it hasn't spoken, then it will branch, it will do the double checking. Okay, we don't want it doing any of this if it has spoken. So if it let me go through it again. We don't want it to be running any of this logic if it has already spoken. So if it has spoken, rather if has spoken is true, then there is no need for it to go through any of that. But if has spoken is false, then yeah, it can come and do this checking. Then once it has done that checking, after printing the text, we're going to set has spoken to yes, which will stop it. So it should only run the code once. So let's jump in, press play. NPC sees the player and it's done. It will never speak the lines ever again. So it will speak the lines once and it's finished. And that is what we wanted from our NPC setup. It's going to be that simple. And once we add in some voice lines, we're going to come in to the NPC and have those lines play right here. Let's remove this developer text and oh no, let's leave it in for now. We'll remove it once we start adding in art and sound. So now we have our simple NPC that will speak to us before we move on to the next level. Of course, if as a player you don't want to hear what this thing has to say, you can just skip over and go there. No shame in that. Give players options. Skippable cutscenes are the way of the future. Yeah, let's go to the next video. And there we're going to be creating our final basically our final solid playable level, and we're going to work on the boss character. So level 09, the final boss. Let's get into it. Now we've gotten to the last level that was in the plan, and we're creating for the first time a boss enemy. And to make this boss, we're going to bring together all the different lessons and learnings that we've had throughout all the previous videos. So essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to create a boss that has 3 phases, okay? And the breakdown of what that means is that in phase 1, break this down. So phase 1, right, the boss just attacks. Phase 1 is melee only, right? Then phase 2, it spawns. Phase 2, but no, phase 1 it's basically is melee only. Phase 2,
it is going to be melee. Basically, no, phase 2, it's going to be able to spawn enemies, right? Enemies to attack you. And then phase 3, need to move this up just a bit. Okay, open this up, move this red over here. Oh my goodness, moving stuff around in design apps is kind of crazy. Now let's just look. Phase 1, it only attacks the player with a melee attack. Phase 2, it spawns in enemies, and then phase 3, it adds in a ranged attack. That is going to be how we're going to set up this boss. And it's going to have a health bar, and the health bar will be set up so that it changes color the moment it goes below 66%. Basically it's divided in thirds. The first time you attack the boss and you bring it down below the first third of health, it goes into phase 2. Then you attack it and it goes below that, it goes into phase 3. Okay, that's how we're going to set it up. But once you come into the level initially, it's going to be in phase 1. This is good. So it has a slow melee attack that's easy to react to, but you can die. It's going to have a fast ranged attack. It's reasonably fast. It has a wind up, but it tracks your position and it's very fast, right? It tracks your position at a certain point and it's fast. And lastly, it triggers going to the next level on death. That's the entire game plan of the boss that we're creating. It's going to be everything. All right. Now that we have the general plan of what it is that's going to be made, it's time to go in and create that level. I think what I'll do is I'll duplicate the story and narrative level, and just going to change its name so that it is 009 dash final boss. Perfect. Okay, that's going to be our final boss level. And then as usual, I'll copy the name of that level and I'll put that in as the next level name on our level transition, right? That's good. Okay, now that that's done, we'll go into the final boss level. Okay, and within the final boss level, for starters, we'll put the player character somewhere a bit more convenient. We'll put it right about here. Right, keep him close. I think it's better for him to just be on the ground when the level starts. This should work. And then we don't need the platform mover or that box for this level. Ooh, it's not needed at all. So the player character will start on the ground here. Okay, excellent. This is good. And then the next thing we won't need the NPC. And we will also not need this. We won't need the next level trigger because we won't need that. So within here, we're just going to extend this so that, because it's a boss, you want the player to have a lot of space to fight the boss and to move around it. Looking at this, good. Just making sure that there's plenty of space for the platform, good, and there's plenty of space for that. Now we're going to extend this, make it even wider. I'll bring that up to about 15. Honestly, 15 is even small. Let's bring it up to about 25. So let's go into our level. So yes, there's quite a bit of space for the player to move around and manage the boss. This is good. This is good. All right. This is a good enough place to start with the boss. Now let's put our boss enemy into the game. The first thing we're going to do, unlike all our other enemies, like the smaller enemies, which would come off the master enemy the way that we've done it, we'll make a couple of changes to our final boss. Let's first create a simple child and we'll simply call this final boss. It's going to have a lot more code in it than all the others, so it's going to be very, very special. Then in terms of final boss, let's go into this and make sure we edit its blueprint just a little bit. Okay, so for starters, we're going to get it and we're going to scale this hard. The capsule, I think we're going to scale this to about 5 times the size. Okay, I think about 5 times the size works. 5 might be a bit too big. Let's compare its size to the player character. Yeah, 5 is too large. Let's drop that down to, let's say, 3 times the size. I think 3 times the size should be good for a boss. Bring this down to the ground a bit. Let's move. I think this works as a boss. This is not bad. 3 times the size seems to be working. But honestly, it could be even smaller. As much as I like big bosses, but it needs to be reasonably readable. So let's see how it looks at just 2 times the size. I think this is perfect. At real proper 2 times the size, this works. This works really well, and I like it quite a lot. All right, that's set up. Let's bring this down. Now that we have that, we have this widget. Let's bring it closer down here for this. Let's see how this looks in game. I want its health bar to be visible. Okay, that's too close. Bring it up by a few units. See how it looks in game. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks about right. This is good. And now we have this huge boss in the game. Quickly, let's double check and make sure that we're using the right development sprite. Okay, yellow is going to look terrible. Yeah, it will look terrible. I'll adjust the color to something a bit more end gamey. Okay, make it green is too green. I think this about works. Looks maroonish. Let's see. Yeah, this about works. It's quite visible. Okay, this is perfect. This works, and now we can go into actually coding the final boss and how it's going to work. All right, so now that our final boss enemy is here, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to test out all of its abilities one by one by one. So we'll start with something pretty basic that we've done before, right? Is giving it the ability to move towards the player and to do damage in an area around itself. So we'll go into the final boss blueprint and we'll think, well, we've done this before, right? Creating a basic enemy that moves towards the player and does damage. So we're not going to reinvent the wheel. So I'll go in, I'll look at detect player in range and move to player. If player stays within specified range, then do damage. This is good enough. I'll copy that and I'll go into the final boss and I'll paste it in here, right? So it's pretty basic code. It detects a player being in a certain range and then it simply moves to it and then does damage. So let's test out our final boss and see if this works correctly. Okay, it's kind of wigging out big time. So since it's wigging out quite a lot, that's likely just due to pathing issues that we are going to need to address before moving forward. So it does be able to detect the player, but the movement isn't crisp. So let's quickly clean up the movement. Actually, I was about to fall into that trap once again. It's so freaking easy of trying to perfect while we are still at the building block stage. No, we'll perfect the movement once we have all the basic building blocks there. Right now, though it's a bit dirty, it is possible to actually kill the boss. It will follow the player and it's gone. That's going to be reasonable enough for now, even though the movement isn't at its cleanest. We'll perfect it once the polish stage comes in. Now we'll come in, this is fine. So we have a basic final boss that is working with the same code that we used on the melee enemy. That's good enough. Now we know that it's able to move towards the player and do damage. That's good enough. We know it can receive damage from the player. What else do we need to change? Well, the final boss shouldn't die in 2 hits, okay? Because 2 hits, it's like boom, oh, 2 hits is kind of 3 hits, sorry, is kind of few for a final boss of a game, right? So I come here, as long as it's not wigging out. So for starters, we're going to switch the enemy health of the final boss alone. Let's bring that up to, let's say, 400. I think 400 is a reasonable amount. Of course, for you, based off how your balance is, you can make changes and adjustments. But I feel like 400 health is more than adequate. We are so going to polish that, but not in a rush. So yeah, you can see I'm attacking it and it doesn't die immediately. So 400 health is reasonable. There is no shame in 400 health. That's good enough for now. Now that we have the first basic thing about the boss in somewhat of a functional state, right? Next thing we want it to be able to do, that's phase one, right? It's basically, it walks towards the player and it immediately begins, the simple melee attack. But now how about phase two? In phase two, it is able to spawn enemies, and in phase 3 it has a ranged attack. So next, let's figure out how do we make it able to spawn enemies nearby a player. All right, so let's move forward. So in order for it to spot, let's quickly look at it right now. So right now we have a basic large melee enemy that's acting as our final boss. Its movement is a bit wonky. It's on a stage where you can die if you fall off, which is fine. So essentially, this right now this right now is the level, right? It's not the most polished thing in the world, but you can even attack the enemy and like kill it and stuff, which is good. So boom, can kill our final boss. The movement will polish. But now let's see if we can get it to spawn in an enemy, right? So we'll keep it simple. We'll go into our final boss, and here on the blueprints that basically tell it to move towards the player and try to do damage to the player, we're going to split this off, and we're going to add in a new kind of node, right? It's a sequence node. Now notice that it basically helps you split up sequences of logic. So as you can see, it will come here, it will do this first, then this second. So we'll be using it for the more complex things that we need to mesh together. For starters, let me connect this here and disconnect this, break this. So for now, once the player is in range, what I want it to do is want it to spawn an AI. Now, spawn AI from class. Which class? Let's bring in a ranged enemy, right? And then I want it to go out and do a simple print text, and it will basically say, hey, spawned ranged enemy. Okay, we'll keep it simple, just like that. So, according to the current logic, on cpawn, in other words, when it detects the player within a certain distance based off what we set for its pawn sensing, right? That's for its detection. Within that radius around it, it also goes here. So within that, it's going to come over here, and the first thing it's going to do is it's going to spawn a ranged enemy. Now, in which location? I want it to be negative 800 units, and I want it to be, in terms of height, about 200 units high on the Z, because that's about the reasonable height within the game where it can spawn normally. Now notice there are many different ways that we can spawn something in. You can also spawn actor from class, but understand this: if you spawn an actor from class, that only works for dead objects, okay? But for objects which utilize AI, the game's built-in AI that has to move, that have to do those kinds of things, it's always better to spawn AI from class. Now let's go and have a quick look at whether or not this is working. Now back to the logic. First thing it will do, it will spawn an AI from that class once it sees the player, and then it's going to print in text spawned ranged enemy. As it does that, then it comes down and it does the rest of the boss logic. Let's see how that looks in game. Let's come over here to our thoroughly unpolished. Oh, look at that. Okay, yep, it's actually doing damage to me. So the spawning in is working correctly, and the death code is working correctly. That's good to know. So right now we have a basic boss that is able to spawn in enemies once they come close. But maybe I don't want the boss to immediately spawn in an enemy, right? Because if I come over here and I start doing that, it's immediately spawned in a ranged enemy. That's cool. First, there are two things that are a bit of a problem, right? For example, if I come over here and I enter the boss's range, sight range, it spawns that in, right? But then I come over its sight range again and it spawns another one, right? It keeps spawning ranged enemies. It keeps spawning ranged enemies. That's not what we want. But we'll leave it in its current state for now. Once we come in to do the polishing of the game, the real cleaning up the game,
We'll alter that, but at least we know the baseline code of spawning in the ranged enemy currently works, which is fine. So let's break this off for now. Okay. Then we come in here and we know that right now, okay, on pawn sensing, we're going to break this into three. So the reason we're going to break it into three is we're going to break it into the three phases of the boss fight, right? So now, from the time the player is seen, the boss fight commences. So the first thing that it's going to do, break this link, is it's going to do this, right? It's going to start by doing the moving around and trying to punch the player. That's cool. The second thing it's going to do is it's going to spawn an enemy from that class, right? And then the third thing it's going to do is it's going to spawn a ranged attack. So let's figure out how to add a ranged attack. Well, how did we do that before? If we look at the ranged enemy, we have all this code here that is already preset for a ranged attack. So essentially all you need to do is you copy all the code from the ranged attack from your ranged enemy, go into the final boss, and we're going to paste it right over here. Okay, so for starters, we'll delete that. We don't need that. We'll come over here. Now we're getting into some organization. For starters, let me make sure this is set to group movement. Okay, so come in here and I'll name this last bit phase 3. I just type that in, as you can see, phase 3. This bit here, I'm going to call it phase 1, and yes, this is set to group movement, and then we'll quickly make a comment here. Oh, I don't know why it did that. Okay, we need a comment here. As always, I love my comment boxes black, and we'll call this phase 2, right? In other words, this comes out during phase 2 of the boss fight. So let's come back to the pawn sensing, because all this happens right after the pawn sensing component kicks in. I want to move it around, so I'll move everything that happens in phase 2 here, everything that happens in phase 1 here, and yeah, so let's do this. Separate them nice and clean, so that once it comes time to do the editing and changes, everything is in a reasonable mix of a location. So put this here, straighten this up. Let's zoom in to see what's happened. Okay, so this is the current organization. On pawn sensing, immediately it sees the player. The first thing it does is immediately it tries to move to the player, and once the player is within a certain range, it does damage to the player, right? Then, once it's done running that, it comes down here and it spawns an AI ranged enemy from class, right? Which is, the spawning in is pretty simple, pretty basic. Then once that's done, let's move this over here. Once it's done with that, let me quickly drag this pin, right? It's going to come over here and it's going to spawn an enemy projectile that's headed in the direction of the player's sprite, which is good. And then it will make decisions about firing, fire delay. Okay, so we're going to need to add a value. We need to create this value. variable. Yeah, too much coffee. So we'll need to create this variable that is called fire delay, which is cool. And we're also going to need to create the variable can fire. In other words, can the boss fire? Let's quickly compile this. And in the initial stages, in its initial state, yes, it can fire. Then there's a bit of a delay, and we'll set the fire delay to 3 seconds. I think that's perfectly reasonable. So right now, although this isn't balanced because it's doing everything at once, it is when it sees the player, tries to move to it and attack it. And then it spawns in an actor from class, which is the ranged enemy. And then it comes down here and it sends out a projectile. These are the three fundamental things the boss enemy is going to be doing. So let's do a quick check. Okay, we come into the boss. Oh, it spawns a projectile. It's trying to come at me. It's basically trying to do everything to kill me. That's a really strong boss. This is good enough for the basic baseline. Now, there are few things that we can do to polish this up, right? We'll go into the final boss, and now we're going to make some alterations. For starters, since it's now way more complex, notice our blueprint for the boss is pretty complex. What we're going to add now is a couple of nodes to kind of clean up its look. So when you double click, hold on, I need to click this. It basically adds, no. It adds in this little node that's going to let you move things around. Let's see, let's move this. Okay, so when you control and click, it's going to align the node and drop it down just for the sake of organization. Okay, it's aesthetics. There is no real purpose in this outside of that. So this helps line up the node. Then let me straighten all connections after it. Okay, so we can have that. Now we're going to spice this up. For phase one, it's always going to be doing what it's doing in phase one, right? But for it to spawn in the enemy, we're going to need to do a quick double check on its enemy health. That's currently 400. So we're going to make a simple branch. And that's going to be connected to phase two. So let's bring this over here, right? And all we're going to be checking for is we'll first get enemy health, right? And then we're going to use less than. I guess we'll use less equal, which is fine. And we're going to say, hey, if the boss's health is less than or equal to 300, and it's true that it is less than or equal to 300, then sure, you can do phase 2 stuff. That's fine, right? And then do a quick copy, paste this code over here. We'll do a quick check and see if the boss's health is less than or equal to 200. Then in that case, it's okay to activate the phase 3 ranged attack. So let's get this and bring it down here. Okay, so essentially now we know that the boss, when it's at full health, we don't need to check that. It will walk towards the player and do these actions and try to damage it, right? Then we know that if the boss's health is less than 300 or less than equal to, it will start doing the phase 2 stuff, right? And we know that if the boss's health is less than or equal to 200, then it starts launching the ranged projectile. Okay, now let's see what that looks like. We'll come over here. Notice the boss isn't doing anything crazy. It's just doing its very broken movement left and right trying to get to me. Okay, let me let it just come, take its time. And okay, but I'll attack it. Notice that when I attacked it and I brought its health low, it spawned the next enemy, which is cool. However, there are so many little tweaks that we can do to make this really outstandingly good with the final boss. We can tweak the timing on how long before it spawns in the ranged enemy. Where's the ranged enemy? Yes, we can tweak the timing, add in some timing on this. We can come over here and change, which we're going to do in the next basically chapter or set of videos, when we start adding in some real production level polish to a lot of our code, to our enemies, to the levels. But for now, it's good that we now have a reasonable baseline. We know how to create a large boss that can follow the player around. We know how to spawn in enemies in the boss arena, and it's been pretty clear how to set up phases of what the boss can and can't do based off its current level of health. With this in mind, we're going to do a little bit of spring cleaning and organization, and once that's done, we're moving into the third phase. We started off with planning. Secondly, we've built out the skeleton, and now we're going to go into polish. But before we go into polish, let's start by one of the most basic features that every single game really does need to have, which is going to be a pause menu. Let's get into that in the next video.